Hello and welcome to Gamers Without Borders. We are back for day 2 of our Rocket League competition with just 4 competitors left in the running. My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me in closing out the EU region, once again, it is of course Cole. How's it going, mate?
How you doing? Mate, I feel like I've dropped down. Yesterday I was the iconic cool Cole, before that I was just the brilliant handsome Ginger, and now I'm Mate. What's going on?
I think the iconolist will live with you forever, but if I say it every time, it's going to lose its novelty, isn't it?
I see. I'm
Maybe
trying to make you overuse it. Yeah, it's like the catchphrase that people will never get bored of. You can just say it forever. But get it on a mug. The iconolist. Cheers.
Well, we have established our 4 qualified teams for the LAN event later in the year. Unfortunately, Solari, they caught me out today. Aogiri, Wolves and Na'Vi have been sent packing. So it's now about the donations and what our remaining 4 can secure for their chosen charities. So if you missed yesterday's broadcast, or if you need a quick recap on how things are running and operating here at Gamers Without Borders, here's a quick video to break it down for you. One of the most popular esports in the world is back at Gamers Without Borders, Rocket League. 16 teams across 2 regions will step onto the pitch in our double elimination bracket, each facing off in a best-of-5 battle until only one team remains. But you all know that we do things a bit differently here at Gamers Without Borders. Our $1.5 million prize pool will be donated by our winners to charities of their choice. But the journey does not stop there. If you place in the top 4 from your region, you will earn a spot at the world's largest esports and gaming festival this summer, with a total prize pool of $15 million. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. You have to make it past some of the best teams in the world first. Join us online with your friends as the top teams go head-to-head to kick off Rocket League. Got me thinking about ice creams now, Cole, because yesterday we were talking about Soleros, weren't we?
We were. Oh. I got myself a Cornetto for like the first time in my entire life a few days ago, and I was very, very impressed. So, you know, that's a thumbs up.
Game changer, of course. Well, I mean, we had an extraordinary turnout yesterday in terms of the Rocket League, of course. That's why we are here. I have to say a little shout out to Juicers, who really showed up. But then, with an extraordinary turn of events, Semper absolutely demolished them 3-0. Cole, crew battle format really is shaking things up.
It's brilliant because with the 1v1s in particular, what teams can do is they can go back and watch previous series. 1v1 is so tactical that they can say, you know, Morxie's winning in his 1v1, but he's being very aggressive. Maybe I can make the most of that and play a bit more defensively. And Exotic just completely blocked out Morxie. It was thrilling, and I want to see more of those 1v1 battles today.
And I'm sure we will. So here, Gamers Without Borders, the support of charities each and every year is absolutely vital, and it is our primary goal as well. So all of our competitors will be donating their prize money from this tournament to charities of their choice. And this year, our charities focus on providing humanitarian aid all over the world. And on your screen, you can see all of the charities who are involved. But if you'd like any further information, and if you want to donate, actually, to these causes yourselves, just visit watch.gamerswithoutborders.com. And you'll have all the information there for you. Now, the format for this week, and it's going to pop up on your screens very, very shortly. I said and because I was going to say and it's going to get spicy, but there's plenty of that to be. I mean, I like to say the word spicy, Cole. I'm sorry, but Cole, can you please take us through the regions?
I mean, it is incredibly spicy. It's spicy the fact that we are down to our last 4 teams. All of these guys will be making that massive $2 million LAN, joining our 4 qualifiers in North America. What they're playing for today, as you mentioned yourself, was some extra prize money to give to charity. But then when they get to that LAN, it is all for themselves. And the crew battle format, I'm sure we'll talk about it properly in a second. But if you haven't been watching Gamers Without Borders, you are missing out. It is so fun, so entertaining, absolutely thrilling, and a great twist on regular Rocket League esports.
Well, our schedule for the day is going to be as follows. We are going to begin with our lower bracket best of 5 match, which will be between Juicers and Luminosity, both of whom played extraordinarily well yesterday. However, it's not just quite enough. But look at that. It's a show match happening to kick us off today, Cole.
This
Well, that was going to be a surprise.
Exciting. Yeah, no, we're telling the people all the surprises are here now. It's all out in front of us. You know, we're going to find out what's going to be going on. Team Sandman versus Team Musty. Only 4 million odd YouTube subs between them. Absolutely massive content creators right there. They're going to be coaching some new players through a little matchup, which is going to be very exciting. I know Johnny and Shogun are really looking forward to casting that one and bringing you all of that action. I mean, Banks, you're a regular to the Rocket League world now, but you've been new, and it's not easy to play if you've never played before, is it?
I mean, mechanically, yeah, almost impossible if you're a noob.
I'm
like
7,000
myself.
hours in, and it's still impossible for me.
It's just when you, it's that simple analogy, isn't it, of watching pros do anything. They make it look so simple. They make things look easy, and then when you actually have your hands on the controller yourself, or if you're a mouse and key player as well, it's just you don't realize the how tight everything is, the dexterity, and how small the margins are considering what they're actually doing. So I'm really excited to see how they've managed to coach these players through up to this point. And you know what, they're going to get involved as well themselves, but they are not allowed to score, Cole.
Yeah, which is going to make things super difficult. All they can do is set up their brand new players, and I'm sure we'll see some interesting tactics emerge. Johnny Boy was telling us before that he's done similar show matches to this, and pretty quickly players realise the best thing they can do is bump or demo their fellow experienced player. So look forward to seeing John Salmon and Musty absolutely have it out on the pitch.
Oh, our 4 qualified teams can rest assured now they are competing in the flagship event later this summer. That's Guild, Semper, Juicers, and Luminosity. So congratulations to them. But we've got some Rocket League to play today and to get the donations rolling. But we're not starting today with that. Obviously, like we've just mentioned, the show match will be up first. So we've mentioned mechanics. I feel like they're the hardest thing to master in Rocket League. But also, I feel like a major thing, especially if you're playing in threes, is spatial awareness. I cannot tell you, Cole, how many times I've driven into my teammate.
Yeah, well, so again, for any new players, Rocket League is all about rotation. It's probably most similar to ice hockey, if you wanted to compare it to a sport, is what most people seem to have settled on by now. And that's because every player is doing all the things. I mean, in ice hockey, you do get a goalkeeper. In Rocket League, we once upon a time had that, shout out Gibbs, but now all 3 players are expected to be everywhere on the pitch, pretty much at any one time. And you're right, without entire sort of streams of communication, you're very quickly going to tread on each other's toes. Some high-profile moments in Rocket League have involved players bumping into each other. We saw it yesterday, I think, with Ocelon saving his own teammate's shot. So even at this level, the pace that they're going at, everything they're thinking of, they're still getting in each other's way sometimes. Basically what I'm saying is Rocket League is impossible and you shouldn't attempt it. It's too difficult, too hard.
These players are professionals. Do not try this at home.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that if you're going to be focusing on rotations, is what you should be doing, focusing on spatial awareness, because then you get to the flip resets, musty flicks, shout out, mate, and air dribbling. Where do you even begin with that?
Where you begin with that is just trying to hit the ball. If you haven't played Rocket League before, go into free play, just try and drive into the big round thing. And I guarantee you will need 2 or 3 attempts. It looks so simple. And then half an hour in, you're realizing, where's the jump button? No, what was boost again? And it takes hundreds of hours just to map that muscle memory. It's going to be a really intriguing battle here, and I'm sure that John Salmon and Musty, both lovely people, going to be talking their new teammates through things very patiently, but it's going to be difficult for them, mark my words.
Okay, getting down to the nitty-gritty then, Cole. Who is your prediction and why?
Who's my prediction and why? So Musty is a much better player than John Sandman. There's no shame for John Sandman in that. Musty is a very good player in his own right, but John Sandman probably has more experience playing with newer people, whereas Musty tends to play with sort of pro or bubble level players. So I reckon John Sandman is going to have this one. I think that he'll just have that experience guiding hand and be able to talk his teammate through the real fundamentals of the game and not assume they know anything.
I love it. I love it. Love everything about it. Right. I believe it's time to throw over to our 2 awesome casters who are going to be joining us today. It is, of course, Johnny and Shogun. And I feel like you guys should talk us through, some more of the casual aspects of the game. Who's going to be, taking things on board and what we're actually expecting from these younger or maybe newer players. Take it over, guys.
Thank you very much. And yes, let's get ourselves into this then, shall we? It's our show match for the day. We have got a quotations best of 3. I believe we are playing through all 3 of this game,
Yeah, 3
all
games.
3 of these games, no matter what. But we will also be looking to see who can coach. I say coach on this one because I imagine Musty's version of coaching is going to be, all right, there's the penalty spot. Stay there. I'm going to smash the ball into you at some point. It's going to go in.
That's actually really difficult to do, by the way. I've tried that before with one of my
Yeah, trust me, I've tried that with every time I play with Cole.
It's really hard. That's actually a good challenge for anyone who, if you fancy yourself as a good Rocket League player, just, try and score a goal by parking someone near the opposing team's goal and bouncing the ball off them. So you're obviously going to need 2 people to have someone to bounce the ball off. It's really hard. You don't realize how small the Rocket League cars are until you try and do that and the ball's bouncing over them, rolling past them. I definitely don't expect that to be a strategy, of course, but the big difference here between the 2 teams is that Musty is a Supersonic Legend player. John Sandman is in Grand Champ ranks. And
he is a player.
With it, yeah, he's a player. I mean, we're around about that rank ourselves, so we definitely relate to the struggle that John Sandman's about to have, going up against a player who is definitely a lot higher rated than him. But like you mentioned, they're not allowed to score, so this is going to be strategical as well. And John definitely will have some tricks up his sleeve. I'm excited to see what he tries to do. Also, we're completely in the dark as to who is going to be the more effective of the content creators or the lower rated content creators in these 2 teams.
Yeah, certainly so. And what we will be doing throughout the series as well is just listening in on those Discords so we can hear how the coaching is going and also how the communication is going in terms of trying to get those goals. For now, though, we are just getting the ping test done. Even for matches like this, we want the best possible ping for all of our players and both of our teams. I'm going to ask you right now, I feel like it's obvious what your answer is going to be here, but of the 2, John Sandman and Musty, who would you prefer coaching you?
That's actually a really good question. I don't know. I don't know if I know the answer to that because John is such a fun character. I mean, he's so energetic, so loud. So if you're the type of person who needs, someone else to bring the energy to the coaching session, I think John would be your guy. He will bring all the energy. You just have to sit back and let him do his thing. But if you want a more kind of chilled and a bit more relaxed environment, I think Musty would provide that. The personalities are really different between the 2 here. But for coaching brand new players, I think sometimes I've seen very high-rated players kind of get it wrong, where they don't. It's so far gone from them to remember what do you need to learn as a brand new player. They're so far beyond that sometimes they start a little bit too advanced instead of going right to the very, very basics. Now, Musty, I think, has a little bit of experience coaching, so I don't think that's going to be a problem for him. But I do think that John will be able to provide useful information as well, even though he's lower rated. I think he's still going to be able to provide some very useful information for his teammate.
Yes, and like I said, sorry, 2 moments here. Just getting all the information that we possibly can so we can get ourselves into this somewhat soon. But for the time being, we have also seen, there's been quite a few of these events. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of content creators from outside of the Rocket League space trying different games out. There's been a whole bunch of multi-game tournaments that have been happening lately. Maybe some of you at home might have seen them. We've seen them playing things like CSGO, seen them playing things like Street Fighter 5.
Yeah,
people are getting used to this now, where you just have to be good at multiple games. And this, Johnny, is maybe the most out there game when it comes to transferable skills, because there are no transferable skills. There's nothing you can play unless you played battle cars that prepares you for this.
Yeah, it's completely unique. Rocket League doesn't have a lot of similarities to other games, and that's what makes it so difficult to learn and what makes the learning curve so steep. But it's a very entertaining game to be bad at, and by that I mean like some of my most fun moments, some of my most fun memories from playing Rocket League are from when I was stuck in bronze, way back in the early days, so when I was completely terrible. Now I'm just slightly less terrible, and it's a ton of fun because there's always new things to learn. You never play a game of Rocket League and think to yourself, yep, I was perfect that game. And if you do, you need to take a long, hard look at yourself in the mirror and have a reality check, because that's just never the case. You never, not even the professional players, not even MVPs of professional tournaments play perfectly. It's a game that's impossible to play perfectly. There's always improvements to be made, but it's a really, really fun experience learning the basics, and going through those low ranks can be so entertaining, especially if you start off playing with a group of friends or one other friend, play some doubles and just get stuck in to low-rated games. It can be quite daunting, starting a new game and having to learn a game that you're not. I know a lot of people want to be somewhat good at a game when they start off, and they try and play games that are in the genres that they're familiar with. But trust me, Rocket League is a ton of fun to be terrible at. Embrace it and just get stuck in with your mates in the low ranks.
You've reminded me, first time I played Battle Cars, which is quite a while ago, there's a sentence that I said, shout out by the way to the person I was playing with, schoolmate, the Assassin 96. So hope you're doing well there, my friend, if you ever get a chance to hear that. I remember what I said to him after we got done, because it was on Cole might be able to correct me on this one. I think it was a 3-hour timer. You could play the majority of the game, but after 3 hours, you were locked out and you could only play the single player stuff. And I remember playing the demo of him and turning around and going, you know what, I'll probably buy this. I just can't imagine myself playing this every day. So we've seen how that's gone, because it hooks you. This game has a bit of a tendency of, all it takes is you go in, you play your first game, you go, okay, I don't really get it here, to be honest. It's quite a difficult game. But there's always, for every player, that moment that you go on YouTube, you maybe go on Twitch, and you see what people can do. And then it clicks, I think, for an awful lot of people, where they go, oh, okay, this is not as random as I thought it was. People are just really good at this, and now I kind of want to see if I can do that. So maybe we'll get some players here that also get the same itch.
Yeah, it's a very interesting experience going from seeing Rocket League for the first time and then playing it for the first time, because those two things I think are extremely different experiences. When I first saw Rocket League years and years ago, I thought that doesn't look that deep. There's only so many ways you can hit the ball into the hole in the wall, right? Wrong. Actually, there are limitless ways to hit the ball into the hole in the wall, and everything in between the kickoff and doing so. So that really, blew my mind when I was a new player to the game. I realized straight away this is actually more like a sport than other sport games, where you're just pressing X to pass or pressing circle to shoot and so on. Now, there's a lot of skill to those games as well, but actually having to go through every single micro adjustment and movement mechanically to do these things in Rocket League is what makes it so difficult. And you can't fluke a win in this game. There's no such thing as beginner's luck in Rocket League. If you're new to the game and you play somebody who's got 100 hours, you're just going to lose. And if that person with 100 hours plays somebody with 500 hours, they're going to lose. And so on, up the rankings. The differences between skill levels are so huge. The difference between a professional player and Musty, who's going to be the highest rated player in this lobby, is massive. Even though, credit to Musty, he has actually nearly qualified for an RLCS regional event once, I believe. But this is going to be eye-opening, I think, to new viewers to Rocket League, just to see the gulf in skill. And that's no fault of the newer players here. They're going to be a very critical part of their team's success here, because they're the only ones who are allowed to score in this matchup. They're going to need to apply the finishing touches, even if Musty and John are doing everything in this setup and everything off the ball with bumps and demos.
Yep, so we are still trying to get the players sorted out, and I think we are going to go to a quick break whilst we get that all sorted. So see you in just a moment.
If Tox was stranded on an island, he would definitely miss girls. That's for sure. That would be one of the things. I think he would miss food a lot as well. He seemed to be very into food, enjoying good food, especially fast food, maybe a little too much. What would the last thing be? I mean, he's very into the gym, but I don't necessarily know if that would be his concern on an island to work out. I mean, he could chop down some trees as a good workout, I guess. I would say that he would miss his siblings if he was stranded on an island as well. So those are the 3 things that Tox would definitely miss.
I'd say that's actually really accurate. I actually didn't expect it to get it that close. And then from 1 to 10, right? I'd probably give that answer a 9 out of 10. That was actually extremely good. If Snasky would get another tattoo, I think he would definitely get like a kind of symbolizing like Viking thing, because that's just what that's my view of Snasky. He's just a Viking. I think he would get like one across his chest, like a really big tattoo on his chest, like very like a Viking resemblance. That's my guess.
That's actually that's not a bad answer at all. I mean, my plan is to continue my sleeve to go down to the chest and go on the top part of my back here, you know, in kind of similar. And my arm is made of like, basically it's like a war concept. It's like has like old war, either gods or so like Hercules, for example, or Archangel Michael, or, you know, I have like a Greek soldier on my inner arm. So a Viking actually wouldn't be a bad thing to add to that, because they would be, you know, a symbol of war from that time period. So it's actually a really good answer. You know, like that's probably like a 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10, because it's not unlikely.
Okay, I think we've managed to corral everybody that we need. We can finish the Toolkit League and hopefully get ourselves into the game. Johnny, last thing I need from you here, buds. Prediction. Who's it going to be? We're playing all 3 games, so who you got the win, and by how many of those games?
I think it's got to be Musty for 2 reasons. Number 1, he's higher rated than John, and number 2, I think that he's sweatier than John. I think he's going to really want to win this. I think he knows that if John beats him in this, he's never going to hear the end of it. So he's really going to go for this. John, I don't think he'll care if he loses, so he's probably just going to go for the content. But this will be really, really funny if John can sneak a win.
There's already the smack talk going down in the chat, and I believe Jacob Baker said that Musty has not showered in a week. For some reason, I
told you,
believe
man.
that.
He's so sweaty, he likes to leave the sweat on his body. He likes to be able to feel it at all times, just to manifest the ranked sweat. But I'll tell you what, that wasn't the best play by Musty. John's got a decent setup here. The good old olden days center ball off the back wall. But it's all about the strats here. I think the best way to get a goal, from what I've seen, is to even Musty could just let that go in, but I think the best way is to try and get ahead of the ball, you know, hit it off the corner wall so it will center eventually, and then run ahead of it, go for that bumper demo. You don't really need to worry about the counter attack as much in this game mode.
So, I think we've talked quite enough here, Johnny. What I do want to do is I'm going to go over to John Sandman's VC right now, because I get the feeling this might be the happiest it is throughout the entirety of this broadcast.
Got it over him. Cool. Musty's got it over me. No big deal. No big deal. He's going to try and go for center. Great play, Poke. Now you rush down and you hit that ball. You don't stop hitting that ball. You do not stop hitting that ball.
He's hitting the ball. He's hitting the ball.
He is, but oh, he demoed me. Don't give him that center. Nice. Now you go down the center. Perfect.
I need boost. Can our boost?
Where you at? I got flung. Just worry about Jake. Remember, he boomed
me.
He has to get into Jake. He's bumping me left and right. You stop that ball. Good stuff. Good stuff. I got 20 boosts in net. Going down. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at?
You got the boost. I'm middle.
Hold on, it's coming. I'm about to serve it up on a platter. I'm gonna serve it up on a platter for you. Yeah, he can't go to net though. He can't go to goal. Remember. Nice, go! Poke! 1v1. You beat Musty all day.
He did it. He stopped it. I'm getting boost.
No big deal. Musty, leave me alone! Can you stop that? Yes, you can.
Stopped it.
Heck yes. Go.
Got boost.
I'm gonna start demoing Musty.
Well then, still 0-0 over here between John, Pokey, and Musty and Jake, although might end up changing very soon. Still yet to see either of the defenders get taken out yet, Johnny. As, oh, wait a second. Jake and Bake! Just as I say it, he's got his chance and he scored it.
And what a great finish as well. John Sandman trips off the post. I don't know if it would have mattered. Chicken Bake is absolutely sniped the bottom corner there. What a banger. Perfectly timed dodge. Ideal placement. I'm impressed.
I'll be ecstatic with that one. It is now all up to John Salmon and Pokey to at least try and answer back. Do we get Jake and Bake yet again? He's got his second. That's going to trundle into the net. 2-0. You know, I reckon here, Johnny, we need to take a listen in to the team that are currently winning this. Jake and Bake and Musty. Let's take a listen in.
I got it. All right, get this. I'm going back right here for Boosty, for the booster boy.
Boosty boys.
Yep.
I'll challenge it.
Yeah.
I got it.
I'm right behind you. I'm behind you. Yeah. I'm going. I'm in mid. I'm mid right now. Mid right now.
Yeah.
Looking for it. Oh no! Really bad. Oh my god. Nice. You got that? Nice. I got this off the wall. Wait, no, I don't. I got it. This is maybe bad. Okay. I'm following ball. Yeah. I'm right here.
I'll try to bump John Sam out of the way here.
Yeah.
Oh, I tried.
Uh-oh.
I got it.
I got it.
Okay. Got it?
Boom!
Nice. I'll pop. You follow. I'm bumping.
I missed it.
Good try. Good touch. I'll go for this.
Looking for the boost.
Open. Take your time. Oh,
no.
Good touch.
Yeah.
You got a good touch.
Oh, John!
Try
to
get
hit my
100
ass.
boost. Try to get 100 boost. Yeah. We're chilling. I got it. Yeah, boost.
Almost. Oh.
I
got it.
kind of bumped him a little bit.
I got it. No!
I can try. I got it.
Send it my way, baby.
I'm trying.
Oh, nice. Poke had the defense right there.
All right, every time you pick up a 100 boost, I want you to tell me when you pick it up.
Okay.
Just so I know how much you got.
I'm at 100. I'm good on boost.
I'll pop it. Oh, he has. Nice. All right, you can try to do something here. I'll be back. Just letting him. We're good.
Ooh. I don't want to score our own goal.
That might be some of the most professional comms I've heard in quite some time. That is full sweat mode.
Yeah, I told you, Musty's going to be sweaty. He does not want to lose to John. He knows he'll never hear the end of that, but great stuff out of Jacob Vick as well. He's not confused. He's avoiding confusing Musty by telling him exactly how much boost he's got when he's ready to follow up on an attack. I've got to also mention the part of this game that I've been the most impressed with so far is actually the defense out of Jake and Poke. They've really done a great job on the defensive half. I really expected it to be mostly John and Musty defending and see a bit more of a poaching role from Jake and Poke, but they've actually done a really good job getting between the ball and the goal on defensive plays. They've got a couple of, I don't think Jake got any saves there, but he got the even better thing, which is stopping the shot before it even becomes a shot. Just go and tackle in the midfield and cut off the play. They look like they've definitely been put in work in for this. And, seeing 2 goals from Jake, one of them from his own half, by the way, just sniping it from distance. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good solid power shooting, which is one of the most fundamental and important things to learn when you pick up the game.
Yeah, certainly so. And it's been impressive because we've seen some of the tweets out there saying, look, they've been putting the effort in over the last week. We are seeing it, actually. There's been a few times that we see some tweets like that. It's like, all right, what did you do? I managed to get through the intro sequence and I scored the goal. That is scripted for the people to score. But no, there has been some legitimate effort put in by both of our players, actually. And even John will get a shout out for putting some effort in because he is trying his hardest. And I would say keeping it more of a game than maybe we expected. Musty's not dominating the field as much, and it's because John and Poke are actually doing a reasonably good job.
Yeah, and you could hear in the comms as well, John's going absolutely wild, of course. we knew this was going to happen, that we knew John would have the energy and Musty would be a bit more
Is
with
John
it.
West Coast?
He is. Yeah, he is.
That is the loudest person I've heard at 8 a.m.
No, John, he's loud 24 hours any day of the week. He is this loud. He actually just is like this. You know, I've met John several times, and oh, Musty's accidentally scored.
All right, what's the punishment on this one?
That's got to be a 1 goal for the blue team in my opinion.
Ref.
But I don't think Musty was trying to do that. He's trying to just clear the ball, but it's bounced into the net.
Don't give him that.
Really well done, actually. A great pinch. Only bouncing once. But it has been removed, goal deducted. You know, in my opinion, especially since it was Musty who did that, the best player in lobby, I think that should be a negative one to Musty, to be honest. I don't know if you can change the score to negatives in Rocket League, but give the blue team a goal.
I've not had a look through the official rule set for this, but I believe Musty is 1 more warning away from a written warning, and then 2 more warnings away from a verbal warning after that.
Oh wait, verbal comes later?
Verbal comes later. It's a weird format in terms of how the warnings work.
Look at that. Oh, what a save! John dodging the demo from Musty and then managing to stop Jake's shot, which again, Jake is actually consistently power shooting here. He's timing his dodge every single time to get that extra power on the ball. A lot of new players will dodge too early when they're trying to do this, and they'll hit the ball with the top of the car instead of the front of the car and lose a bunch of power from their shots. But that's not been a problem for
finish.
John here.
Oh, John! Okay, I don't know how this works now.
I think that counts. I don't know, but I think that counts. Are you allowed to strategically own goal in this? John just hit the ball to his own net.
Right, well, we go from
That's deducted. Genius by John.
We go from a verbal warning to the written warning, and now I'm going to give you all a volume warning. Let's take a listen in to John and Poke.
All right, Musty.
This guy's crazy. I can't stop the ball.
Yeah, don't worry. He's all looks. It's all for show. It's not actual skill.
Yeah, I know.
Look at that. That's real skill. That's called fakes all day.
He's putting it.
All right, so they're bumping me. So we got to stay on that ball, okay?
I'm just gonna freaking boom him. I'll boom him. I don't care.
We got this, dude. Never give up.
He can't score. I have to go.
Oh, yeah, I'm not allowed to score. Only allowed to pass and demo and do stuff like this. Where you at?
Trying to demo.
There's.
I missed everything.
Okay.
I have no boots.
He's just
Oh my. Poke is furious. He's going for the booms. He's trying to boom them. He's given up on scoring. This has become personal.
They've got 3 games, all right? Do you see a goal happening right now for John and Poke?
I don't know if I do.
Okay,
okay,
here we are. That's the written warning, that is.
Fine him. Goal deducted. Honestly, if
That's
he
their
keeps this
real
up,
goal.
I think Blue should have goals for this. He can't be scoring. That's against the rules. There can't be you can't go unpunished for this. Somebody needs to ratio him on Twitter at the bare minimum.
Well, unfortunately for John and Poke at the moment, they're getting ratioed on the scoreline. Not really finding much of a way, especially when Poke's the one that's got to score and is more worried about hitting Musty.
Yeah, he just wants to boom the ops right now. He doesn't want anything to do with scoring. He's sick of the way that this matchup has been going. Here he comes though. Oh, he got his desire. He's thinking about the game. Bye-bye, Musty. Good luck respawning in the back corner there. Huge demo there by Poke. And now the fake after the infield from John Steinman. Great decision there by Poke. I think he knew that Musty would have saved a shot from that distance, so he just goes for the mind game.
Sorry, I now fully need the juxtaposition between how loud it was between John and Poke, and now I want to take a listen in to how Musty and Jake are taking this.
Knew he was gonna do that. Should have seen it from a mile away.
I'm sorry.
Over here. No, you're good. You're good.
What am I doing?
You push it. You push ball. You got time. It's just Musty.
I don't know.
I got to center. I'm gonna go for Musty.
Oh, they went to John and
God.
Yeah.
I want him dead.
They're funny, to be honest.
A little scared here.
I feel so powerless. No, but watch this.
Nice, Poke, go! Tie it up, tie up the game right here. Tie up the game right here. Centering, centering. Just get ready, it's gonna drop down perfectly for you. I'm gonna blow him up.
He's booming me, he's booming me.
Is Jake just booming you left and right?
Yes.
Tell him to stop.
I boomed him.
Good, 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 good. All right, we have 42 seconds to score. Get ready. Oh my God, Musty. Go, go, go. Come on. Come on, buddy.
He's trying to boom me. He's trying to boom me. He's just literally booming.
He just wants you out of
I can't tell if this is like optimistic or pessimistic at the moment. It's certainly loud and it's certainly entertaining.
I just really wonder what has John been teaching Poke this entire run up to this event, because he seems more interested in booming the opponents than scoring, but actually, might get a chance here. It's not going to center yet, but John's trying to drop it down for about 0 seconds. That's so difficult to time. They are going to drop game 2 1-0 as well. Definitely more of a mental victory in that game, though. Lots of successful booms onto Musty and Jake, but still, they can't get a hold of the ball for long periods of time.
No, certainly not helped by Musty's flagrant disregarding of the rules on occasion.
I agree.
Honestly, we here do not condone what Musty's been doing when he scores those goals. But for Jake and Bake, he has got himself the winning one over here in this game. And right now, Musty and Jake looking to set up the perfect sweep, because we will be playing this third game.
Yeah, this is going to be I think just as hotly contested as the previous two. Even though Musty and Jake have already won more games than is possible for John and Poke to win, I still think that if John and Poke can get one win here, that will be a win in John's head. That will be a loss in Musty's mind. So this is just as important as the previous two games. If they can get a goal on Musty, then Musty is never going to hear the end of this. But it's going to be very difficult to do, because Jake has been putting in work. He's also been causing a ton of problems, as we've heard for John and Poke.
There is a huge part of me that wants to see the Jake versus Poke 1v1.
Absolutely, yes. Bring it to me.
That is just, especially after Smug, where we had so many content creator matches, they are so entertaining.
Oh, look at this!
Oh, booming clear by Jake. Looks like the field rattles with anticipation. I would have just let that one if I was John, just to really hammer it home.
Ooh.
As yeah, John's actually got some moves.
Yeah, can he back into defense quickly enough, though?
Oh,
Musty
like the
chipped it.
idea.
Yeah, the timing was just a bit off there, and that's actually very difficult to do correctly, to time the center ball for the arrival of the supporting player. It's one thing that kind of, it's sort of an intangible, even at pro play, to know who is the best at just being in the right place at the right time. Now, there's a great demo coming out of Poke. Musty's going to pounce on the free ball, and actually nearly scores again, but luckily John's going to be there, so we don't have to disallow that goal as well.
Right. I'm fully down right now for the sweaty, some might even say musty comms. So let's take a look at this in. Jake and Musty, and hear what they've got to say.
It's fine, it's fine.
I got him. I'm going for John.
I'm dead.
Ooh.
He's passing back to his team.
Oh, no.
I'm waiting for a shot.
Okay, got John.
Yeah.
I feel like I had to go over to
pop it.
John.
I got it.
Like 3
Oh,
times.
yeah. Wait. It's in.
Oh, it's really consistent.
Well,
Almost.
Oh, go on.
I got the juice.
Redirect.
Go middle. I tried to bum him. I'm behind you. Try to dive at it. Nice bump. Good job.
Right, well, that was just as sweaty as I expected to beat Musty. You need to stop what you're currently doing. Johnny's just been in a giggle fit for the last 2 minutes.
I love the play style that's been incorporated by both teams here. The focus on just physical play instead of the ball. I couldn't have asked for anything else coming out of a game mode like this.
Musty, stop it.
They're so into this as well. I just love hearing comms in this kind of game where it just sounds like they're playing for the grand final prize in Riyadh for Gamers Without Borders, but really they're just playing for pride here. It's proven to be a much more difficult game for John and, or rather for Musty and Jake to get those shots set up in. So level up here from Poke and John.
I've been really impressed with John's defensive play, if I'm being honest. Obviously, Musty will have him beat the vast majority of the time, but John's not held himself too badly. As Poke on the far side. I think Poke just wants to stay out of the way at the moment. No one getting hit. There's John currently taking the wrath of Jake over on the far side. There's the shot. But Musty!
How did he save that? That was I think it was a great strike coming out of Poke, and it was probably only going to bounce 3 times.
We all agree Musty's the villain here.
Definitely. I mean, we all knew it. He's just so sweaty. He really wants to get
Go on, Poke.
Quad bump there coming out of Poke. He is a savage.
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Top bins!
All of it, all the way in. Poke gets it from the impossible angle. And John Salmon and Poke have got 53 seconds to hold on. I want to hear them. I want to hear their comms in these last 53 seconds. John Salmon and Poke, take it away.
You demo Jake, I'll deal with Musty.
I'm on the ball. I hit Jake. Did I hit you?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Good session. I got bumped, so make sure to just stop that ball. Good stuff. Look. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, you ready? Where you at, Poke? Let's get you. Let's show him what's up. Let's show him what's up. Easily could add 2. Nope. Got fooled. Getting mad.
Oh my god.
Nice
I was
try.
thinking, it's the map.
Try and blow one of them up.
It's the last few moments. John, that might be dangerous. Musty will save it. And now it's the final roll of the dice for Musty. John's having none of it. The most he's ever wanted to win a single game. Ball just has to hit the floor. And it's almost has. How is that kept alive? And there we go. John and Poke have lost the series 2-1, but they've won everything else with this victory. Brilliant.
Oh, I love that. And, great work there from John and Poke in the last game. They really leveled up. I think that even before the goal, they looked like they were a lot more in it. John was making good decisions in defense. You realized that the bumps were the real threat, and he stayed a lot more safely. Poke actually demanding a best of 5. Come on, extend the tournament.
No, take the win while you can, Poke. Take the win.
Yeah. They really think that they can take it down in a best of 5 here. I think, Jake is open to it. They want to continue playing. That's awesome that they want to keep this going. So great stuff out of them. I'm really impressed with how they played, and the hype comms as well.
Yep, certainly so. And to break down all that we saw, Cole and Banks.
They lost the match, but they won our hearts, Cole.
They won it all. I think that John and Poke, they are clearly our winners. If you ask me, I saw a John and Poke 3-0. I don't know about you guys, but that's what I saw.
Okay, Cole, I'm going to ask you a question. Sum up that match in 3 words, please.
Ooh, super fun chaos.
Woo. Super fun chaos. Okay, I'll take that. The scoreboard is going to be on your screens very, very shortly in case you missed us or if you joined us late. Musty with the 2-1 defeat over John Sandman. It was incredible. It was good. I'm not going to lie. The gameplay itself, I got a little bit nostalgic at one point. I'm pretty sure nobody went more than 5 inches off the ground at any one point.
It reminds me of my ranked games at midnight where I just need to go to bed. It's too late. I'm too old for this rubbish. Just give it up. But no, it was brilliant. It's great to see new players playing the game and having fun with the game. The comms are fantastic. Much fun all around.
It really was. And it was a lot like a flash of how I play Rocket League. Almost, I wouldn't say embarrassingly, but, you know, if I was coached, I'd like to think I'd try and get in the air at some point. But we will be back onto your screens fairly shortly because we're going to kick off our final day of the EU region. I think we're nice and warm now, which is great. So after this break, we will have more Rocket League. Don't go anywhere.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
I started as an aid worker. Actually, I was working for NGOs, and I spent many years in the field moving between war zones and disaster areas. And later on in my career, I joined the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. That's the entity that coordinates action on the ground. And from there, I moved to UNHCR 6 years ago. I mean, honestly, it started by coincidence. I wanted to do something else, and it didn't happen. Then a group of friends actually asked me to apply for a Danish organization in Egypt. I was based in Egypt at that time. I'm Egyptian originally. And I applied, they accepted me, and it all started from there. And then I realized that this is what I am really created to do. That's the field I love. And I never tried to do anything else. I started working in the development sector in '95, and from there I moved to international aid and relief, and until now. It's really something that requires passion, and it's something that is also very emotionally rewarding, despite the dangers and the difficulties and the miseries we see on a daily basis. UNHCR is the United Nations organization that looks after refugees, internally displaced people, and stateless people. And maybe I need to explain the difference between the three groups. Internally displaced people are people who are forced to leave one place inside of their own countries and move to another place because of security concerns, because their life is threatened, because of different humanitarian reasons. If you move outside your country and cross international borders, you become a refugee according to our definition. And stateless people are, imagine that in the 21st century, we have about 10 million people in the world without any nationality. And we call those stateless people because they do not have any nationality. The total number of all those groups, the three groups, is now reaching 90 million people worldwide. Yeah, between refugees, internally displaced, and stateless people. And UNHCR is the organization that is mandated by the international community to look after the three groups, and we were established in 1950. So the organization is almost 72 years old. It was established right after the Second World War. And when we were established, the world thought that we will finish our task in 3 years. But it actually continued because problems started to appear in other places in the world, in Africa and Asia and different parts of the world. And here we are 72 years later. And as I mentioned, we are now dealing with an unprecedented number of forcibly displaced people. And you can imagine that over the last 10 years, the number is increasing. We are not witnessing any decrease in the number of forcibly displaced people. And the large majority of those people are displaced because of armed conflicts, not because of natural disasters. They are not displaced because of earthquakes or floods. I mean, there is a small portion of the number that is displaced because of natural causes, but the large majority are displaced because of armed conflict. The distribution of this number across the world is also not proportionate. We have a huge percentage in the Middle East. About 40% of this total is actually in the Middle East, but we are now witnessing an increase in Europe because of the Ukrainian crisis. Since February until now, we are talking about more than 10 million people who have been displaced within and outside Ukraine overnight. What I would like to say probably in this context is that nobody is immune to this type of problems. People can be displaced without even thinking of it. I think Ukrainians never imagined that overnight they will have to leave their homes and be refugees in other countries. They are now spread over 5 neighboring countries to Ukraine. And the same happened to Syrians, the same happened to Iraqis in the past, to many nationalities. So nobody is immune to such problems in the world, and we need the support of everybody because this is becoming a global problem, and the numbers are increasing not year by year, day by day. And that requires a very large number of supporters, and we are very grateful for Gamers Without Borders to partner with us on this initiative and this noble cause. And I think it was not for no reason that UNHCR won Nobel twice. We won Nobel in the mid-50s and in the early 80s. And that is because of the sacrifices and the great work our colleagues are doing in the field. Refugees are more vulnerable than the most vulnerable in any community. You know, we organized some studies to kind of measure the vulnerability levels amongst refugees compared to the most vulnerable in the communities where they live. And our statistics say that they are 4 times more vulnerable than the weakest people in any community. They need food, they need shelter, they need education, they need health. As I speak to you now, I actually, just before this interview, I received a study from our office in Jordan saying that 90% and this is a very huge percentage, 90% of all Syrian refugees are cutting on their meals because they do not have enough to eat or support their children. And that's where the money goes. We support refugees financially to buy medicine, to send their kids to school, to put a roof over their heads. And this money that can come from Gamers Without Borders will make a huge, huge difference in the lives of thousands of people worldwide. If you speak about education, and I think this is an important issue for the gamers constituency, the refugees are not going to school because their parents cannot afford sending them to school, because their parents need them to work in order to support small children and the elderly, put food on the table. There is only 3% of all refugees worldwide who make it to higher education. And 3% of all refugees. It used to be actually 1% less than 5 years ago. And because of partnerships like the one we are talking about now, the percentage increased from 1 to 3%. And we are actually very, very happy with that. Any progress, whether big or small, is very, very appreciated. For many reasons. One is that we are all vulnerable, as I said. By helping others, we are actually helping ourselves. UNHCR is a very trustworthy organization that has access to millions of people in need worldwide. We are operating in 132 countries. We have 18,000 staff members who are putting their life on a daily basis in harm's way to assist others. We have 400 offices and we can reach people in need now. So if anybody would like to support the refugee cause, to support people in need, UNHCR can deliver this support in the front lines immediately. And I have to say that we need all the time to brutally prioritize assistance. And this is not an easy task because we do not get the full amount that we need to assist the people we need to assist. So we receive about 50% actually of the needs, which means we either assist 50% of the people or give 50% only of the needs to the total number, and both are not ideal. I cannot count the reasons why people should assist refugees. I think they are, as I said, the most vulnerable who amongst the weakest groups in the community who need assistance, and we are making a difference. So the picture is not doom and gloom. I think one good reason why we should consider assistance through UNHCR is that we are seeing progress. We are seeing some positive transformation and some positive changes in the lives of refugees. And this is heartwarming. We cannot, as I always say in my interviews, we do not have the luxury, we cannot afford the luxury of despair. Because if we give up, millions of people in the world will die because they will lack the assistance. And we count on people like gamers because they have massive outreach. And this is something good that you can give back to the community, you can give back to your fans, you can give back to your constituency, the people who like you and who believe in you worldwide. And you have better outreach than us, actually. You can influence people's hearts and minds maybe more than we do. So we are not only talking about money, we are also talking about influence. We need your support in advocacy. We need your support with messages. We need your support to tell people the story of refugees.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. It felt nice, didn't it? Having a show match. I think, you know, if anything, it puts into perspective just how skilled our competitors are, you know, once we jump into this gameplay, Cole. Am I right?
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, you chuck in any pro player and they would wipe the floor with any of those people. You chuck in a top-tier pro player and they would wipe the floor with the original pro player. Rocket League always has that next tier. It is like... there's no ceiling to the amount of skill that you can have in this game. And when you see games like that, it just goes to show it.
I've seen quite popular content, actually, across many social channels of, you know, a pro player going up against 3 casuals. And even then, you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. You think surely they'll be able to just swamp the pro player, but no, as soon as boost management and stuff comes into it, it's impossible for anybody with any inexperience to go up against somebody experienced.
Well, yesterday we kicked off our EU region and there were some incredible displays of mechanics, teamwork, synergy, so we decided to make a highlight video out of it. Check it out. Go on, Cole. Go on, Cole.
It was such a great day of Rocket League yesterday. I mean, Solary, they came out strong with the 3-2 win versus Aogiri. They had to avoid a staunch comeback from Aogiri, but managed to get their win in the end. It came down to that final 3v3 and just one goal in it. You'll see in a second, Aogiri did manage to get themselves one. Just couldn't quite complete the comeback. So they put themselves into the upper semi-finals, but things didn't quite finish as well for Solary as they started, as we'll later see. But this, Max, this was the series that got us all to sit up and take notice. Juicers, I was saying that Luminosity were huge favourites, but, I mean, as soon as we took to the pitch, that's not what we saw, was it?
Not at all. We saw a 3-0 from Juicers, which was absolutely astonishing. Everyone was kind of taken aback and thinking, wow, these guys really do mean business. And the best thing about it is that they came through the open qualifier, didn't they? So they were absolutely raring to go. And, you know, Luminosity were just immediately put on the back foot, and especially in that 1v1 where Morksy got his hands on the ball, it was outrageous.
Oh, yeah, that was the best thing about it. Seeing the Morksy show was intense. And when Juicers came up against Semper Esports, we thought that it would continue, at least in the 1v1. But Semper, a more experienced and better team in 3v3, managed to make their advantage count with a relatively nervy 1-0. Then in the 2v2, Exotic started to come to life, but still Juicers put up a good show. There was a lovely challenge and dunk at the near post by Parker, I think it was, to equalise in that one before Exotic, the man of the moment, got that winning goal. And the 1v1, Exotic beating out Morksy. Huge upset and a great performance from him.
It really was. It became the Exotic show. It was the Morksy show for quite some time. However, you know, it just didn't quite cut the mustard. But Solary then went up against Guild in our upper bracket semi-finals. And Guild, once again, just showing the experience and really just incredible teamwork throughout and managing to come away with a 3-1. And you mean Solary were really putting up a good fight, but they'd have to go down into that lower quarter-final to face off against Luminosity.
And how would it go? We saw Luminosity earlier on being absolutely destroyed by Juicers, so they were going back to the drawing board and thinking things through. But while they were doing that, Juicers then came up against Wolves Esports, and it didn't quite go as well for them. They managed to win out in the end, but did concede that first game in overtime. That was the 3v3. Where, again, you wouldn't be too surprised by that. Wolves have been sort of flirting with qualifying for these EU regionals, and Juicers, unfortunately, have been nowhere near as a trio. But maybe this is where they build up their experience. And then, yeah, Luminosity versus Solary. Luminosity, who were humbled earlier by Juicers. I expected Solary to take this one, but they never really got into the series, Banks.
Yeah, I think like you said earlier, I think Luminosity went away, got back to the drawing board and maybe just ironed out some of the kinks that they had come across earlier on in the day and actually just came out and had quite a dominant performance, I think, against Solary. I mean, even if we're seeing on the scoreboard, you know, 3-1 to Luminosity against Solary, it still went the distance in most of the matches, and actually you can't really deny the fact that Solary really put up a good performance. On paper, it looks like it was a little bit of a whitewash, let's just say, 3-1. Not quite a whitewash, but you know what I mean. But actually, when you were actually there witnessing all of it, Solary really did put up a good fight. But that's your upper bracket right there on your screens. Juicer and Semper Esports. Semper just taking that 3-0. But Guild will face off against Semper a little bit later on, because first off, we have our lower bracket best of 5. But that's what the upper bracket looks like. And this is our region bracket down in the lower bracket. Cole.
This is where things are going to get really interesting, because that first game we're going to see today, the lower bracket round 3, Juicers versus Luminosity, a huge rematch from what started the day off yesterday. That was that massive 3-0 for Juicers, where we were saying it was the Morksy show. But even in the 3v3, Juicers won that one 3-0. And then in the 2v2, which we hugely expected Ixo and Atomic to be able to get through for Reese and Juicy, that was a 2-1 victory for Juicy as well. So Luminosity will be wanting to show that, you know, they're the team with the org. They're the team that are making these RLCS events. They are the better team on paper. Now, thankfully for them, 1, they qualified for the LAN, so they'll be happy already. But 2, they want to prove that they're better than this team, and it has to happen now.
I'd love to see revenge on the battlefield of the 1v1. It was 12-5 to Morksy. I want to see some absolutely incredible plays later on today from that. But Cole, no matter where these teams place from here on out, A, they're guaranteed a place at the LAN event later this year, which is fantastic news. And B, they each get at least $75,000 to donate to a charity of their choice.
It's massive, you know. No matter what you do today, you're already doing a lot for a very, very good cause indeed. And as you mentioned at the start of the show, people can donate to those causes themselves, and which one of the charities will be the choice of the team as well. So whichever one is closest to their heart, they can contribute to them just from doing what they love doing and playing some Rocket League. There is literally nothing not to love about this event.
Exactly, and if you'd like to donate, just head on over to watch.gamerswithoutborders.com and you'll find all the information there and all the information about our chosen charities for Gamers Without Borders this year. Now, we had the chance to sit down with one of our competitors earlier this week. This is the video from Luminosity. Check it out.
Well, the way that we met was basically me and Ixo were a long-standing duo. We've been for a while now. And we were looking for a third to replace Yukio as stuff was not going too well. So we just ended up finding Atomic as our third, as like we saw him as a really good Spanish player, and just ended up trying out. Everything was going really well. So, I mean, I've known Atomic for 5 years, round about 4 or 5 years, like since PS4. So we always used to play out together on PS4 with each other, whenever. And it's really funny to have him as a teammate now.
I think our best memory together as a team was the boot camp we attended in Cologne. You know, we had such a great time. We were playing the major in the last season, and we did fairly well in the major. We didn't do as well as we probably should have, but you know, it was a good time. We got to spend a lot of time outside the game together, hang out, and we also met each other. You know, I've met Ixo before briefly. I got to meet Tux and Yukio back then, so that's probably one of the greatest memories we have together.
Our goal for this event is probably to just have as much fun as possible as a team, kind of team bond and get back together. And obviously win the whole event. That's our main goal.
I'd love to see what a gaming boot camp looks like. What do you reckon?
There's a bunch of computers everywhere, a bunch of controllers everywhere, probably some healthy food nowadays. Once upon a time, I'm sure it was, you know, takeaway stuff, but now they'll be made proper meals by proper chefs. And you just play games all day, but seriously, you know, this ain't just messing about. This is being told what to do by a coach and getting better and better. And actually in Rocket League, we tend to see that players and teams that are at boot camps do perform a lot better. Famously, Endpoint, at the start of this season, they won the first regional at a boot camp, lost the second one, not at one, then won the third one at a boot camp as well. So that is my evidence that it does make a huge difference at this level.
Well, there you go, it does. And you know what? Like back in the day, I can just imagine a sea of energy drinks just all over the floor, just littered.
It's water now.
It is water. It's water and it's broccoli, kids. Don't get any thoughts, all right? So, we've made it. It's just about that time. The match is almost upon us. The lower bracket match, best of 5 between Juicers and Luminosity. One of these teams is going to be going home very shortly. So who are you backing, Cole?
Who am I backing? I think that Juicers completely shocked Luminosity, especially with their 3v3 performance yesterday. And they never managed to recover, did Luminosity. And that's credit to Juicers, that they kept just getting better and better throughout. This time, Luminosity will be prepared. But I'm just going to stick with the Juicers magic. They've made it to the top 4 through the open qualifiers as well. A team that nobody backed. Everything that they're doing is already just more than anybody expected. And I think they can take that freedom and run with it. I reckon Juicers are going to take this one. Let's say it'll go to 5.
Is it Dodgeball, the true underdog story? We're about to find out. So it is time to the floor into the dungeon where Johnny and Shogun are patiently waiting, pacing the floor for this brand new lower bracket best of 5. It's Juicers versus Luminosity. Take it away, guys.
It is always up to the team to try and make sure they can step up at the big occasion. And Cole is completely right about one thing. It is all about the water these days. I've certainly got mine, but Luminosity, Johnny, will be very thirsty for revenge.
Definitely, and they're going to need to win this first match. They're going to need to win the second as well. Well, actually, if they win the first one, they're probably going to go straight into 1v1. But they've got to win every game mode that is not 1v1 in this series if they're going to win this. They're currently 0 wins, 4 losses in 1v1 in this week's tournament so far. Meanwhile, you've got Moxie on the other team. So you got to win every game mode that is not ones, and just assume that you're going to lose the 1v1s against this guy. It was definitely an exhibition win for Moxie when he did play against Luminosity last time in ones.
Yeah, and it was maybe a match that Ixo wasn't too thrilled to be a part of. As Moxie asked at the beginning of that game, is he nervous? Proved to everyone that no, certainly not the case. Although Moxie did have a little bit more of a tough time against Exotic later on in the bracket, but still, Exotic's not here right now. Moxie's not got to worry about him. And for the time being, it is Juicers that will look to just re-establish the dominance that they had in the freeze game yesterday. A bit of a sort of shocking dominance that we saw.
Yeah, they were underdogs, definitely, but they really came out hot. They dominated the first game of the series yesterday against Luminosity. In 3v3, they won the 2v2 as well, and then they took the 1v1, which was expected. So Luminosity have to start off well here, and they have to hope that Juicers don't pop off. If Juicers do pop off, they look pretty terrifying in every single game mode. It's not just the multi-carry in the 1v1. They're capable of taking games in anything here.
So Tox trying to get some space for his team to work with. Ixo getting harassed though on his way over to try and give him some support. We'll see whether or not Juicers can just re-establish what they had yesterday, or always when it comes to Rocket League, as Parker does at least get the first stop, not completely away just yet. But especially in freeze, Johnny, it's so difficult to just maintain that level of play day to day, and in freeze it can be even more volatile. As Ixo with a taunt to his far side, can't get the ball over to him. And first real chance we've seen it for Juicers to start hold on to the ball, but instead clatters away, and they're happy to see the woodwork come through to help.
Yeah, very dangerous challenge angle there by Juicers, almost conceding off a 50-50 across the entire pitch. Now, after their initial loss in 3v3 yesterday, Luminosity went on a 5-game winning streak in that game mode between 2 different series. So they have got what it takes to win in threes. Actually, it would have been a 4-game winning streak. My mistake, but still, they are looking good in threes ever since that initial loss against Juicers. And I like what I'm seeing right now from Luminosity. I think if they keep this up, a win is coming.
Now ball bounces back out. Here's Atomic, takes the shot, and Parker instantly shuts that down, gives a breakaway as well for Juicers. Just can control the ball just in time, but still very playable, especially in this position for East this time. Just looking for the block, got a teammate involved. There's the third, and there's very little on the first shot.
Yeah, tough to generate a lot of power from that kind of angle. I think Juicers just decided not to go too crazy with their shooting there, because sometimes hitting the ball hard when you know it's going to be saved or you know it's going to deflect off the post, it's not a good idea. You're just actually passing the ball to the other team. Now Atomic, backboard double, just off target. Here comes follow-up. Ixo jumps the wrong way, had to correct himself by violently air rolling to the right. That was a big opportunity missed for Ixo.
Another bounce Ixo would have liked. Ivo could have potentially gone for the wall play instead. Just has to settle for maintaining the pressure that his team has got. And this has been a much better freeze performance out of Luminosity. Trying to prove that yesterday's match against Juicers was just a blip. Especially when you are in this best of 5. Getting the first game is so crucially important. You get to set the tone for the rest of the series. Juicy with Parker. Gets the wall, does hit the ceiling though, so not going to quite get the clearance that they were after. Minute and 27 left here in the game. Luminosity will be at least relatively happy with what they've seen. Atomic's backflip, not going to cause any real problems for them. Instead, Atomic should see this back yet again. I'm just trying to test. Both teams waiting to see if that mistake's going to come out. We've not really seen anyone take the game by the horns just yet.
Yeah, another near miss there from Luminosity. Oh, accidental
there you go.
backflip. Juicy Ixo couldn't pounce on him. Juicy panicking on the goal line there, but I don't think Luminosity were expecting him to be in such a troublesome position. Did not advance. I think, maybe 2 or 3 half chances going away now for Luminosity. And, I called that they look good for the win. Well, they've got to be taking their chances. They've got to be clinical at some point if they are going to. Juicers haven't had the most inspiring offense so far, but Luminosity have refused so far as well to score with all of their pressure. Now that's better. Ixo top corners a shot, and eventually the pressure proved to be too much for Juicers to handle.
Yeah, Juicy tried to get in. Parker's coming in from a very bad angle, and there's no way he could even jump anyway. He would have got bumped. So there is Luminosity finally establishing their dominance over in the Freeze game. They've just got to keep this up for another 33 seconds. The kickoff, however, maybe a little bit more volatile than they would have expected. I've got away with it. Now they've got to start building up from here. Parker dares Tox to come in for the challenge, and it's a dare that was not taken up. Tox back to the corner. Infield would have been available, but instead everyone's missing it. More crucial time taken off the clock. Atomic to himself. Parker's crashing into his own teammate. It is all over the place right now for Juicers. They do get a couple of demos. Setting up well, looking for the bomb on Atomic, didn't get it, and Atomic, after guiding his way, weaving through the challenges, has secured his team the win.
Yeah, phenomenal backwall defense there from Atomic, swerving a couple of times to dodge the demo, and then eventually ground the ball in the back corner with a double tap, so really good defending. The Juicers lacking that pace, that confidence that they had in their opening 3v3 yesterday, but they've not made that same blunder that they made yesterday in the upper semi-final. They've picked 1v1. So they're going to throw in Moxie and, well, hopefully for them, pick up another win on Juicers in the on Luminosity in the 1v1. Moxie didn't look completely bulletproof versus Exotic as we expected. Exotic really stepping up yesterday for Semper in the 1v1s. And I'm expecting, since Ixo failed so miserably against Moxie yesterday, to see Atomic taking to the field and giving it his best shot.
Yep, and I'm expecting to maybe see less chat being put in there by Luminosity this time around, as we will get into this very shortly. Just going to get Moxie to quickly do a restart, and then we'll be jumping into the 1v1. So what that means now for the rest of the series is that game 3 must be a 2v2. Loser of that one gets to select either 1v1 or 3v3. So effectively, whoever loses the next one, if we need that 4th game, if it is Luminosity, expect them to be picking the 3s. If we do see it for Juicers, you're seeing the 1s. That it's pretty simple at the moment. If 1s is on the board, Luminosity do not want to be seeing Juicers picking it, but they don't have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, this is the only way that you can guarantee 2 1v1s being a part of this best of 5. If you lose game 1 and you really want there to be 2 1v1s in the series, you have to pick it for game 2. You can't pick it for game number 3 like Juicers did yesterday. They made a big mistake, miscalculated the format. Today they've learned their lesson though. They're going to put Moxie in early, try and tie up the series. That will of course lead to 2v2 being the next game, but then they can just pick 1v1 again in game number 4. But at some point they're going to need to win a game that is not 1v1. They can't just fully rely on Moxie here. And it's not a done deal for Moxie either. Just because he is the best 1v1 player in this competition, which he is in the EU closed qualifier, you don't have a 100% win rate. It's less likely for there to be upsets in 1v1. But Atomic does have a very solid 1v1 base, and he's very mechanical, and you can see that he's trying to just keep a hold of that boost, just like we saw Exotic do yesterday. And hey, he's got Moxie off his line and drops it okay in the quick chat. Early goal for Atomic as Moxie makes a mistake.
Yeah, Moxie just going for circles. There's nothing you can do there. It just completely gets himself tied up in a knot. Now here is... Do you want to explain that one?
Yeah, you guys can't see this on the stream, but Moxie's just written in chat, I understand why Ixo is not playing. He's trying to get some internal trash talk between Ixo and Atomic here, get the teammates to start arguing between each other, but I don't think it's going to work. I think Ixo will be quite happy for Atomic to succeed.
Oh,
here.
it's just going back and forth here. We're going to have to give maybe bonus scores for best banter within this lobby. We'll keep you up to date with everything that we can keep you up to date within here. So far, it has been pretty somewhat clean between the both of them. As Atomic comes out very well, offering a very different look to what we got from yesterday from Ixo. That's a little bit far too dead on. Does look for the bump, does get it as well. Morksy on the recovery is back just in time. And that shot really letting down Atomic. And Morksy telling him, go for it. He'll do better next time.
Quick check, go for it there from Moxie. He's really getting underneath Atomic's skin here. That's, you know, an aspect that we see in 1v1.
Oh no.
A lot more than in other game
lads.
modes. Even historically, the trash talking ones, it is just so prevalent as both players are calling each other sad and cringe now, which is wonderful. I mean, I'm loving this.
We're about to get a ratio any moment now.
Sad plus cringe plus ratio. Atomic versus Moxie here.
How long it's... All right, I want a timer prediction from you here. What is the time on the clock that Moxie tells Atomic that he fell off?
I don't know if we're going to see fell off. Atomic actually equalized here. I'm liking his chances in the matchup. I have no idea where the quick chat's headed, but what I will say as far as the matchup, I think this could be a very close one. It's been close for the first almost 2 minutes, but I think playstyle-wise, Atomic has much better chance here than Ixo did yesterday against Moxie, because he's just playing a very, very safe strategies, prioritizing boost management. You can see here he's pathing over those small pads, keeping up the ball pressure. Moxie does get it past him though. Very nice outplay there after grabbing the 100 boost post kickoff. Atomic is a fast player, he's a mechanical player, he's a smart player. He's got a bit of one's history, at least in terms of practicing the game mode. So this is not an entirely alien concept to him, even though Moxie is far more active and right now a far higher rated player. I like what I'm seeing from Atomic overall, but kickoffs like the yesterday going extremely well for Moxie. He's got such a deep repertoire to dive into. It's really helping him control these matches.
Yeah, it's part of me that's sort of hoping Atomic did take a quick look towards what Exotic was doing yesterday. A couple of those delayed kickoffs as Moxie not able to catch Atomic out with that particular play. Another chance, cuts infield, heard Atomic moving forward. Good fake challenge as well, just to get the play moving on. Last thing you want is to be stuck on your goal line against Moxie, taking shot after shot, stealing your boost. Booming, clear, not on target. And Moxie just leaves, had a look behind him, realized there was no pressure.
Yeah, that's phenomenal awareness by Moxie. A lot of players would have panicked in that position and jumped early at that ball, but he just stood his ground. He knew he had time, knew Atomic wasn't diving in for a demo. He did go for one there. Atomic getting a bit of a bump on the back of Moxie, but no demo, nothing too deadly. It's difficult to bump someone when they're on that corner wall, just repeatedly landing every time that you nudge them. Moxie is just playing a very, very safe possession-focused game at the moment. He is trying to chip away at Atomic's defense. He's trying to wear him down, waiting for a mistake. So far, Atomic hasn't made one.
Yeah, we've seen Moxie go for this a few times over the past few days. He's the one stuck in defense, and it's the good old-fashioned double jump in the net.
Yeah, Atomic, he messed up the first touch here, but he had a second chance at it, took control, and just barely popped it over
It's worked
Moxie,
for 10 years, that has.
Yeah, just a simple double jump pop. I mean, the reason the double jump pop can sometimes fall apart is because you're putting your car where the ball was. So just as we saw there, you do get bumped a lot when you double jump pop the ball over an incoming challenge. But that's not a problem when you're trying to score with the double jump pop. Very rare to see it working. I think Moxie was worried about diving in too high. He was probably worried about the low 50-50 there. That's why he didn't pre-jump over the top of the ball.
Quick banter update, by the way. Atomic telling him after the previous goal, bro, too slow. So they're committed to this.
That is, you know, fair enough. I think he's proven that he is a threat here for Moxie. Moxie trying to just really wait for the mistake here instead of forcing one. Atomic's awareness has been unreal. Moxie flicks in the 4-3, drops a question mark in chat, and
oh no,
he's got it all to do again.
Atomic, there's been a lot of Z's been thrown into this chat by Atomic. You might think he's Nolly. sleeping on Guild like he was last weekend. So we now get Moxie towards the back. We've got a lot of updates to come for after this, but for the time being, Moxie went right down the middle. Has to fake out the first touch. The second flick. Atomic's going to get there just in time. Pushed it onto the post, and now looks for the car. Didn't get the demo. He's caught him from a bad angle, and now he's the one under pressure. Bump, Moxie, he's gone. Now to make it 4 at Atomic. Well, it was certainly work, but he has got a hold of it.
What a bump by Atomic. He actually dodged Moxie trying to bump him. Little brake check in the corner, and then clattered him out of the goal to leave it wide open. 40 seconds to go. And if Atomic can win this, he is putting Luminosity in a massively winning position. Taking down the one's main from Juicers would be incredible. It would be the perfect revenge story after Juicers swept him yesterday, but that's not the play. Atomic goes all in on a straight line mid-air 50-50, and he's not goal side either. Really not a lot to write home about on that play.
Even Snasky's in here saying this is top-notch content and we should show. Look, we're trying our best here, Snasky. Moxie certainly is trying his best. Wants to try and get... Yeah, we're doing the best job we possibly can. There's once it's got a lot going on typically, when you add in a Twitch into a quick chat as well, suddenly becomes an awful lot more work. But the main thing we've got to focus on for now is the final 15 seconds. Atomic needs to get this ball back. Moxie aware of it, not going to go all in for this play. Realizes that losing it would have meant Atomic gets a free goal. Oh, these touches not great, and he just had to go for the maybe play. Moxie having none of it. He just has to get the ball to the floor.
Yeah, he's got a flip reset as well. Uses it to fake out Atomic. Really great game there from Atomic. He, kept it close, kept it competitive. But a big mistake at the end there at 4-4, where he just went completely all in on a mid-air 50-50. From the outside edge of the ball. If you're going to do that, you need to be between the ball and your goal, which is a strange concept when you're attacking in Rocket League. It's difficult to remind your brain, hey, this is 1v1. Just because we're right up next to the opposing team's goal doesn't mean that we need to forget about defense. I still have to be worried about the counterattack from any position. And yeah, unfortunately for Atomic, he did not think too much about that. He was just going for the big win in the position, and he took a big loss.
I think as well, Luminosity are trying to bait Juicers into changing their twos roster.
I believe so, yeah.
They really want Moxie in this twos game.
Yeah, there's a lot of trash talk as well. A lot of trash talk between these teams. The Luminosity guys are trying to convince Moxie, or trying to convince Juicers to bring Moxie in for one of the other games to show that he's really got it in more than 1v1, which I think would be a terrible mistake. If Juicers fall for that trap, then they're pretty much admitting that
they might have seen Juicers not pick ones yesterday and think, all right, we can do this. We can bait them in.
Yeah. They can't fall for that. They can't accept defeat, and they're not going to. It's going to be Juicy and Faris in the 2v2 up against Atomic and Tox. Now, 2v2 has been a pretty even matchup for both of these teams. The most winning matchup for Luminosity this event has been 3v3. The most losing matchup for them has been 1v1, 2v2, somewhere in the middle. So this is, I think, the difference maker, the most important matchup in the entire series. Whoever wins this is favorite to take it.
And for maybe one final update, because I doubt we're going to see too much in this game, Tox and Faris trying to change the tone entirely and just tell each other, have fun. Oh, an Atomic had plenty of it trying to find that save.
Atomic got to be the star player here for 2v2, in my opinion. He's a monster, but they're up against it early. Faris with the pressure play, flew in front of the ball, made it as awkward as possible for Atomic to get a clearing touch on this. Good bump as well. Juicy with the easiest goal of the day.
Yep, and very quick format update for you all. Whoever loses this gets to select either 3s or 1s in the next game. If you want it even simpler than that, if Luminosity wins, we're playing 1s.
Yeah.
Juicers win, we're playing 3s.
I love that it's that easy between these two teams. They just know. And you can't be cheeky with it. There's no point. Juicy making it 2. Tox won't be too happy with that one. He thought he had control here with the fake, but Juicy just turned on him. He called the bluff. Tox trying to, force Juicy to back up here, saying, I'm going to hit this, But Juicy knew he's not going to hit it. He just goes for the ball. A little bit of a ball chase, but a successful one.
It's the second time that it's just sort of collapsed in the final third over for Luminosity. Big opportunity here. Juicers did win this one as well yesterday. And again, somewhat convincingly. All three of the game modes were very dominant. Pass, Faris doesn't get to it. Tox has got no real angle to work with. Just tries to keep the play alive. Juicy's booming clear to the other side of the field. Does get a block as well. Still play that in 3s. You'd be very happy just to be retaining the possession in 2s. Faris has still got a lot of work to do. Atomic on the breakaway, yet Juicy realized the danger, had to get over to it nice and quick. Also look for Tox's car, and just barely missing.
Yeah, that was not the that wasn't the example of a good recovery there from Faris. He was completely all in, and again, actually, he's totally out of the game here, relying on Juicy to 1v2 defend. Juicy has 1v2 defended twice in a row now, with no help at all from his teammates. So Faris has really got to step it up here. There it is, free jump save at the near post. Great work. It's all about activity here. You know, you're not going to play a consistent 2v2 game if you keep taking yourself out of the game to do essentially nothing, just to concede possession.
Every time we get into those dead ball scenarios, it has been Juicers that are coming out the better. Atomic taking his time. Does have Tox in the midfield. Realized, though, that the pressure was on him far too quick. And Juicy has been exceptionally fast at just cutting out the plays.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed. It's not been pretty. He doesn't go for the outplay. It's just, I'm here first. The good old Rocket League classic. I'm quicker than you, and that means I get to score.
Yeah, Faris does get an outplay here, though. Atomic thought that he could beat him to it, but Faris had other ideas. A little pass to himself off the sidewall, and an open net to follow up. Much better there from Faris, just keeping his boost under control and making good decisions of when to make a big play on the ball. But like you mentioned, Juicy's really been the guy who's controlling this lobby. He's shutting down every single attacking play that Toxic tried to make. That was a stunning reset. A little bit of a side flip after the landing.
Very rarely we even get to see a side flip reset. It's typically always the forward flip, and now Faris, just after being demoed, gets a second, and somehow that has not gone in. You're not going to want to see that again, but we probably will.
I've got to think that there is a bit of a smoke screen there to stop Atomic from seeing exactly where the ball was. I mean, for his sake, I hope there was a smoke screen, but that looked pretty open to me, and it looked like he had a lot of time on the ball. Maybe he didn't expect the demo to land, but man, that was a bad miss. There's no real reason to hit the post, regardless of whether or not the demo's happening.
And you know, if we do get the ones game again, Mux is going to let him know, hey, do you remember time you missed the open net? So, maybe Atomic needs to mentally prepare himself for that trash talk. But it has been very calm, actually. No Twitch chat, or I keep saying Twitch chat. Quick chat as Juicy. Bye, Juicy. You might land sometime in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, what sneaky demo there by Atomic. He forced Faris to play the ball over him, and Juicy ran up on the back wall to try and dodge the demo, and that actually just made it worse, as if you're bumped off the back wall, you're going to go absolutely flying, as we saw there. 1 goal now for Luminosity. Still a good chance to take this. 2 goals into his... Oh, the hard read!
Oh, no!
Wow! What a play! Coming out of Juicy, he noticed the fake kickoff, paused, chipped it over the last man, and scores as well. But that was just a hard read by Juicy to predict Tox.
That was amazing. That's one of those plays that was so big brain, but it looked so small brain at the time. Juicy has just had an exceptional 2s game for himself. The only time he was stopped was when he was sent to Mars. Now reset. Potential extra reset. No, didn't get the second one. A minute left. We did get one quick chat actually out of that one, and it was Atomic asking, did somebody tell him that that was going to happen?
Yeah, it was just a great read. I think it makes sense that Juicy would predict that, though, because it's been a bit of a quiet game in offense for Luminosity. They've struggled to get the ball past Juicy in the midfield, struggled to get the ball past Juicers as well, but Juicy in particular has been particularly impressive in this game. And when you're not creating many chances like that, it's very tempting to go for a kickoff strategy, which will often just yield an immediate kickoff goal. So they went for the fake kickoff combined with the demo on the second man. Juicy just predicts that, drives into the ball, and even if it isn't what they're expecting, they've got a backup player to try and recover, get into position. Oh, that's a good shot by Tox, but Juicy's even got that covered. Unreal. And they're going to be taking this one down. That means we're going to see 3v3 for game number 4. It also means we're going to see 1v1 for game number 5.
Yeah, now it is really up against Luminosity. This was a must-win for them. And now the series feels like it's out of their hands. They would need a huge 1v1 win later on in the series. But first, before then, they have got to take a freeze game. It's just going off. Obviously freeze. They have confirmed freeze.
Yeah. I just love that you mentioned that during this game, both teams were pretty cordial. They weren't really arguing too much. No quick chat, no text chat. But as soon as the game ended there, Atomic says that they can't wait for the LAN, that they're going to destroy them on LAN. So, yeah, you guys can have the online, but we're taking you down on LAN.
I think Ixo's just made a really good point here. He's just enjoying watching. It was the same yesterday. He didn't say anything, yet he was the one that had to put up with it in the ones game where, you know, Moxie, somewhat upset, annihilated him over in that ones game. And yeah, I just want to reiterate, Ixo's just sat here, just the fires burning around him, thinking, oh no, I'm just gonna do my best here, lads.
I think Moxie he's really nailed the trash talk from every instance I've seen him do it. He really finds the sweet spot where it doesn't seem to affect his gameplay at all, and he doesn't fall for any of the tricks or walk into any of the traps that his opponents are setting him up for. You know, they're calling him out saying, hey, play the 2s, play the 3s. They've not done that. They're saying, no, I'm the 1v1 guy. I'm going to beat you in 1v1, and then my team is going to do the 2v2 and the 3v3. So Luminosity would have really benefited, I think, from a random late addition of Moxie to one of the other game modes. But he's not done that. They've not walked into that. They've just stuck to their guns, and they look like the favorites to win this one, even though they've just double committed off the sidewall onto an air dribble. Oh dear. That's a big miss in the back corner there from Juicy, our star player in 2s. And it does just lead to an easy goal there for Luminosity. Now, we keep talking about this as a game that Luminosity are expected to win, but that's mostly based on their record after playing Juicers yesterday. They actually lost the 3v3 to Juicers in the opening match of yesterday's event in the upper quarterfinal. Since then, they went undefeated. They're 5 straight wins in 3s since then in 3 different series. The 1v1 has been 5 straight defeats. So hopefully they can turn that one around. I do expect to see Atomic in the 1v1, even though he has already lost in this series to Moxie. It was a close enough game that I would expect to see him running it back, especially with so much trash talk occurring. But yesterday they were switching between Atomic and Ixo. They were switching between the 2 players. Neither player able to get a win in any of the 3 series for 1v1s took place. That's continued, of course, today. They've lost all 6 1v1s that they've played in this tournament. Well, I think it's actually 5, I'm not sure. Yeah, it must be 5 by now. But yeah, as you guys have guessed, we have lost Shogun. Hopefully we can get him back in a bit. It would be... Right, chat, spam ones if you can hear Shogun. I hope you can. Hope you can hear him. He's tried to say something to you all. I don't see any ones. I think it might just be me. Yeah, a lot of 2s. That's gutting for you guys in chat, because Shogun is dropping knowledge as usual. He's always such a joy to listen to on the microphone, but I can hear him. You can. If he's got anything really important to say, I'll be sure to pass it on. Right, Shogun's told me to inform you guys that he is livid that you can't hear him. He loves being heard. He's a bit of an attention seeker. He does love to be listened to as well. But unfortunately, he's going to need to wait, or at least overload me with knowledge.
You hear me now? Chat! I miss you.
If at any point, chat, you can't hear Shogun, just start spamming ones. I'll keep an eye on it.
I'm just going to...
have a blunder there.
There's a lot of... Hi! I'm back!
Hey!
Okay, this... Wow. We should have played this off a different way, where I just kept doing the commentary and you just had to say it for me.
That would be difficult.
That would be difficult, but I believe in you.
I need to do your accent too, or just work?
No, because I feel like I get insulted by that. We've still got... Oh, wait a minute. Well, I'm happy to be back in time for that goal.
Yeah, speaking of awkward 50-50s, That's not the one. Atomic with 2 now as he tries to take a challenge and just deflects the ball into his own net. Just a couple of Atomic misplays here. You know, if somebody's come off worse from the trash talk that's been happening so far in this series, I think it might be Atomic. He's not looking too consistent right now.
I don't know, man. I think I'm the one that at least just took the entire brunt of that one. Of all the trash talk that's been going down, I'm the one that didn't get a talk.
Yeah, you just got to trash.
That's it. I got put in the bin.
Put in the bin. Shogun's microphone in the bin. Luckily, he's back. We didn't lose him for 40 minutes like we did the other day. This is great stuff for Juicers. Remember, it's a best of 5, so they only need to win this and prove that they can beat Luminosity in every single game mode, just as they did in the upper bracket. They haven't relied on 1v1 completely. They've looked competitive in everything.
Certainly so. Reminder as well, this is the lower bracket, so whoever loses this is out of the tournament. As Parker just didn't drop down in time for the Doomsy Dish. Juicy wants to try and find that third for a difficult angle, but he's made it work. 3-1, booming shot by Faris.
And Juicy with a lovely setup. Ixo had no boost on the back wall, so he couldn't get to this even if he wanted to. Faris placed it right past him. But Luminosity look like they're kind of in a chaos mode at the back here. No organization. The formation looking very easy to break down for Juicers, who, by the way, are the only team to beat Luminosity in 3v3 this weekend. Luminosity beat Solary twice in 3s. They beat Navi twice in 3s. But meanwhile, it's Juicers who are giving them the biggest run for their money.
Yeah, and that's quite the confidence booster for yourself, especially when you do have an RLCS regional left to qualify for. Getting some wins over in a tournament like this will certainly set you up well. Tox against Faris. Well, Tox is not going to necessarily lose against a shot like that. Straight at him. Now Ixo on the counter attack. Oh, what a flick! Atomic faked it!
Wow.
What a goal, Luminosity!
Unreal assist here from Ixo to cushion the ball like this with a reset.
Oh my
kind of
goodness.
Flipped in front of it to slow it down. A little back pass somewhat. And Atomic mind games to finish as well. Waited for Parker's free jump. Placed it behind him. Luminosity need another one in a minute to keep this going, but right now, they're still in it.
Now for the corner, just over a minute left here. Parker moves on in after getting bumped. Didn't have the full control of his car. Faris takes time. That's off the wall. Huge opportunity. And Parker will re-establish the 2-goal leads.
Oh dear, what a mess from Luminosity. Atomic turning instead of challenging here, just completely confusing his goalkeeper behind him. And then the double commit comes through. Tox thinking, well, Atomic, are you going for that? Are you covering the net? I'm not really sure what you're doing. And Atomic actually just drove in a circle, then went back into the corner. Just a real disaster at the near post there from Luminosity. And credit to Juicers, they've punished all of these mistakes. They're just dissecting the defense, even if it has looked like, way off peak Luminosity. Juicers, they look like the real deal this weekend.
Yes, especially with that ever-present threat in that 1v1 game. But they've proven themselves not to just be reliant on Moxie and the Ones. Exceptional performances throughout the entire week. Now Tox looks to try and get rid. There's still a little bit of time on the clock. But Luminosity have no way out their own side of the field, forced to finally boom it. Go for the shot, and that almost caught the defense out. Do recover it just in time, but both players were off the line. But Tox's final chance will not go in. And that is job done for the Juicers. Score an own goal. Needs to send it off.
Oh, Atomic just sent them off with enjoy your amazing win. He's furious. He's fuming. And really, his gameplay shows it. I don't think that was anything to write home about from Luminosity. And, Atomic, for all of his trash talk, looks like he might have been the most affected player by it. He really fell off in this series. After a great start, they got the revenge in the 3v3. He was doing well in the 1v1. They just lost in 2s and 3s. And Atomic was playing both games. And, he's put up a lot of numbers in that last game, but a lot of misplays as well. Driving around at the near post, really not sure where he's going. He's scored an own goal in this one, don't forget, also. So, yeah, bad challenges, bad positioning, and maybe needing to go back to the drawing board of the trash talk.
Yep, absolutely so. But it is Juicers moving on, and we'll see more of them later in the tournament. For now, though, it's Banks and Cole.
Well, there you have it. Luminosity came out swinging, but Juicers, they weren't having any of it, Cole. I mean, that was absolutely outstanding from them once again, I have to say.
I think to an extent, Juicers just let Luminosity beat themselves. I mean, Atomic, he's got a bit of a reputation of being sometimes a tad tilty when the moment strikes him. He's had that since his Team Queso days, and it's still there. And I love the fact that he was really trying to get under Morxie's head in the 1v1, but it just seemed to backfire on him, and the 2v2 and 3v3 performances from Luminosity, nowhere near up to standards, but that's not just because they played badly. Juicers made them play badly, and for them, it's all credit to them.
Yeah, I have to say, all credit to Juicers. Your results have placed Luminosity in 4th. They will still get $75,000 to give to their chosen charity, which is absolutely fantastic. The match results on your scoreboard kind of says it all, doesn't it, Cole? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it does. It's a fair scoreline, really. I think the Juicers were the better team pretty much throughout. Yeah, Juicers have just got Luminosity's number. There's not really too much else you can say there, I don't think.
Well, Juicers, after that performance, how do you feel like they're going to fare against these upper bracket teams in their next match?
I think it's going to be difficult because Guild and Semper, the mental game will be stronger than with Luminosity. I can't see them getting under their skin in the same way that they did. They also don't have the advantage of having beaten these two teams earlier. Semper beat them fairly comfortably in their upper semi-finals before. So will it carry over? Maybe. But as I said earlier, for Juicers, this is just beyond expectations already. So maybe that freedom will help them again.
Well, they've already qualified anyway. It's just about how much of donation money they can claim today. Now, coming up, we're going to have the upper bracket final between Guild and Semper, and the loser of that match will go up against Juicers once again in the lower bracket final. They have their spot in the Summer's Land, so that's not what we're talking about here. But the $2 million does await them later in the year, so you've got to keep that in the back of their mind. That could be something that could shift some performances, possibly, but each win will guarantee a larger donation today in the EU region. So you're not just competing for yourself, let's just say. You're competing for a greater cause, which is absolutely awesome, Cole, isn't it? Now, we're going to be right back after this quick break for your upper bracket final. See you shortly.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I am joined by Cole in the studio, who is ready and raring to go for more 1s and 2s action. Am I right?
You are right. And 3s action as well. It's not just 1s and 2s. They're great. That's what everybody's talking about. But good old-fashioned 3s is how every series is starting. And between Guild and Semper, we'll have some very, very high-level 3s now.
Ooh, like you've just mentioned, we have two orgs ready to face off against each other. So how do Guild and Semper typically fare against each other, Cole?
Well, Guild are on a bit of an up-and-up at the moment in the general 3v3 world. They spent a little while in the wilderness, unable to qualify for RLCS events, as Dorito and CRR just got used to their old man Devo, their third player. But now they're regulars, and they're doing better and better in these events, getting further and further as well. Semper have started really well. They're sort of... Occasionally, they look like they could be a little bit passive, but they have a player called Exotic, who we have seen do some great work in 1v1s, and here's their Chaos Factor. He'll be the one that will bring the attack to Guild and really try and break them down.
Ooh, let's just see if we can have a rematch between Exotic and Morksy, but I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? This is the bracket as it stands. It's going to be coming up on your screen very shortly, but coming up, obviously, like we've said, Guild versus Semper. Look at those two groovy little logos. But the lower bracket final will be later on. This is the upper bracket final, so the people who are yet to lose a match, which we're very excited about. So this is the shortest route possible all the way through to the grand final. All it takes is 3 wins, Cole.
Yeah, but Guild Esports didn't take the shortest route here. They had to reverse sweep Wolves Esports back in the upper quarterfinals, but then really turned it on its head. The solid performance against Solary, that 3-1 victory, is what's let them be here. And as for Semper, 3-1 versus Na'Vi, Luis P losing to Exotic in the 1v1. Huge result for Semper there. And then the 3-0 versus Juicers, a team that we've already seen today can be incredibly dangerous. So Semper really seem to just get this crew battles format.
Yeah, Juicers waiting patiently for whoever loses this matchup to go against them in the lower bracket final, and they are pacing the arena, just waiting to get their hands on them. But before any of that happens, we need to check in with one of our teams about how they felt going into Gamers Without Borders. It's Semper Esports.
I describe our team playstyle as really aggressive and defensive at the same time. Sometimes we like to stay on defense and play on counter-attack, let the enemy get some space, and then quickly counter-attacking and surprising them. And sometimes we'll be really aggressive. We are one of the teams that put the pressure the most, and I think it's quite different from the other team to have those two different sides.
It's pretty easy, it's to win, of course. At least we want to do, as for me, particularly, it's finals maybe out of 4, but we actually want to win, so it's not more easy than that.
I think it is important to support charity for us and for all esports players, since we are looked up as a player and we need to show a great values, and we need to show what we stand for and what is right and what is not right. And charity is the best way to implement sport and charity, and then to reunite everyone, in my opinion. So yeah, I think it is quite important for everyone to be involved in those kind of events.
Don't you love how Shazette45 was asked, you know, so, like, what's your goal for this tournament? And he's just like, win.
He always is like win. He's been around the block for many, many years as Chaussette, and he's somebody that's been written off plenty of times, but always seems to find a way to upgrade his mechanics, to figure out the new game style, to keep up with these young up-and-comers that always seem to be on the cusp of replacing him, a true competitor.
Yeah, it really is absolutely incredible how they managed to keep up the skill, and that there is no ceiling for skill in Rocket League. It just constantly evolves and adapts. And you know what? I feel like I want to hear a little bit more from them, if I'm being totally honest. Now, we know that team synergy is a huge part of Rocket League, okay? So how well do you think the team really knows each other? Well, let's find out. It's Semper once again.
Chaussette's favorite topping pizza should probably be maybe beef or something, like some kind of meat, maybe pepperoni, or I don't know, maybe mushroom. I've actually like no clue. I can't even think of toppings on my end right now. But I'd say some kind of beef or like meat. That's it.
Yeah, meat and pepperoni, but not mushroom at all. Yeah, Cassio can play music instrument because he already played violin and he want to play piano. So yeah, he can.
I like he does for like 9 out of 10 because technically I can't really play instrument. I did it, but I'm really bad, so I wouldn't say I'm able to play it. If I had to describe Chaussette in only 3 words, I would describe him as a kind person, a rich person, and an ambitious one.
Whoa, what the fuck are you saying? I'm not rich at all.
There is a private joke.
I'm not okay with that. I'm not rich at all. He's more rich than me, bro.
So Cole, before you ask me what my favourite pizza toppings are, I would like to ask you to describe me in 3 words.
Ooh, okay. You are fashionable.
For the length of time you've known me.
You are cool, and you are someone I've not met in real life. There you go. That's one, but that's all like hyphenated.
And my favourite pizza toppings are
What's your
ham and
favourite pizza
mushroom.
topping?
I like the mushrooms.
Oh, well,
He's boying off
Chaussette's gonna...
mushrooms.
Yeah, he's boying... I've never heard that term before, but Chaussette was definitely boying them off. Also, what I'd say as well is I can guarantee you that Cassio is not rubbish at violin. I bet you he's amazing. The boy is just too modest at everything he does.
But he's very eloquent. I like the way he says that. Did you play any instruments? Yeah, the violin and the piano.
Exactly.
Not like guitar. I don't smash things like the drums. I love that. That's great. So I
smash a
imagine
violin.
this one, we have already kind of touched base a little bit on Semper and Guild and stuff, but I imagine you are probably leaning towards Guild. Am I right?
Yeah, I think so. I just think they've got slightly better mechanics than Semper. If it was a 3v3 series, then Semper would be able to show some better tactics and figure out guilds who went along. But in this sort of format where it comes down to just exploding into the scene, exploding into the match every single time, this is where the youth of Guild could help them. So I'd say they'd shade it maybe 3-1 for Guild for me.
Ooh, we did say that same kind of thing about Juicers. They were on a tear and then Semper just 3-0'd them. So who knows? I'll leave it up to Shogun and Johnny to take us through it because they have deeper insights. They know what they're talking about. This is our first best of 7. Let's move into the dungeon. Let's go see Johnny and Shogun as they are patiently waiting. Let's bring the energy, boys.
Thank you very much there, Banks, and we are ready for our first best of 7 of the day. The crew battles still continue, but we do have Guild against Semper. Johnny, we heard Cole's kind of leaning towards Guild. How do you feel about that prediction?
I think it's a dangerous prediction, to be honest. This is a tough one. It's a really, really tough one to predict. But one thing that I will say is that Exotic has looked like the real deal this couple of days in 1v1. And when it comes to 2v2, I think he'd probably, for me, be the top 2v2 player in this lobby. Either Exotic or Dorito. They're the 2 players. Exotic from Semper. And,
I thought you were going for a second because Marky's in here. I see Marky in the lobby, so surely he's automatically the first.
Well, would Marky beat any of these guys in 2s? I don't think so. Well, no. I'm looking across.
Every day.
They're all pretty good. They're all pretty good in 2v2, so we couldn't throw that shade at them. But I think that the really big game in this one is going to be the 3v3. If somebody can come out and just dominate the 3v3 right out the gate, then that'll put a ton of pressure on the other team. Because when it comes to 2v2, you've got CRR Doritos, a really scary duo. An Exotic and Chaussette were extremely solid yesterday as well. I think, in terms of like evidence that we've seen in day 1, every matchup looks very even, actually. It's amazing that after a whole day of play, we can say with confidence that both teams are just exceptional at all 3 game modes. But, Guild had more of a struggle yesterday. They lost 3v3 and 2v2 to Wolves. Then they reverse swept them by winning every game mode back to back to back. And versus Solary, they lost the 3v3 there as well before, again, winning every game mode back to back to back. So they've started off slow, whereas Semper have had a lot more just immediately at the start of every series.
So, if we get ourselves ready to get into our threes game, which we will do momentarily, Quick reminder as well as to how this works. We will start off with a 3v3, and then up next, whoever loses gets to select either 2s or 1s, and then the third game, we got whatever's left over. We'll start with that for the time being. We'll slowly start adding to it as we get through to the middle parts of this series, but it is all about being as well-rounded as you possibly can be. And that 1v1, mate, I cannot wait for it. It's going to be so entertaining, and I want to see if Exotic has managed to maintain his momentum, because he came in yesterday as the underdog against Moxie, and he was brilliant. Amazing gameplay over there from him. But for the time being, the focus is over on 3s, somewhere where Exotic is still just as deadly.
And in 3s, they're currently undefeated. Semper took down Navi in 3v3 just once. That was the only time that they needed to play it. And then they beat Juicers in 3v3 as well. Now, they didn't dominate either of those games. One was an overtime win, one was a 1-0 victory. But Semper so far have not lost a 3v3. Meanwhile, Guild, they've won 2, lost 2. So they've lost the opening 3v3 in both the series they've played, and then they've come back later on in the series and taken the revenge win. So if I had to pick a favorite just for this one matchup, I mean, you've got to go Semper based on the stats. I think both teams probably ranked pretty closely right now in Europe in terms of 3v3 prowess, but that's a good start for CRR, rattling the post, or rattling the crossbar rather, with a big dunk right after the kickoff.
Yeah, you get the feeling that CRR could be one of the most important players in this lobby to just get up and rolling, especially when he might be playing as many games as it looks likely he will be. Exotic now also over on the wall. Is beat to it by Dorito. Good clear though, but Exotic still the target man downfield and couldn't quite slice across it with the car the way he would like to, but Semper is starting out very well here. Might actually get one more shot with this, but the infield pass, Exotic didn't really have much interest in following.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of CRR, like you mentioned, and Exotic as well. It could just be those two battling it out every single game, as we saw Exotic playing in every game yesterday for Semper in every single game mode, and we saw CRR doing the same thing for Guild. As CRR Dorito, the Spanish duo in 2v2, and a full French roster means, well, any duo would be the French duo for Semper, but expected to be Exotic and Chaussette as they went every single game mode in 2s for their team yesterday. This is a great start, actually, for Guild. I wasn't expecting this kind of tempo after the slow starts that they had yesterday.
They actually have a chance to hit the shot. Chaussette just holding back a little bit, trying to bait it in, and it's Dorito. First one to the loose ball. And we got Guild starting out once again very strongly. We've got the 1-0 lead.
Good stuff. This is huge for Guild. You mentioned it's all about momentum in a matchup where 2 players are going to be heavily relied upon. We saw how much of a difference the earlier losses in a series made to Atomic and Luminosity, who had to play every single game for his team. Started off brilliantly and really fell off towards the end there as he lost control. That's a phenomenal back pass, actually, by Dorito there, intercepting what would have been a ceiling shot. It would have been a lot harder to save coming their way, but actually kind of ceiling shot the ball towards his own goal to make it easier for his teammates.
Yeah, Dorito, one of those players that has not been a flash in the pan, started to really emerge during the last season of RLCS. Has just gone from strength to strength since then. Looks to be very comfortable, and his team for the time being will be comfortable in offense. Exotic almost got dunked on. I like the approach angle there from CRR, realizing that Exotic wasn't going behind the ball. Instead tried to loop back around and made sure that he responded in kind. And Chaussette can follow, looks at the backboard setup, and 2 players were around. Devo starting to set some sort of tempo towards the defensive side. Both teams looking reasonably good so far, no glaring issues, but the pass to Dorito, no one can get there. Dorito's got the brace.
And Guild are looking good, not just for the next 2 minutes, but also the 5 minutes afterwards. If CRR and Dorito can keep that synergy up. Perfect pass. Dorito leaving nothing to be desired when it comes to the shot as well. That is going to be a really, really difficult combination to stop for the currently undefeated 2v2 roster of Exotic and Chaussette. I think their biggest challenge will come later on in this series when they face CRR and Dorito. Dorito, who actually at some point at the end of last season had rank 1 and a 2500 MMR in 2v2, which is unbelievable for the rank 2's ladder.
to get the drop down pass. Good control by Cassio. Wow. Cassio said he can't play musical instruments. Well, he's just played Guild like a fiddle.
What beauty as well. Dorito completely left out to dry there with Cassio's mind game. And that first touch making Guild look a bit silly as well. They're right back in it. Semper, this little starter today, unlike yesterday. Can they fight back one more? Chaussette actually just reversing back into position there, unconventional, but he's managed to end up in a decent position to follow up on the play. Now Exhaust getting field, double tap being aimed for, but he doesn't make contact on the second ball.
They do have the option. Exotic move quickly, but Dorito, what interception. Jump just at the point of contact. A very high-level game of threes that we've been able to enjoy. We've got a minute and a half left here as Exotic looks for the infield off the wall bounce. Pretty easy for Guild to deal with. Dorito back up. Wants the hat trick. Not going to get off that shot, but Devo almost there just in time. The time being, though, it's not Guild that need the goal. They're in a lovely position, though. They have got all the mechanics to try and hold on to that midfield, although Devo found himself a little bit too far forwards. A couple of demos as well, and suddenly there's a swarm of blue cars, but CRR far too quick with the interception.
With a minute to go, I'm liking the rotation out of Guild. They look organized.
Nice.
They look like they, might be playing this one with the let's not lose another goal mentality. That one goal from Cassio kind of scared them a little bit. They've let the foot off the pedal in offense, but they're controlling the play brilliantly. They might not be creating terrifying chances. Even this kind of thing is not something that Semper should struggle with. It's a routine save for Exotic, but they look like a bit of a mess in the counter-attack here. Boost has been difficult to come by for Semper, and it's showing.
Especially if you are a team that needs the goal, you would much rather see the opposing team take shots at you. You can take control of that pretty well. You can keep the pace of the ball going, but when it's an air dribble and you just have to take the challenge on your goal line, it's so hard to just recover the ball. Oh, what a dunk! Exotic! He's going to want to show us some more of those later on, but for now, it's enough to get his team back in the game.
Oh, CRR decided to go at this one in reverse. That's such a difficult ball to, hit with confidence. Definitely not where he wanted to be. He would rather turn, face the play there, deflect the ball into the corner, but in reverse, he's just walked right into a monster dunk. Semper tied the game late on into it. Dorito, the mind game center ball, doesn't go past Chaussette though, and Chaussette launches a third goal into the Guild net.
And the game has been sniped away from Guild.
What a pass.
Brilliant pass to Chaussette, who couldn't have hit it any cleaner. Just skimmed the defender's car, but not enough. 3 seconds left. Semper now have got the lead.
And it was just a beautiful team, full team play there from Semper. Devo not able to keep the ball in the air, not able to get it past the first challenge. A comeback win for Semper in the 3v3. That is huge. Guild, unfortunately for them, continuing their rough run of losing every single game won in this tournament so far, and they've chosen 2v2. CRR doesn't want the 1v1 yet. They want to rely on that Spanish synergy of CRR and Dorito. I don't think Semper are going to be too scared of any matchup, or any game mode, I should say, in this matchup. I think they're going to be ready for all of them.
Do notice as well is that Devo and Cassio have both left the lobby. We've had a couple of mix-ups actually regarding how the non-playing players go around. Some of them like to stay in the lobby and just watch. Others seem pretty content just to jump out, get themselves into free play, and keep themselves warm. I suppose it comes up to the player, although as a coach, you'd probably want your player just out there doing free play.
Yeah, these guys, they want to warm up as they normally do for any game, and usually the minute or two before a game, sometimes 5 minutes for some players who join lobbies early, it involves just smacking the ball about the lobby that we eventually play in before the admins reset it. So they obviously can't do that here. The lobby's being used by other players in a different game mode, so they're probably just doing that in free play, staying warm for when they're later required in the series. But for Devo and for Cassio, that will most likely be in the next 3v3 that is played.
Yeah, they're not up for a while.
Yeah, it could be much later. I mean, we're seeing 2v2 here. That means 1v1 comes next. You could see another 2v2 after that. And then you could actually go back to 1v1. So 3v3 might not be for a while. These guys have got to, keep warm. They've got to keep those mechanics active and be ready for when they are called upon again. If they're called upon again. I mean, who knows? Maybe ones and twos will be the decider for the rest of the series.
The other option that we have seen is to have semi-public arguments in the chat. Says, what a save by Chaussette. Jumped and kept it out of his own side of the field. Somehow I just don't imagine Cassio and Big Devo just having those public arguments.
No, I don't.
Within their personality types.
A big gap there between Chaussette and Exotic, but Dorito doesn't really capitalize on it, just hands the ball off to Exotic, and that wasn't a hard clear that made any sense because Exotic can take full control. He wasn't out of boost or anything. You know, if you're going to hard clear the ball like that, you want to at least force a bad touch out of the opponent, or hey, get it past him. And now CRR lingering downfield. That one worked a lot better for Guild. Dorito had a much more clear idea of where to go with that ball again. Great pass. Handing back the favor after CRR passed in a similar way to him in the threes.
Just taking a look at CRR's positioning, and I'm very impressed at how positive his positioning actually is. Kept his options open, but he was already loitering towards the midfield line, and you're going to need an awful lot of that when you are in a twos game. It is all up to your ability to predict what the upcoming plays are going to be and make sure that you're first one to it, because if you are not anywhere near the follow-up challenges, then your team is always going to be under pressure. CRR with a bit of time now to try and work with this. Takes it up to the wall. He's going to try and go the entire length of the field himself. Doesn't really get the chance for it. Exotic. Little bit of a preview of later on. And now Exotic look for his teammates.
Oh.
Did a lot of the work, and Chaussette had to find the net.
Sneaky Exotic. Realized the ball was going to bounce into a scoreable position. Just drove forward, parked up in front of Dorito. Prevented him from getting into position to save the incoming shot. Now, with a minute into the game, it's a similar kind of situation. Semper fighting back. They are such a consistent team. Guild are going to need to bring their A game to beat them. Dorito definitely did there. Chaussette 1v2. He tries to pre-jump, fails to make contact. That one is a bit too difficult to get back to.
Yeah, for Chaussette, this is all on a reaction. He's going to have to try and trust Exotic first time around. And no, there's no way. Not with 5 boosts. Just can't hook that car back around to keep the ball out of the net. Impressive from both teams. They are not panicking with the positioning and the whenever they get a little bit of time on the ball. We had a few of those games yesterday, Johnny, where it was just, hey, I've got the ball, I'm going to launch it. But for both of these teams, see exactly what we've got here. A bit of space, time to work a play.
Exotic taking his time now to set up the little air dribble, but never going all in. Has the next shot ready with the double tap, and these are real threats from Semper. Guild trying to manage their boosts to the best of their ability. Join 20 on each as Chaussette fails to read the inside of the post bounce. Definitely half a chance there for Semper. Boost still running pretty low for Guild. So both players hit 0 at the same time there. It's rare to see both players be on absolutely nothing. A great bump there from CRR relieves the pressure.
And more importantly as well, Dorito gets a good challenge on the follow-up. Lose that, then Guild have been all over the place. Exotic, nice block. Chaussette chooses to stay back. Chaussette's been a very defensive approach so far. He's been happy to let Exotic do his work, and then, as you see, diving on in to maybe score the open net. Instead, CRR looks for the counter-attack. Half the game gone here, and it is Guild up 2 goals to 1. Chaussette back in. Might actually be able to follow that. Another first touch that's really going to open up options for him, but still has found the angle. Chaussette gave himself a lot of work to do and was happy to do it.
What a shot by Chaussette. Dorito was pathing around the edge of the box there, just picking up small boost pads. Did not realize that Chaussette intended to shoot directly. He was probably expecting Chaussette to roll the ball around the back wall, try and jump off the wall to score it, or maybe just play for the center ball. Chaussette saw the opening, seized it with both hands.
Exotic's got no boost at the moment. He needs Chaussette to help him out. Does currently loiter around with 65. Exotic still with 0. And you can see Chaussette just waiting on the goal line. Good idea to position the player that can at least jump up and move around on the goal line. We have one up into the air. Exotic still. A little bit of boost now to his name. Can get a slight clear, but the midfield very much in control over the side of Guild. Not the best first touch there from CRR. Exotic happy to try and see that away. Dorito keeps the play going. CRR looks for the player, and the shot wasn't on target. Exotic wipes away the danger.
Yeah, ball very close to the Semper goal there, but no danger. We talked a lot about Exotic. talked a lot about the Spanish duo of CRR and Dorito, but how about Chaussette? What a game he's putting in right now. There must be, there's a reason why these guys haven't lost 2v2 this weekend. It's not just Exotic being, I think on average, the highest rated player in twos, but Chaussette having such a great play style for the game mode. Such a safe player, such a consistent player in twos, very counter-attacking focused. CRR and Dorito need to be careful now. Chaussette coming in with a flip because he's come off the ceiling for that challenge. He made it work. Exotic beat CRR to the punch. Faked a jump there. Dorito heard it, had to jump early, but he did well.
Chaussette to me is one of those best possible teammates you could get in twos, where he's not going to take the entire game for himself. He is going to enable you to do what you do at the best that you can possibly do it. See, even the pass over to Exotic couldn't quite get there. And Chaussette will cover. It has been a very, very solid performance, and, well, not really much else you can do now after the demo. Will instead be stuck over in defense. Does jump up, now back down. Exotic's back to help him out. We're all still tied up here at 2 goals each. A big test, and Chaussette made a mistake. Exotic does help. But now a good opportunity. Guild off the whiff, however, might not be able to recover this. Exotic just fainting out the first one. Dares CRR to try and take on the whole team. And CRR says, all right, I'll go ahead and do exactly that.
What a first touch by CRR. Chaussette and Exotic did not think he had it in him to pop the ball at that pace into the roof of their net from that position. CRR just danced underneath the ball, side flips to pop it, and that's exactly what Guild needed. Perfect reaction after losing 3 straight goals in the 3v3. CRR dares to go for the big play in the closing seconds. Makes it stick, but what an even matchup that was. This is it's wonderful to see these two teams going up against each other. If the 1v1 ends up being as close as the 3s and 2s have been, this could be one of our most competitive series we've seen in the entire tournament so far, between this one and as well in North America.
Like, whatever lead I see in the upcoming game, I'm not going to trust. This is yet another one where it has been decided in the final few moments. And if there was ever a time for CRR to be finding his peak, this is it. He is well up for this one, and he's going to need to be ones confirmed to be our next game mode. Whoever loses it will get the selection for game number 4. I want some quick predictions here, Johnny. Not actually on who's going to... Actually, you know what? From that reaction, I'm changing the question. Who's winning this one?
Okay, I'll
the question was going to be who picks what up next, but it's all changed now.
I see. Well, okay, I'll give you both. I think that I'm going to go with CRR because Exotic, he surprised Luis yesterday, surprised Moxie. But I think CRR is probably around about the same level as Luis at the moment. And he doesn't have the pressure on him that Moxie did yesterday because they're coming into this match 1-1. Now, if Semper had just taken the 2v2, I'd probably predict Exotic to win this. But CRR just popped off in the 2s, scored the winning goal. I think he's going to be feeling great going into this game. Already getting an early goal, but that is just a small beginnings. Exotic ball pressure over extension there. Yeah, and as for the other question, I think we're going to see a CRR win and then Semper pick 3v3.
And if Exotic ended up winning, do you still think 3v3 will be picked by Guild, or do you think they'll head back over to 2s?
I think Guild would pick 2s again if Exotic can get the dub here. Oh dear, he's top cornered in his own. That was
savable.
It was definitely savable. He tried to go for a big save here. He wanted to absolutely leather that one off the post and start a counter attack, because with that dodge, he's not just thinking about where he's hitting the ball. He's also trying to land on the back corner boost and immediately get a counter attack going. Of course, any kind of miss hit in that position is going to result in the worst possible scenario for you. See, Exotic now faking a ceiling challenge. CRR also fakes his play, well, not once but twice. It's going to be difficult to fake out Exotic in these kind of positions. He doesn't like to jump into challenges early.
No. Especially when you've got a player like Exotic who does just exert that constant pressure. He's very capable of doing that not only in your side of the field, but even more so in his own side of the field.
How about CRR's defense as well, though? That was a weird little demo dodge, but wow. Quick turn from Exotic. CRR underestimated him there.
Yeah, let's have a look. CRR just wanted for the big win. And Exotic happy to play for the bounce-off block. Had the recovery, had the shot. And that's a little bit of a warning to CRR. You're not just going to get those big wins all the time against Exotic.
The kickoff so far going relatively even. Both players getting a look at it on every single play, even if there is a boost advantage. And speaking of boost advantages, Exotic has a ton left here, but he's had to go extremely high with this aerial. Doesn't get the boost steal either. He'll pick up mid, but that was not the plan A that Exotic was looking for.
Sierra has been incredibly aggressive to start us off. What a flick! Doesn't need a follow. Just dips into the net. Exotic's going to have to be so aware of this because Sierra is everywhere.
Yeah, Sierra is really on his game with the challenge reading of Exotics. Exotic, like I mentioned earlier, is not usually the kind of player who likes to dive into challenges, but even though Exotic tried to surprise CRR with an aggressive challenge there, which is a great thing to do in ones. Oh, good read off the backboard there. Exotic quickly makes it a one-goal game. Even if Exotic is going to just occasionally throw in a diving challenge, CRR clearly ready to react to them. Always need to have the ball in a position where you can quickly flick it to avoid getting dunked on in the back corner especially.
Now Exotic, I'm going to get the ball on this kickoff. As you mentioned, Johnny, still very even between the two. I feel like Exotic's wins have been bigger, but CRR, his positioning is just immaculate. He knows exactly where Exotic's going to put the ball.
Yeah, funnily enough, here he flicked the ball early because he was kind of low-key worried about Exotic reverse challenging. So CRR just flicks the ball nice and early to avoid any chance that Exotic can sneak a challenge in and force a 50-50. And that really just illustrates why early flicks are so powerful. Even if the other player doesn't challenge you, hey, they've still got to deal with an overhead catch, and that's not always easy. CRR, Exotic, big mind game. Exotic convinced CRR that he was getting back to this. CRR just flails in front of him.
Yeah, there's not really much to break down on this one. Just kept himself around. Exotic. Just mind games CRR, and that is enough to get himself back within a single goal. Both these players finding a lot of success from their offense. CRR has the ball. Does he have the shot? No, Exotic back just in time. CRR looking to lock down this boost. This is where Exotic usually does some good work defensively. Needs to stay on top of the ball, but CRR, challenge after challenge, over to the wall. Chance for the outplay, backs down at least for now. Exotic's having none of it. What a flick! Exotic trying to catch him out. Exotic still back in time.
Ridiculous recovery mechanics by Exotic here, but CRR's shooting is causing problems. Even if Exotic is saving shots and recovering, the boost is not looking too good, and eventually CRR goes where Exotic can't follow. And the air dribble dunk, it was always going to be difficult to stop with an in and out save. Exotic actually jumped back down here. I'm not sure what he was expecting CRR to do with that play, but jumping off the crossbar onto the ground, definitely not the play to counter what CRR was doing.
Exotic went for the delayed kickoff this time around. Didn't quite work out for him as CRR wants to go the entire length, and Exotic will stop it this time around. He's got possession of the ball. CRR not going to get behind it. Exotic, though, had to respect the possibility. Tried to go a little bit earlier, but CRR still equal to the play.
Yeah, CRR the more aggressive of the two players with his challenges, and that's not a surprise. The ball slowly bouncing near the goal here. Exotic will get back to it. His recoveries have been immaculate, even though CRR continues to force Exotic into awkward positions repeatedly. Exotic always gets back to the ball. That bump was so unexpected. We see a lot of attempted bumps these days in ones, especially in back corners when you're attacking. That one is very difficult to spot. CRR didn't realize Exotic could reach him.
Yeah, especially with the camera and how it works.
On it.
Ball, and there you are. There's the first kickoff goal, almost within 2 touches of it. Have a look at that. Lovely recovery, and for once, CRR could not maintain the momentum. Just there was a slight drop after he landed.
Yeah, he thought he could beat Exotic to the ball there. Exotic too quick. With just over 2 minutes left, we are all tied up in a game that's been so much about the challenges, trying to read the timing of the challenges in particular. CRR has done so well to the whole game, and he does it again. He just knows. There's something about Exotic's movement that is telling CRR that he's going to be moving in for the ball, because that reaction is immediate. As soon as Exotic fakes the challenge, CRR sets up for the flick, knowing that there's a real challenge coming after it. Not sure exactly how he's reading him so well.
Oh, CRR!
Also delays the dodge, rolls in the 2-goal lead.
back onto the topic as well of those immediate flicks, what I'm noticing from CRR is it seems automatic the moment that the ball is covered or is covering Exotic's name tag. It seems like CRR just goes immediately.
That's so smart as well. I love that. So safe. Exotic has fought back bravely once, trying to do it again. Oh, he's got himself a chance here. CRR is going to save that. Exotic, he's manipulating the play right after kickoffs very well and scored off it just moments ago, but now he has to work a little bit harder for a goal.
Can't find the demo. Exotic avoids it, at least this time round. Plenty of boost, decides to take it onto the floor. CRR, you're in the mind game right now, son, and you can't find your way out of this maze.
Exotic fakes the ceiling shot, he fakes the ground shot, and then flies in front of the ball to take CRR out of the picture. Bumps onto CRR have been very effective late in the game, even though Exotic's first attempt at this, way back at the start of the game, didn't work. He had faith in going back to the strategy, and I can see why. I mean, he's like a homing missile, just finding CRR twice in a row now.
Only one goal separates them. We've had 13 of them. And we haven't even gotten into the final minute just yet. Exotic, this time, reset, hits the crossbar. It is up to the recoveries now. CRR in a good spot. Can at least take over. He's now going to try and just bait Exotic into a bad spot. But Exotic does cover the angles incredibly well. Has lost boost and possession. From the corner, so hard to create something out of this. And Exotic has dealt with it very well. Goes first time shot. CRR delays and just showed us what might have been.
It's a pretty big play there by CRR. By keeping control of that ball, he denied Exotic the immediate follow-up, and even now, he's put himself in a better position. If he was boost-starved in net and Exotic was peppering the net with shots, it'd be very difficult to defend, but at least he's given himself a chance here. 45 boost. Look at the pathing of CRR all the way to the edge of the box, but Exotic's got a flip to work with. CRR somehow blocks it anyway. Phenomenal boost management under pressure from CRR.
It's really impressive here, actually, as CRR with only 22 boosts to his name by the time he actually got to the ball, was happy to still slow play it, take it back to his own corner on the far side of the field. Not wasting his chances, and Exotic back in time, but he's not going to for this one. CRR has got the 2-goal lead, and it's up to Exotic to find something huge on these kickoffs.
Exotic tried to side flip into CRR there. He kind of rolled over the top of him instead, and CRR just had a clear run to the goal, which he would never miss. Now, CRR just needs to get a safe kickoff strategy. If he can get this anywhere except the back of his net in 3 seconds, then we're good for the win. I think that should do. I mean, it's going to take too long for Exotic to score this, so he'll go for it anyway. CRR, not even going to give him that. And just like that, CRR has made it 2-1 in Guild's favor. The hero of that second game in the 2v2 has taken another win for Guild as well in the ones.
And no surprise, really, Semper want to go back to Three's game, where it seems like that might be the only real way of getting some games off Guild at the moment. Maybe nullify. The more you dilute CRR, the more chance you have at the moment. So sticking in another 5 players with him along with them might very well be the way to go with this. But this is a huge win as well now for Guild, because even if Semper can take this, Guild kind of have the lay of the land here for the rest of the game picks.
Yeah, even now though, I think I don't see a strong pick, like an overwhelmingly strong pick for either team. I like what I'm seeing from both teams in every single game mode. This is, I think, the closest matchup in, well, across the board that we've seen in Gamers Without Borders so far, even, you know, including all of the NA teams. There is always one matchup in most of the NA matchups, and indeed in most of the EU matchups where you think, okay, well, that's going to be a big advantage in ones. That's going to be a big advantage in threes. This team's undefeated in threes. This team hasn't won at all in threes. But here, both teams have got good records in every game mode. Both teams look to be extremely competitive in every game mode. And even though Guild have got the edge here, I could just as easily see every game mode going the other way second time around. For me, it's all about momentum here. It's all about the confidence when skill is so close across the board.
Well, a very quick hey guys to Devo and Casio as they re-enter the field for the first time in quite some time, both of them over in free play as their teammates took care of business. And you get the feeling that Devo will be re-entering as the happier of the other two players. Dorito looking to try and keep this going. He's got it to CRR, wins that race. It's up to Dorito to finish it, and couldn't do so.
A difficult shot, certainly, but one that you'd expect him to get a little bit closer. That wasn't even close from Dorito. Hits it high and wide of the net. Open nets, of course, always difficult. Now through the smoke screen, CRR has hit the post. Cassio clears in the follow-up. Notice the defensive passing by Semper. That's how they won the first 3v3 between these two teams. Just a couple of quick defensive passes. These teams, well, you know, funnily enough, Cassio said in the interview pre-match, he considers them an aggressive team and a defensive team at the same time. And I'm going to disagree. I personally see them as a defensive team. I don't see them as an aggressive team. I know what he means. He means that they like to pressure the ball, but I still consider them a defensive team compared to just the average Rocket League 3's pro team at the moment. That's not necessarily a bad thing. They counterpunch very well. Now that's open. And Devo skies it. What is going on? McGill's shooting.
Oh, dearie me. Well, they need to get this back. The momentum has been with Guild coming into this game, but that can go away very quickly if you have a whole team having a bad performance here in the Freeze game. Back to the corner, Dorito, midfield. Guild have still had the better game plan so far, but they have not got anything tangible for it. Shot set, looking for the backboard. Dorito does clear. It's over to CRR once the shot is saved, but he'll be quite happy to say at least that one was on target.
It was very much on target, straight down the middle of the goal. Here's a better chance for CRR. Has the flip, hits the bar. Devo follows up, and this time makes sure of the goal.
I believe that this is referred to as an unmissable angle here as CRR does, oh my goodness, so much work with the setup. Devo just has to be there, and he has done exactly that. 2 minutes down, Guild have got the lead, and they can put all of that just behind them for now. And this is where, when you get that goal, Johnny, the narrative changes a little bit, because now we get to focus more on how dominant Guild have been in terms of possession.
Yeah, just like in their match yesterday in the upper semi, as soon as they got into the game, they just kept on winning. And after winning once in both of the series they've played so far in the closed qualifier, they haven't stopped winning. They've been on a winning streak, and that's continuing here versus Semper. And Semper are really, really struggling with this Guild pressure. The boost is just always seemingly so low for them. It's difficult to make those quick passing plays and threaten hard clears when you don't have enough boost to boom the ball. And yeah, they're I think a bit lifeless actually in the matchup right now. A lot more so than when the two teams played earlier on.
Well, Cassio wanted to describe his team as aggressive. Now's the time to show a bit of that aggression. Shot set. Just barely able to get there before Devo. Dorito now. I don't like to have gone the entire way, but a clash with Cassio means that that will be about as far as he does get. Less than 2 minutes left here. Guild Esports on the verge of match point, and 3 of them. Let's try and book their spot in the grand finals. There's the chance. Dorito, well, on target again, but Dorito's just not quite finding the shooting accuracy to put it in the top bins.
Yeah, this aggression though from Guild is what you like to see from a Rocket League team who are leading. I think on 2-1 in the first 3v3 game this series, they've got a bit too comfortable, I think. Just playing for the possession instead of threatening shots like they are right now. They're on that same 1-goal lead at the moment, but they're still really going for a goal. And Semper know that. Semper are having to rush in defense. They're having to panic at times just to get the ball clear, and they can't do it again. Cassio boost starved. Just doesn't get anything on it. You know, you got to wonder, would it make more sense for Semper to just force some 50-50s? Because if all you're going to get, if all the distance you're able to get on the ball is a trickling clear, then really what's the point? You're just giving it away.
Oh, and there's a huge amount of space. Exotic went far forward. I'm going to be quite happy to see that CRR didn't have the boost to fly into the air and redirect it. Doesn't make the situation any better, though, because as you mentioned, Johnny, it has been one of those times where you get the feeling that the Rocket League field just looks smaller. It's been blue side only throughout the entirety of this 4.5 minutes. And Rio looking to try and add more to it. Doesn't get the contact that he was after. A bump on CRR. Finally some space to work with. Fake out 1. Take the challenge on 2, but CRR still riding the wave of momentum from the 1v1 in a 2v2 game. Far too strong.
Yeah, just 10 seconds to go. Semper have had almost nothing to speak about in this game as Debo hits the bar again. Now, that was a bit more of a difficult shot to put past the last man. But it was the 12th shot that Guild have hit in this game to just one of Semper. A stifling performance up until now, but Casio still keeps the 0-second play alive. He's going to try and corner it. CRR's there. And it's going to be a tough one to keep up. CRR didn't land on it though. Dorito will try to launch it, but that doesn't go as far as Chaussette, who unfortunately for Semper can't keep control. They've lost in the 3v3 as well. That's 3 straight in 3 different game modes for Guild. In the same way that they did in the last 2 games. I'm just having a look at the bracket. And yeah, indeed, every time that they've gotten a foothold in the series, they've just taken over.
Well, it is now up to Semper to pick either 2s or 1s. The way this format works, game 6 will be whichever one of the formats that they don't go for. And Exotic calling for the 2v2. So game 6, if we need it, will be back to 1v1. That one would look like it was a difficult call as well. But focusing on this game, Johnny, one of the more dominant 1-0s I think I've seen.
Oh, absolutely. Guild just never looked like they were going to concede pressure there. And it was a game that started off inconsistently for them. We're kind of worried at the beginning because they were creating a ton of chances, but they were missing open nets. And, you know, it's not always the end of the world when you miss chances like that, as long as you're creating more and as long as it looks like you're creating a high enough volume of chances. Guild, you know, they showed what you got to do in those situations. Just keep going. Okay, miss the open net, doesn't matter. Just keep stealing the boost, keep on repositioning, keep you know, backing up Semper into a corner. And they never overcommitted once in this entire game. They always had multiple players ready to follow up on anything Semper were trying to do. So that's the Guild formation, the Guild unit that when it gets rolling is very, very difficult to stop. But you do want to see better shooting from Guild as well. I mean, 2 open nets, 1 from Dorito, 1 from D, but that's not on. And other teams are going to punish you for that. Semper not able to do so.
Maybe it was just some sort of cosmic balance. We had so many goals in the 1v1 game that we needed to just bring it back down a little bit for the threes. As Chaussette, let's get his team's first goal in over 5 minutes. Gets an extra chance. Does not need any more questions. What a hit!
Absolute banger by Chaussette. I love the positioning, and gotta also give credit to that pass from Exotic. He launched that one at Chaussette and had to hit it pretty hard to get it past CRR initially. Wow. Perfect finish from Chaussette. Just an absolute beauty. And this is the attempt from Semper to give Guild their first loss after they've won a game. Oh my goodness, CRR! He stands strong in the face of danger, shrugs off Chaussette's pump, and unfortunately for Semper, Exotic couldn't do likewise.
Yeah, Exotic just got run over by that one, and there was no way of recovering. CRR gets his team straight back into it, and any momentum that was being built up there by Semper is now gone. Exotic looks to re-establish it, backs CRR up with a fainted out demo. Chaussette takes his time, puts it back into the midfield. Who's going to be the first to follow up? It's Dorito to his own challenge. Still moving on. Chaussette up against CRR. CRR just clatters straight through it. No nonsense from CRR as per always. This is triple match point. So for Semper, the task is this. Win this, win the ones game, and then win whatever Guild pick for game 7.
Yeah, they go a long way back, and it's not a brave prediction to call Guild as the winners here. They look so confident, and you know, how could they not be after the 3v3 display that they just put on? And with the knowledge that CRR and Dorito are such a difficult duo to beat, one of the best in the business when it comes to 2v2. You know, full credit to CRR. In that CRR versus Exotic highlight matchup, it's CRR who's been stealing the show. He's been stunning, he's been aggressive, he's been confident, mechanical in every single game mode and every single situation you put him in. And although Semper have kept it respectable in every game except the last one, they haven't been able to dictate where the game is being played and, you know, what the win conditions for both teams are. It's been CRR who's decided. We're all playing his game right now. Everybody's doing his bidding almost. He decides when challenges are going to happen. He decides where challenges are going to happen. Semper having to play reactively.
Oh, CRR takes to the air, couldn't find Chaussette's car. Instead, he's just got the setup, forces a bad challenge, and Dorito can do the rest of the work. Oh, look at Chaussette, just gets turned inside out like a pretzel as he tries to get over to it.
Yeah, and it was CRR just parking up in front of Exotic on the goal line as well that left it uncontested for Dorito. Chaussette really, did all he could do there, just try to stop the ball dead, but unfortunately couldn't get it clear on it. And CRR, after knocking the ball past Chaussette, or at least putting Chaussette in a precarious position, completely removed Exotic from the play as well. Exotic not able to get the same quality of shots off after being left in a brief 2v1 there. Chaussette's out of the game here. Now the 2v1's been turned around and briefly a 2v none as Dorito has the open net from a tight angle, but just like in the 3v3, the angle proved to be too difficult to get.
CRR now from that backboard. Dorito realizing the play might be gone. He's already started to head back home. Did try to move around in the midfield though. Chaussette, backflip, no follow-up in the air. I've realized that the pre-jump was coming through, so decided to try and stay as relevant as possible. And Chaussette, he's hit it too cleanly. Exotic will finish it off. My goodness, Chaussette cannot stop hitting bangers though.
Yeah, full volley absolutely leathers it. I don't think CRR realized he was going to stick around in the goal line here because he just flipped away from the play, probably thinking, oh well, yeah, good shot, Chaussette. We'll give you that one. Then to his horror, he realized it might have been savable. But full credit to Chaussette. He has been blasting his shots in this game.
Yeah, for all of the resets that you can do, if that ball was coming from the outside in and Chaussette's got a chance to hit it, you're in danger. And that has been a consistent throughout the entirety of Chaussette's career. It's happy to see Chaussette with the confidence as well to take those shots. I've had periods within his career where it looks like he's just trying to outplay, not necessarily his opponents, but maybe himself off the post. Chaussette bundles it over the line, far too strong.
CRR didn't realize that Exotic was coming in that quickly. Great recovery from Exotic again. Dorito with no momentum could not stop the Chaussette hat trick. Semper showing some life. They're trying to do, I'll remind you guys, they're trying to do what no other team has done, and that's win a game after Guild have won a game in one of these series in this tournament. So far, so good.
Exotic doesn't have the reset, instead followed up for the challenge. Again, I don't fully trust this scoreline, Johnny. That one-goal lead has been tenuous in these multi-man matches. CRR with Dorito on the far side, but can't get through the challenge. It's Dorito's turn. Over to the midfield. He's got Chaussette for company. Gets past him. Off the demo, and he's missed the shot. Dorito will maybe live to regret that one. The challenge means that the play is done, and it's Semper's turn on the counter-attack. Good stop.
Yeah, you can clearly tell Dorito's really not feeling it with the open net accuracy. He missed one in the last game, he's missed one in this game, and he'd already done the hard part. The flip reset was spectacular. The fake, absolutely effective, but unfortunately for Guild, CRR's demo led to nothing, and they're going to need to work at it again. Right, Dorito, the net's wide open, third time lucky, and this time he does it.
Dorito has got the brace. Chaussette, yeah, just far too many players swarming around him, couldn't do anything. How about Dorito just clipping the front of his car? And it was up to Dorito to right the wrong of earlier. Guild now with a huge chance to put this series to bed. And off Dorito's kickoffs, that has to be it. Couldn't get the power. He trusted CRL with more of the shot.
Yeah, it was a difficult shot to get a ton of power on. Another great recovery from Semper to get back to the ball and prevent Dorito from just firing on net immediately. And that would have been a horrendous way for Semper to go. They're not going to go in though. Infield, Chaussette to Exotic, who bounces it in underneath the pre-jump. The crossfield passes from Chaussette and Exotic have been the difference.
What shot placement as well from Exotic. Saw the oncoming challenge and decided, right, time to put this one low. Again, another late goal might do it. There's still a chance here. Dorito back to CRR. It's so high up though. And CRR does not have the double-decker bus required to reach it. Instead, Semper have got the game. They now need 2 more in a row, with the next one guaranteed to be ones.
This is huge. Absolutely huge for Semper. You know, like we mentioned earlier, just because Guild look like they're in control, it doesn't mean that this series is over. In other matchups, it really is, you know, far gone. If you lose a game mode that you absolutely have to win and the other team have such a strong advantage in one of the other game modes, you're in big trouble. But here, Semper have got a fighting chance, more than a fighting chance in every game mode. It was a close 1v1 earlier. The first 3v3 went to them. The second 3v3 went to Guild. Wherever we go from here, it's going to be competitive. And obviously we go to 1v1 next, but wherever the grand final goes, if we do go there, Guild will have the choice between either 2v2 or 3v3. And with both those game modes being 1-1 currently, I mean, what do you choose? It's a really tough one. I think probably now 3v3 because they crushed it last time so much. But you know, it all starts off with this 1v1. Exotic has to step up. I doubt we're going to see any heroics from Chaussette or Cassio stepping in here. But yeah, Exotic, he's got to start sneaking in those challenges. He's tried to challenge CRR many a time in this matchup, and CRR just always sees him coming.
Let's see, there's a couple of players as well. We mentioned earlier on how some players like to leave and get into free play. There's other players, though, that are sticking around, and they want front row seats for this particular matchup. Dorito and Chaussette, the two players that are sticking with us for the 1v1. Exotic and CRR. It is still to play for Guild. It is still to lose if you're Guild. And if you're CRR, it's time to make yourself your team's hero.
Yeah, Exotic thought that CRR was going to play for the boost there. CRR only had his eye on one thing, and that was a direct shot. So great finish by CRR. Bit of a mistake there by Exotic, though. He could have passed back to the net and deflected that one wide. But of course, he knows that if he does that, CRR just won't shoot. So CRR holding all the cards there.
CRR again coming out of the kickoff very well. That's the sort of bounce that you would like to see as well if you're in offense. He's got Exotic jumping early. Wow. Time to go through and underneath.
Oh, CRR's inside his head now. I mean, Exotic jumped ridiculously early here because CRR's flicked so many times. Remember in the first matchup between these two, CRR flicked the ball over the top of Exotic, you know, at least 3 or 4 times. So that's all Exotic's thinking about there. And CRR switches it up, goes low, fakes him out, gets the second goal.
CRR has time yet again. The kickoff's going his way. The flicks have been monstrous. Setting him up for the rest of the play. He's got some more boosts stolen, but Exotic finding little ways, little gaps. The CRR has been forced to leave. Didn't get the boost either, so Exotic can choose to keep this playing, and he certainly will. Not the first touch that he would like, but it's now become awkward. And CRR, well played, got the backflip, took the ball away, which was slowly rolling in front of the net.
That's a great patience as well from Exotic. He knew the boost was going to spawn, and he knew he was going to be the one picking it up. And CRR can't do anything but send the ball to his own net here. Exotic, after stealing the boost away, stole the mid boost as well, gave CRR absolutely nothing to play with. Yeah, was it savable? Probably. I think CRR with a different dodge, maybe a little bit of a backflip to lift the nose of the car up more quickly, might have just been able to deflect that into the back corner. But one thing is certain, Exotic was going to be in a really, really good position, even if CRR got a save.
From what I was seeing there, it looks like CRR was kind of surprised that he didn't manage to path into a 12 boost on his way back, and just couldn't find the angle afterwards. Just seemed like it was more impressive, actually. He managed to miss all of them. Exotic, though, good challenge. Wiped out after the fact. CRR, all the time in the world to set up. Doesn't want to go for the war. He's more happy to play straight for the flick. And Exotic, also happy to see that the crossbar is coming to his aid.
I'm not sure about that shot selection from CRR. I would have liked to see something a bit different. When he straightened up the dribble, I expected him to play for the bump. And I'm very surprised to see the straight flick. Exotic, using much more of an angle in his approach, ties the game. But, you know, for once, I think CRR's messed up there. I think he really should have had at least a consistent pressure or possession play. But instead just went for the straight flick, which is extremely difficult to place over the top of a goalkeeper who can cover as much of the goal as Exotic can.
Especially on the delayed kickoff from CRR. All right, well, he's put his game right back in order. And I love the timing as well of this, Johnny. You've just conceded 2 goals. The last one definitely leaving a bit of a sour taste in your mouth. How do you fix it? Just get yourself a free goal.
Yeah, CRR's timing on the kickoffs is so awkward to deal with, and this is one aspect of ones which does usually favor the more recently active player, which CRR is. Exotic's a player with past 1 success, but these days not as active in the game mode. The kickoffs are definitely showing that as CRR continues to dominate the majority of the possessions. And it goes to show how solid of a midfield player Exotic is, that despite CRR's big kickoff advantage, he's still able to keep this one close.
Exotic going to the far wall. He would love that 100 boost to turn up, but it simply didn't. And now it's up to the recovery. Exotic will be the stronger of the two. A game that he does trail by one, and a game that he must win. Exotic looks to go for the far corner. CRR does steal boost, and he steals the car. There you are, walks it in, and Exotic gives him a nice bump in the chat.
Yeah, it was a very, very good demo there. Exotic trying to run up the wall to escape what he knew was coming his way, but he couldn't do it quickly enough. CRR takes him out of the picture. And yeah, that was a much smarter attack from CRR. It's sort of what I expected from him earlier when he ended up just missing and conceding on the counter-attack. You know, he plays for the consistent pressure there. He plays for the boost steal, the demo in the back corner, because he doesn't expect Exotic to concede off that initial shot. It's just to set up the next play, which Exotic now has to come back from.
And Exotic looks a little bit rough when it comes to setting up his plays. Just doesn't have a consistent idea as to how he's going to go about it, and it's really showing in his execution. Exotic, though, on the chase down. Not even a bounce that he can really do much with, as the ceiling reset doesn't really stop the momentum of the car. 2 minutes left here, 2 goals, the better for CRR, who is playing very Exotic against Exotic, just keeping that pressure constantly on. You can't get rid of him.
Yeah, it's not Exotic who switched up to counter CRR, it's the other way around. CRR took the 1v1 the first time around, and now he's actually just adapted, even though he was winning. Oh my goodness, what flick from Exotic though! He just teed that one up for himself and pinged it in the top corner with perfect timing.
Not often you see the straight-on dribbles end up with a direct goal. Usually it's just trying to bait out a bad save, but Exotic fully believed in it. And why not? Great flick by Exotic, the sort of goal he needed as well, just to reaffirm that belief in the mechanics.
And that was beautiful. Such a tough one to read. Like we mentioned earlier, it's very difficult on a straight approach to flick the ball like that, but it's not impossible, as Exotic shows. Definitely not for a player like him. And now he quickly has to get back into position to save CRR's next shot, but he does so. Stays active in the play. But CRR, with great realization, noticed that it was going to be a ball he can get back to, and Exotic's going to need to just control that first touch a little bit better if he's going to keep CRR from charging in. He's not done so. CRR again just realizes that is an overhit touch from Exotic. I can just reach it, but he's missed his own touch. Both players' first touch kind of going out the window here as the pressure rises in the winter final.
All right, well, take 2 for Exotic, this time off the ceiling. CRR waits, he waits, and he makes the right decision. The 2-goal lead is back, and Exotic didn't want to pull the trigger on a play, and CRR happy to take the challenge.
Yeah, CRR once more just seeing exactly what Exotic has planned. Exotic probably had his mind on a ceiling shot there, but when he realized the ball was getting away from him, he just leaned back into a 50-50 or a blocking angle. CRR could see that the whole time, so he just played the ball. He didn't care about pre-jumping in front of whatever shot Exotic was threatening. That's, you know, just full credit to CRR. He's not afraid of Exotic's aerial game right now. He's just playing the ball, and once again, just goes straight for the ball. He's not convinced. He's saying to Exotic, well, whatever it is that you're trying to do here, I don't believe you. I don't believe you've got control, and I don't believe you're going to hit that ball past me.
So we do see Exotic going for it yet again. That's still dangerous. Found the negative angle shot. But for CRR, this is just about keeping the ball control, win a couple more challenges. You've been doing it well for the last 5 minutes. What's 10 more seconds to you? CRR killing off even more time. And it looks like Exotic's given up. That's the GGs. Guild Esports secure their spot in the grand finals. And for Semper, it's work to do in the lowers.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And, you know, we talked about Luis coming into this event as being that scary ones player, which he did prove to be. But Luis dropped 1 game to Exotic. They went 1-1 in their matchup. We talked about Moxie being such a dominant force to be reckoned with. He dropped a game to Exotic as well, but CRR doesn't. He goes completely undefeated in 1v1 throughout this whole event, absolutely saving Guild. You know, they were being swept by Wolves in round 1. CRR comes on the field and beats Hyder 6-5. Now that's a really scary ones player in Hyder. They're losing they're tied in the series against Solary. CRR takes the field 5-4 Zoli. These are tense, close games, but CRR is winning every single one of them. He's 4-0 in 1v1 throughout this entire weekend.
Well, you've heard us talk an awful lot about how good CRR is, but now let's talk to 2 more people who are going to talk about how good CRR is. Banks, Cole, over to you.
Cole, we are cooking with gas now. That is for sure. We're going to have a battle of the French once more. How insane is that?
It's just classic Rocket League, really. Whenever there's a team full of French people, you know they're going to do something seriously good. But it was Gil, the Spaniards, and an Englishman that were able to see it away over Semper Esports there. And what a performance from CRR, as you mentioned, as Johnny mentioned just now. The fact that he is unbeaten in the 1v1s, huge statistic. He's pretty much got it all. He's got pace, he's got mechanics, he's got decision-making, doesn't get baited into anything. And I think that he definitely had been studying Exotic's previous 1v1s and was able to avoid the pitfalls that other opponents have been falling into right then. I also predicted, foolishly, that it would be 3-1 to Gil. I forgot that it was best of 7. And I think 4-2 is the 3-1 equivalent. So that series pretty much worked out how we expected, with Gil just having that explosiveness in each game to see it away.
Yeah, I think that we do have to do a mini shout out to Shawzet45. Absolutely incredible performance. He was almost carrying the team on his back at one point, and he just seemed to be at the right place at the right time. Semper got off to a really good start, but Gil just kept on trucking. And yes, like you've mentioned, have come away with the 4-2 win. There's your scoreboard on your screens for those of you to check out some of the stats from that match just then. But again, incredible performance from Guild. Semper are going to face off once again against Juicers later today. So make sure you stick around for loads more Rocket League content. It's absolutely incredible. And Guild have taken the shortest route to the grand final by winning every single one of their matches. They are guaranteed one of the higher prize donations that they are going to gift to a charity of their choice. And of course, we already know that these 4 teams have made it to the LAN event later this year. It's going to be a spicy lower bracket final later on, Cole, isn't it?
I can't wait to see it. I mean, last time these two faced off, Semper did seem to have Juice's number, and you can see why from that series. They're such a smart team. Not necessarily the quickest, but they just adapt even within the same game, such as their experience. So Juicers are going to have to do more than what they showed against Luminosity. Semper won't be swept out the way in quite the same way as we saw earlier on, but it'll be a really close battle.
Well, coming up, our lower bracket final will determine 3rd place in our Gamers Without Borders competition. And that's going to be it from myself, Cole, Shogun, and Johnny. You will all be, graced by Veracity. Gregan, Jorby, and Stumpy will be jumping in for these final matches of the day. What are you saying? No?
Nah.
Okay, we'll see if we can get a replacement lickety-split. But thank you so much, everyone, for your hard work. You've all been absolutely fantastic throughout this entire week and last week as well. The NA region was fantastic, and this region. So good luck to the remaining teams. More Rocket League after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
My career at Direct Relief started about 12 years ago. I had previously been working at a healthcare facility in San Diego, California, and was contacted by Direct Relief after wildfires had happened throughout the county. And Direct Relief offered humanitarian assistance in the form of medicines and supplies to the organization I was working for. So that's how I was introduced to Direct Relief, and was quickly kind of excited about the organization and made a career transition to work there. So Direct Relief, as you said, is a humanitarian organization. We're based in California, but we provide medicines and medical supplies to all 50 US states, as well as to 100 countries around the world. We do this on an everyday basis, free of charge, just to make sure that people who are in vulnerable situations or in poverty or after disasters have access to healthcare services and resources that they need to stay healthy. We actually work very closely with a lot of the pharmaceutical companies, the healthcare companies that produce medicines around the world. Get those medical supplies to Direct Relief, and then we in turn provide those to hospitals, healthcare centers throughout the world. As I said, free of charge, just to make sure that people have the medicines that they need. So it's really just about partnerships. It's about partnering with companies to receive donations of goods and services, and then it's supplying those same items to people around the world. Yeah, so as we all know, people who especially have chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma or hypertension, they need medicines to stay healthy and to stay alive. So it's really, focusing on people who need those sort of resources. And after there's a disaster, we know that those people with chronic conditions very quickly go into acute crisis when they don't have their medications. So we always want to make sure that resource, that door is always open for people to receive, even if they can't afford to buy it, to make that available to them so they can just make sure to, keep living a healthy life. It's been such an incredible experience to be part of Gamers Without Borders, and for us, it's really about allowing people to participate. So having the participation of people around the world playing games and being part of Gamers Without Borders, it's opening those doors to be able to share the work and share the just the excitement of being able to help people with so many people through Gamers Without Borders. I think first of all, just being aware of what the situation is, being aware of how people are affected around the world, being part of Direct Relief. The financial contributions from Gamers Without Borders is wonderful, but really it's just about bringing along a community to be part of change and to be part of helping other people around the world. If people care about other people getting medicine and being healthy, that would be great to donate to Direct Relief. But really, I think it's more important for people to find what they're passionate about. There's other great charities that work on, animals or shelter or, cancer. And so it's really about people finding what they're passionate about and being able to lean in. And if Direct Relief is appealing, that's wonderful. But really, it's just about giving back and being part of a philanthropic community.
What is up, everybody? My name is Jasmine, otherwise known as Veracity, and it is an absolute pleasure to be back once again right here at Gamers Without Borders. EU edition, of course. We've got all of the very best EU teams competing with a shot of winning $250,000 to donate to a charity of their choosing. Amazing stuff, incredible initiative, but I am not the only person that's going to be joining you guys on the stream today. I'm also joined by the wonderful Gregan. Gregan, how's it going, man?
Let me just fly in real quick. Here we go. No, I'm doing great, thank you, Jasmine. It's great to be here again. We have got the final three left in the tournament. qualifying for that charity money, as you mentioned, and also for seeding. But it's also a good chance for them to practice the crew battle format, because it's not very often these guys get to do it under pressure. And right now, it looks like Guild, who have gone unbeaten into that final, waiting to see which of the losers' finals will take them, have shown exactly what it's all about. Being good at ones and having a shot at winning both 2s and 3s. That is the formula for crew battle, and they've done it perfectly. I'm excited to see more crew battle. Are you excited to see more crew battle, Jasmine?
I gotta say, I'm like the biggest fan of this crew battle format. I gotta say, it's very, very intense. Definitely shows off the individual capabilities and skills of all of the players on a team, not just, you know, the core unit playing as a team, but also individually as well. And of course, Gregan, it's going to be a best of 7. We're going to be playing out the lower bracket finals and also ultimately our grand finals as well. So lots and lots on the line. But if you are only just joining us, then where on earth have you been? Today we have SMPR taking on Juicers. Gregan, this is going to be a rematch that we have taking place.
Yeah, these guys faced off in the upper bracket, and it was Semper who came out on top. They won 3-0, in fact, which was something we didn't expect, especially because of Moxie, who's on the Juicers side, who should be winning pretty much every 1v1 game they get. But I reckon it was a bit down to Juicers mischoosing their game modes. At the time, they chose 2s in their first choice game, where their 1s is their strongest game mode. And I think that threw them off a little bit, as it put a lot of pressure on their 2v2 game and then made it very uncomfortable for Moxie in the 1s. So now that they've got that formula down, I think they're in a better spot now to go against Semper, especially seeing as Semper have just come off of a loss, where Juicers are coming off of a win. So definitely the momentum for Juicers.
Well, I mean, I think it goes without saying, for the folks at home, if you're tuning in and you're rooting for your favourite team, of course, there is the charity prize money on the line. As I did mention, I believe we had a total of $1.5 million worth of charity money being given out, which in itself is absolutely incredible. But the top 4 teams actually have qualified through to the LAN finals taking place in Riyadh from the 14th to the 17th of July as well. And once again, those teams are Guild, SMPR, Juicers and Luminosity. So make sure you folks tune back in for July games as well. But enough about that. I'm going to rein it back in once again. We have our 2 amazing casters. This time around, we have the amazing Stumpy and also Jorby. I know Jorby's going to roast me on that one. But guys, take us through all of this action.
Oh, I would never do that, Veracity. Stumpy is a beautiful human. And as we go underground, right through beautiful drawings, neon graffiti on the wall. Stumpy, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing well. We're hanging out on screens underground. This has been my dream since I met you, Jorby. And we are here to cast some incredible crew battles. Something that, you know, this is going to be my first time here. I've been watching from the sidelines. I've been put in. The coach said, Stumpy, you got to take it away. And we are going to be able to watch Semper versus Juicers, a matchup that we've already seen play out previously, and Semper 3-0'd Juicers. It did not go well for them. Semper, Jorby, are they just the better team?
I actually wonder how this is going to go the second time around, because, I mean, Moxie has been absolutely incredible in every other game that he's played other than against Semper. And even Juicers, as a 3v3 team, have been playing demonstrably better than they did when they first played Semper. So I don't know that if within the bounds of this same tournament, if this is the same Juicer squad Semper played earlier on in the tournament. I'm excited to see, though. I still think 1v1, you gotta favor Moxie, and Semper have to be on the lookout for that. Exotic, I don't know if he's gonna get the up on him 2 times in a row, but he was pretty good the first time, and it might come down to that again for them. We are underway. Parker's gonna push this one out, and it's been fun, a fun ride to see who's got the better 2s teams, who's got the better 1s squads. One squad, a squad of 1. I guess that's not really a squad.
Who's got the better individual human person at Rocket League? And starting off, it's Juicy. That was a really, really nice shot going towards that top right corner, but he couldn't sink it away. And both these teams have suffered losses so far, but Semper, they by far have got the better run at the 3v3s. They've only lost 1 so far, whereas Juicers have gone 50-50. They've won 3 and they have lost 3. They've both ended up played 5 or 6 series so far out of 3s. So Semper, you'd have to take them if you were going to be, you know, a betting person in this matchup.
Juicers pulling the best analog that you can think of when you look at the North American side, all mid. with Chronic being their 1v1 specialist, helping get his team a ticket to Riyadh. And Juicers have Moxie and really did the same thing. Exotic pushing this ball downfield. What a pass to Casio, but it was met in the air by Faris. Parka and Faris gonna move back downfield. I think one big difference for Juicers this time around than the last time they played Semper is rotations have been a lot more solid. Not finding that back end open up nearly as often, and a team that's as good on the challenge as Semper gonna need to be on point on those rotations.
Yeah, minute and a half has gone, and a couple more chances emerging for Juicers, but with that main man Juicy not being able to score early on, not too many chances have opened up since then, but still the 3v3 format is going to be benefiting Semper, who are one of the best teams in Europe right now. Juicers, this will just be a chance to go against what a lot of people will be saying, what a lot of people will be thinking, and ultimately to change what history is going to say about this matchup, that Semper are just the better team. And when you look at crew battles, it definitely comes down to favouring those more the teams that aren't necessarily just those threes warriors, where they don't need to play in the RLCS, where Juicers, they have got through this far because there is that variation in game mode where 1s and 2s do very much come into play.
Even, you know, with 2v2, where for Guild, they're in the grand finals of this event, and 2v2 is their strongest game mode. CRR is 4-0 in 1v1s, but they're really uncontested in 2v2s as well. Parka putting the first goal in, and telling you, this Juicer squad's a little different than the first time they played Semper. Juicy gets the next 50. It was just really a battle of 50s there. Exotic got bumped on the back end, leaving the net open for Parka.
I mean, you're saying that they're a different squad, and I completely agree. They dropped down at the hand of Semper, but since then, they've played RLCS caliber teams such as Wolves, such as Luminosity, and they went 3-1 against both of them. They have had such a good performance to get through to the lower bracket final. They have got into our top 4, so we will be seeing them at the LAN. This is now just playing for that seeding, playing to see, you know, what motivation can you get, how far through can you work before then you have to play offline against teams that may well have just a bit more experience than you, especially as one of the newer teams coming into the competition.
Now, if Juicers end up winning this game, if they can hold on to this lead that they have right now, and they got the pressure, and there's the second goal. So Stumpy, if they do win this game, and I believe that Semper would immediately go to the 2v2, of which they've employed Exotic and Chaussette every single time. For Juicers, it's kind of been a mixed bag. I think it depends on how they're feeling, but they haven't gone with a consistent duo.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Juicers, they change up their duo combination frequently. They've used actually every permutation at least once, but they have doubled up on the Farise and Juicy combination. Otherwise, I think they're just quite free-form with it. They don't want to be predictable. They don't want to have those really choreographed way that they're going to be playing. Changing up their 2v2 makes them a lot more unpredictable. Whereas Semper, when they've had the chance to choose their game mode, and they've only had that chance twice, they have picked 3s once, and they won that. That was in the series that we just saw. And then they picked 2s, and then they lost it. So they're at a 50-50 out of the 2 they've actually been able to pick.
That is kind of crazy that they've only been able to pick a couple of times, especially compared to other teams that have, you know, been worse in the 3v3, but have had that 1v1 specialist, where the loss almost ends up being a benefit, because you get that 1v1 early on, and really, in the, at least the best of 5 segment of this tournament, that puts you in a good spot to have that 1v1 be the game-deciding match, that game 5 or even game 7, if you will. Best of 7s are a little different. You get to go through the rotations and game modes a little bit longer. So,
I mean, you also talk about the 1v1s, where Juicers, they've got Moxie. Like, he sits on the sidelines and he waits to be called in to be that one specialist. He was taken down by Exotic yesterday, which is something that Johnny Boy and Shogun could not fathom at any point. They're like, wait, no, but Moxie
They were literally
is the
flabbergasted.
one. Yeah, they were. They were like, oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe that, you know, he's been able to be taken down. But Moxie is the exact reason why they will be going for those 1s matchups a bit more often. But after game number 1, it is a Juicers victory. A single consolation goal for Chaussette will make it 2-1, but still, we anticipate we're about to see some 2s.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2v2 here for Semper. Obviously, you don't want to put Exotic into Moxie right away. You want to pick the mode that you're strongest in. We've seen teams that tried to game the system, and you can't game the system. You got to pick the mode that you're better in. Otherwise, you put yourself in the hole. So Chaussette Exotic is likely the duo for Semper. They have been the whole time. For Juicers, I thought, in particular, Faris and Juicy, thought they were clicking really well in this match. They did have the assist and goal right there you're seeing on the highlight. But I think playing the hot hand in the Crew Battles format makes sense. Even if you're comfortable with a specific duo, you gotta play with the players that are playing the best. And I think Juicy and Faris look really good right now, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think when we look at how Juicers played that, they didn't respect what Semper were doing, and I think that's a very big thing when you have to face off against some of the bigger teams in this competition, such as Semper, who we've seen previously go to the Fall Major, for example, and have done so incredibly well. They're getting to top 4. They have got so much prestige behind them. Juicers can't afford to let that get to them because, as we said previously, they are the underdogs. They are the question marks that Semper has to work their way around, and that they have to try and untangle what they're going for. Semper, though, they have chosen 2v2. The matchup where we said previously that they ended up losing when they faced off against Guild, but with Cassio and Chaussette this time, Exotic will be taking that sideline spot.
Interesting. Cassio and Chaussette, longtime partners. It should be an interesting 2v2 then. And then Parka and Juicy on the other side. Parka looked pretty decent in that 3v3 as well. Let's see how it works out. From this point, we will go to 1v1 for game 3 for those of you who aren't too familiar with the Crew Battles format and how it works. We'll start with Parka scoring for Juicers on the 2v2. That's a nice one.
That's a lovely setup from GC as well, where he goes up for that 50, keeps it really close. As soon as he lands, pops it high. He knows that challenge is coming in because he has felt that first man forward, and he has to be charged down by the second man behind him. And the follow-up from Parker was a really nice sliced shot just below the crossbar. Juicers are feeling it today.
It's just, qualifying for the LAN in Riyadh certainly does something to your confidence. and like I said, I felt like after they fell 3-0 to Semper, this Juicers team really picked it up and stepped it up a notch. They've looked really solid, and Cassio going to try to pull this ball back around. Right now, Juicers shaking Cassio off the ball. Chaussette going to try to move forward. He does get the 50. Not a lot of boost for Parka here. They're going to try to move that ball back downfield.
Oh my God. Cannot get a nicer own goal than that. Juicy with the second touch, and it catches Cassio on the flip to the side over Chaussette's hood, and it goes top bins. That was beautiful. Chuck that in a black and white montage.
Goal. That was insane. Yeah, Cassio, put that on the front and back of your next montage. Placement doesn't get much better than that.
Beautiful.
Gifted Juicers another goal. This is really dangerous territory for Semper, because if they lose this, Exotic, you got to imagine he's warming up right now in free play, anticipating what is going to be a difficult match again. I don't know if Moxie's going to drop that twice, but Exotic's done it once. And he might have to do it again here, because if Semper lose this, Stumpy, we have to go to 1v1. And that puts Juicers in a really advantageous position to go up 3-0 in the series. And then all bets are off at that point. They already won the 3v3. They're currently winning the 2v2, albeit there's some time left. But it's not looking good for Semper, as the open net couldn't be delivered by Juicy. But they're looking a little flat right now.
Oh, they really are. They're completely penned back into their own half, and it's why twos is so interesting to watch. The space that can be afforded to your teammates. In threes, that is challenged. Parker doesn't get that shot, it falls really far down. You can get that second man coming in from that far post with Cassio sitting in the net. But instead, Parker has space, he has time, he's up with a lot of possibilities of where he can shoot, especially with an awkward keeper sitting in the net. And that is a 3-0 lead. And as you said, when we go to 1v1s, you would expect Moxie to be wanting to get that revenge on Exotic, but Johnny Boy and Shogun yesterday were so confident that Moxie was going to win that they did not entertain the idea of an Exotic victory. I think that may well be weighing heavy on the minds of Juicers.
Currently, the only thing weighing is the amount of goals that are stacked in Semper's net. And there's a whole lot of them. Have Semper scored a goal? Oh yeah, they got a pick-me-up goal at the end of the game last game. Juice is gonna put in another one. What is going on? What is Semper? They can't get anything going.
That physicality. Parker jumps, taps, and completely opens it up, and Juicy going for a bit of a BM goal where he spins around and then backflips to tap it in as opposed to just hitting it hard. We're halfway through the game. We're on track to have 8 goals go in. It is 4-0 currently. Juicers are that 2v2 force.
Semper can certainly get back into it. They gotta start the clock here soon. They got the double commit, but it was a perfect one. Juicy trying to read Chausette's hit off the wall, and he's got it. Had to expend the boost tank to do it. Juicers have just been really difficult. There's Chausette and Cassio. Goodbye. Good night. Back to the garage. The mechanic's gonna bill you later.
Just completely shut down by Parker. He goes in the air for the block and then goes upside down, jumps and then he gets to the ground quicker. Air rolls, lands, challenges, then flicks it round that second defender and gets the 5th goal. Parker is possessed.
Oh, Juicy might get another one, but Chausette is there to turn it away. I mean, you got to get some kind of goal or something. This is not inspiring confidence in Exotic, who's got to be waiting in the wings, chomping at the bit to go play Moxie again and maybe get that 2-0 record. Something that nobody, I guess nobody really thought was going to happen. Parka, how about the game he's had? Puts it over Chausette again and could have found his 4th goal had that happened. But man, Juicers are just, they're rolling around right now. I mean, Chausette, no boost. Cassio, he's got 12 boost. He's literally just hoping that he doesn't get challenged right now. That's a good pop-up flick. Chausette's got a little bit of boost. I mean, they're working on 30 or lower at all times almost. They finally get some canisters, but they still force back to the neutral zone. Maybe a chance here for Chausette. Nope, he tried to juke him. Cassio's got the hit. Now he's got the dribble, and too light. He got punched off the ball by Juicy, and it totally removed all power from the shot.
I'm really intrigued as to why Semper chose to put Cassio in instead of Exotic in this 2v2 matchup. It's always been Chausette and Exotic. They have not wavered from that, and with it they have got a winning record. I don't understand why Cassio is now here, unless he was saying, like, you know, put me in, I've been practicing 2s overnight, I've not slept. Like, it's interesting, it's not working, they keep getting scored on, it's 6-0, and Semper are getting embarrassed.
Throw your hats onto the field because 2 players picking up the hat trick. Now Juicy getting his 3rd goal, and I kind of agree with you, Stumpy, but even for another point, is that I think playing in this match right now will get you more warmed up for a 1v1 rather than sitting in free play. Right? Getting that game time warm up, it always really nice, and we see players who like to stay in, they like to play game after game, and you could tell when a player's feeling warm. When you're sitting in free play, yeah, you know, your mechanics are feeling pretty warm, but you're not game time warm, right? You're out of it for a little bit, and I think it's interesting to not put Exotic in. We're kind of seeing that. Maybe we're seeing the result of not having him in the game. I mean, 6-0 is kind of a ridiculous scoreline for Juicers.
That's a really good point you make about Exotic as well. He will be playing the 1v1. I swear if they put Cassio in,
there's no way.
I don't understand what's happening with Semper. They're like, Cassio, you're our star man today, my man. Like, let's do it. You can take him down. It's that was one of the weirdest decisions I think we have seen so far through this tournament. Cassio did not perform. It was a double hat trick for Juicers. Exotic was just chilling in free play, saying, "All right, boys, I'm ready. Like, put me in. I don't know where to go from here." That was very interesting, and it just did not work.
Well, now Semper, what are you gonna do? 3v3 and 2v2 hasn't worked. Juicers are on something else today. Semper only picking up 1 goal, and I don't even know if we count that goal. It was 3v3 at the end. Juicers basically gave it to him. Effectively for me, this is a shutout game so far.
Yeah.
The 1v1 is literally the turning point of the series. Exotic has to come up with a win here. Otherwise, I just can't see a way Semper get out of this.
Do you want to know one of the best things for Semper right now? Is that, sure, they're playing a 1v1. Sure, they're playing Moxie. But you're not going to get a shutout on a 1v1. Wait!
Chausette
is playing?
Oh!
Hang on!
Exotic, are you good, bro?
What has happened to Exotic? Is his controller broken? Did his cat chew his cable?
Exotic, you're 1-0 against Moxie! What?
How do you not put Exotic in here? Unless, right, there clearly must be something going on. Right, there clearly
has to
must
be
be something, because there is no reason why Exotic does not play this when he has beaten Moxie already in this competition. Okay, that's fine. Semper are having to make do with what we can only assume is a bad situation.
I mean, there really is no other. The internet's bad. You know, someone's sticking their fork in the Ethernet port. Like, I don't know what's going on. Oh, Moxie, gonna get back around. The nice thing for Chaussette is it's 40 seconds in, and he hasn't gotten scored on yet. No disrespect to Chaussette, but that's a nasty flick, and he's there. Chaussette might surprise you.
Chaussette's not bad by any means at wands.
Yeah.
Like, Chaussette is still great at wands, but we're talking about Moxie, and Moxie is a clear caliber above, and that's okay because he is not a wands main, and that is how he proves it, catching it so nicely and smashing it top left.
Oh, that flick is so dirty. Got it right on the hood, and Moxie, his flicks always nasty. Chaussette had blocked the last one, but 104 kilometers per hour, that close to the net. Gonna be hard. Just the power that he gets and reducing the height. It's always so impressive when you're that close to the net, because a lot of times on those flicks, you're trying to get that 45 degree. It can be easy just to put it a little too high when you're playing that close. But look at Moxie here. He's ready. He said, come on, Chaussette. Drill through.
Oh, go on, mate, challenge me. Go on. I'm vulnerable. You can challenge me. But he didn't care. Kept it close. No goal scoring opportunity managed to emerge for Moxie, but he's got the goal lead. He can burn a few seconds. It doesn't matter. And Moxie is making Chaussette jumps so frequently. Gets that flip reset into the double touch with the yeehaw on the goal line. Moxie makes his point time and time again. One thing that I love seeing, that he's drawing Chaussette in close and forcing Chaussette to jump, going for those, the fake challenges, see if he's going to stop, change his momentum. Moxie is in complete control of whatever Chaussette is doing, but Chaussette, I don't think he feels like that. He thinks he's still got autonomy here, and he so clearly does not. He may get a goal there, just not this time.
Why is he going for the wall? What? Chaussette, it worked? Oh my gosh. He had an open net though. I don't understand. He had 100 boost. He had an open net. Moxie was behind him. Like, that should have been. That should have just been a shot. But then he just slowly drove the ball to the wall like he's one of my rank 2's teammates.
God, wow, we are not Semper fanboys today, are we? Go on, Chaussette, do a bit of magic. I really hope that turtle was going to work. Moxie did get a flip reset on the defense, because of course he did, because he is Moxie at the end of the day. There's only 2 goals, in fairness. Gets another double flip reset. Still has a... No, he doesn't. Oh, he did! But he didn't get close enough to it to then use it. I'm just really confused by Chaussette's play. He had like 10. He could have got close. Sure, he can. He's going to concede here anyway, mate. It doesn't matter.
Ooh, we got the save on the attempted busty. Moxie tried to get the challenge to happen. Now Chaussette's got to punish here. Put it on target. There it is. Is that on the post? It's on the post. Oh, we don't go! Way to go! Gentlemen's agreement by Moxie. He caught him out. I'll put it in for you.
No problem. A teammate till the end is Moxie. Sends it into his own net. Chaussette being given one. There is some French chat. I can't read French. I'm so sorry to anybody. I'm not even gonna attempt that. But they are saying things in French, and I can only assume it was nice shot. And the other replied, thank you very much. Surely. God, the fact that goes into the corner from Chaussette, and look, he immediately darts to get that boost, but Moxie's already ready. He gets a boost, then goes to the sidewall, jumps and shoots. It does not touch the ground from the moment it leaves Chaussette's car, and yet Moxie is able to get that 2-goal lead back again. And people might look at this game, when we see later, on some of the results that, hey, it was close. It was only 3-1. It's Moxie somewhat playing with his food. We're going to try and get Jorby back in a minute. I don't believe that he can be heard by everybody. Maybe he's there. I don't have chat open, so we'll see what happens. Okay, Jorby's talking to me. It's a ghost. I'm going to carry on until we get any confirmation. Jorby, I hear you, by the way, but we'll figure it out. Shogun did this earlier. It's a magic trick. It's a badly timed magic trick. There's a minute left, and Shawset carrying it over towards that right wall with Moxie in that midfield position with 60 boost, and he gets the 100 as well. He might go for something very, very cheeky here with one reset. See Shawset challenging, gets the second, but Shawset is able to clear that ball away. That may well be an opportunity for Shawset to work his way back in, because Moxie is playing with his food, sure, but some prey bite back.
Yeah, Shawset looking like a hawk, jumping for Moxie there on his own half. Feathered the boost nicely, got the 50, and that's all you need to do. One more goal to go. Does he get it? Standard for Moxie, kept that dodge for the wave landing. Now he's got control, but he knows he's got the lead. He's going to buy as much time, and by buy, I mean spend it all. Pop it around Shawset. That just might do it, and it's off the bar and in. Moxie, 2-goal lead. Looking iffy here for Shawset.
I think that whenever you see Moxie take the lead as well, you can just tell that he knows it's inevitable. He knows he's going to get that lead back. You know, he gets that, okay, I can try and go for a double flip reset pogo, and it may not work, but I can just score later. It doesn't matter. He's keeping that insurance goal. He brought it to 3-1. He will be throwing that one away very quickly, though, and Shawset with an opportunity to shoot, but with 60, he takes it to the wall instead. Final 10, he needs 2 goals. That's the same that he has got so far in 4 minutes 50 of game time. He managed to get a triple flip reset to absolutely nowhere.
I think Shawset's trying to get the flip reset merchant title. Just for no reason. He was trying to go for the record. What's the record for flip resets in the air? I don't know. But
well, I'm not scoring? Oh, God.
Yeah. Without scoring, yeah.
Yeah. More, I'm sure, than with scoring.
Oh, man.
Absurd that he even bothered.
Yeah, I still am questioning what's going on with Exotic. He was in the 3v3. He wasn't absent in the 3v3.
No.
But you talked about Moxie knowing he had the lead, knowing he had the confidence. We saw that yesterday, too, against Hyder, when he went up 6-0 in the first minute. Literally, he scored the 6th goal when there was 4:02 left on the clock. And then he just let his foot off the gas the rest of the game, and he just kind of hit the ball around, let Hyder try, and inevitably fail. And that's what happened here. Shawset, he tried for a little while. I don't know if he tried at the end there, but Semper are in a tough spot now. 3-0 for Juicers.
Yeah, and they have confirmed, Semper, they want to play 3v3. So, Exotic clearly not having any issues now. We can only assume that there were problems that stopped Exotic from playing. He would have been in that 2v2. We are utterly convinced he should have been in that 2v2. In the 1v1 as well, he did manage to beat Moxie yesterday. Very confusing times. But regardless, they are confident that he is back for the 3v3. And ideally, this will be a game that is going to be going in favor of Semper.
Well, Semper weren't able to get a lot of offense going in the last 3v3. And it was really all 3 players on Juicers. I don't think I could credit two specific players in the 3v3. Juicy, he's looked solid all week. And Parka going to get a nice bounce, but as he landed on the flip reset, made good use of it. Unfortunately, Faris was not ready for it, and they will get cleared away.
It's a long clear as well. Faris just trying to get that touch low. He does manage to as well. That touchdown from Juicy. I love that the defender didn't know whether that was going to be a shot or a pass. Had to try and cut the difference, try and get somewhere in the middle. But it was a lovely touchdown instead. And yeah, I want to see what Semper can do from this point, because going down 2-0 is not a great place to be against a team that theoretically you really should be beating. You swept them last time, Semper.
They might get swept this time, but Exotic flings the ball back up. Semper, not really any control of the neutral zone. Instead, it's been a couple of Parka chances. This one set up by Juicy in front of the box. Goal for Faris, and Juicers continue the train. Don't know where the rails stop.
Just that, the reign of terror carries on. Another blistering pass finds its way to the middle, and a shot from Faris gives Juicers that lead that they have just been earning every single time. They have not gone down so far. We said in games 1 and 2 that realistically they got shut out. They are lucky that they then had a 1v1 that they could take 2 goals against Moxie with. It's a huge performance from Juicers, and they do not want to be known as the team that got swept by Semper before. They want to return it in a best of 7.
Looking good right now for it. And even right here, Semper, they're having to dive for these balls in the neutral zone. You see Exotic, he had no boost on that play, but he was able to steal one. And it is taking Juicers some time to get out. So maybe this is a chance for them to get all set up. Here's Exotic again. From the side. We're not going to get it done. Backboard defense good enough from Juicers. Is turned away, and where was the follow-up from Semper as well on that last play as Exotic tried to punch it against Parka, but Parka steals it away again.
Good pressure from Juicers. We said at the start of game number 1 that it was going to be Semper really putting that vice on, but they've just not been able to for a little while now. Juicy able to find that midfield, but short set with a lovely interception. Only has 40 boost, can send it high. And Casio, that was a good idea from him to be that close. He just got beaten out by Parker on that time. So Exotic going for a musty over the top of Faris, not quite. Saved it away. We reach half-time and 1-0 for Juicers.
Set forced to 50. Exotic's got the net.
Open.
Get back down to it, and that's a goal finally for Semper. They tie it up, their first tying goal of the series.
That may well be their saving grace from the man that inexplicably was not available for a 2v2 and then a 1v1. Scoring a goal for Semper and bringing them dead level is going to be a confidence booster in the series.
Juicy getting the kickoff, but Exotic full tank, full send over to Casio. One touch straight down over to Chaussette, who got the catch. You see the form there for Semper sometimes, but there's just nowhere for Chaussette to go for that ball. Faris next up around the corner, and Exotic bounces that ball away. Was not expecting the non-touch. He will get the corner boost for his efforts. Let Casio come in. Now Semper have all of a sudden taken control. Another demo. Exotic ripped it, but it's just a little high. Casio's got the net, but Faris is there on the save. Chaussette next up. Pops it across, but not nearly enough power. Juicers get the clear.
A lovely clear as well. Juicy almost able to take advantage of that and send it in on the right-hand side with Parker low boost though. Falls to Chaussette to outdo the defense. He does manage to get the bump as well, but Casio, he turns away. He shies away from an opportunity to take the lead.
Exotic kind of drilling through Casio. Oh, and Juicers doing well on defense. Good poise. Now they got the clear. Now it's about gaining control of the neutral zone. Chaussette kicks it away from one, but Juicy gives it back to Faris. Faris down in front, taken away again. Juicy got the catch. He wants the dribble. He's just got 2 touches, no boost, and it's taken away. Another one for you from Parka off the backboard. Lost from Chaussette. Faris had to pull off the play, and he almost got caught out by Casio, but protects the rock. Casio on top of him. Right back out to Chaussette. High off the backboard. In the air. Exotic blocked by Faris. Parka trying to get there on the transition. Chaussette also diving backwards. Parka sends it across. Not really, and it's taken away.
Multiple opportunities for Semper just to get 1 goal there, but the defense in the end stretching just enough. Thin, sure, but effective. Final 40 seconds. Can Juicy shut this down? 4-0. I said they were 2-0 up earlier. I was wrong. They are currently 3-0 up in the best of 7. Faris gets actually bumped to the floor and can get the 50. Good position for Juicy to continue the pressure.
Well, Juicy, he still got boost too. Off the board, he went for the goal, and it was blocked immediately. Faris pushes the ball back downfield. Chaussette, what does he got? He's just gonna send a boomer in return. Parka lets it drop, but no follow-up comes for Juicers. Everyone back, now they double come in. Parka, 20 boost, 1 shot. Chaussette in the air for the save. Back over to the corner. Juicy, no chance. Casio's got him beat. Faris, how does he protect the ball? He just puts it on the ground. You got OT, Stumpy.
Next goal could send Juicers through to that grand final or just continue the ordeal from Semper. But then Juicers, they're going to be able to pick which game mode is next. Juicy onto that right-hand wall. Can he get that touch in the center? He is able to. It's on target as well. But Exotic clearing it away. Faris keeps that pressure. With a 100 boost pickup from Parker, it now falls down to the boost advantage going in favor of Juicers. An awkward touch falls to Chaussette with Casio shying away again. Parker is faking that one away. Casio, he doesn't read it. From the goal line, Chaussette the savior.
Oh man, Faris had no more boost left. I'm not sure he could have reached that 50 no matter how, or the double no matter how hard he tried. Chaussette another turn, saved again by Juicy. Exotic trying to protect it in the neutral zone. Pass over to Chaussette just to keep the ball away. And while it looked risky, it was certainly better than throwing it right back into a blue car as they pinch it across, but Juicy's there. And you haven't been able to force Juicers off their rotation so easily. Semper have definitely had their issues. They've been trying to boom the ball downfield, trying to send a man early in the neutral zone. But for Reese, he just might have Chaussette beat. Sends it down over to Exotic. Juicy's jumped for this already. One more touch for him. He sees it. He's got it. Goal! Juicers sweep Semper in the best of 7.
Parker brings life to the Juicers squad, and with the pinch, he secures that grand finals versus Guild. That is a gigantic performance from them. Going from the 3-0 sweep they had against them from Semper, and then being able to get the 4-0 is one of the biggest turnarounds we have seen in this tournament so far. Oh, we're on screens. We just swung towards the Joey. That was lovely. I've never been here before. This place is great. Yeah,
this is where Veracity and Gregan usually sit while we get stuffed into the basement. But sometimes we get the last laugh.
Yeah, Veracity left her seat warm. Yeah.
Really looks like Neo Tokyo out here, doesn't it? Like it's just got those Neo Tokyo vibes. You gotta love it. It's great. But you know, GG's to Juicers. They absolutely had a. It was phenomenal. How else could you respond after getting swept by Semper earlier in the tournament? And great tournament overall for Juicers. They'll be playing Guild in the grand finals. But let's send it back over to the wonderful and lovely Gregan and Veracity to break it all down.
Ooh, we're wonderful and we're lovely now, Gregan. Love to hear it, but what can I say about that game? Oh my goodness. Juicers most definitely piling on the pressure and squeezing the life out of Semper, most definitely. It was almost painful to watch that because you just know that Semper wanted to win that, but unfortunately Juicers just looking way too strong during that game.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of Juicers stepping up and looking amazing, and then also Semper looking a little bit down, especially after taking a few losses. They got worse and worse as the series went on, because they've just come from that upper bracket. They've been knocked down, especially, I know a lot of people talk about, still just play your best, but when you're in this tournament, the big step for them was winning yesterday to make it to that top 4 and make the LAN. So when you sustain a loss, it can really just knock the motivation out of you. Whereas for Juicers, they're an up-and-coming team. They want to make a statement. They've got good vibes. They're just enjoying competing at the top level. So for them, this was still a great chance for them to perform, and you could see it in the way they played.
Now I have to ask you again, because I know all of the fans in the chat are going to be thinking the exact same thing. This is once again a rematch of a previous game that we had against these two teams, and Semper had previously won that matchup 3-0. What do you think went wrong this time around in order to swing it in favour of Juicers and enable them to win this one out in quite a comfortable fashion?
Yeah, there's a few things here. I think sometimes when you lose to a team, you've got everything to gain when you come up against them again, so it tends to swing the other way a little bit. But I think really Juicers got a little bit thrown off in the first one by how well Semper played. In particular, Semper started off strong with the 3s, and then Exotic really stepped up in the 1s and the 2s. So it was all down to Exotic overperforming in that first series. In this one, Exotic didn't look so good. It was relying a lot on Chaussette, and when Semper are relying on Chaussette, that's a bad sign. You want them to be enabling Exotic, making Exotic look like the best player in the lobby, and it just wasn't possible because Exotic wasn't feeling it so much today. And Juicers just carried that momentum. The crew battle is such a momentum-based format, so if you win that first game, you win the second game, it's so hard to bounce back because the other team starts to get to choose which game mode they want, and that's where the momentum swings in the favour of the team that's got the advantage throughout.
Well, there we have it, Greg, and it is very, very shortly going to be time for our grand final matchup of Juicers going up against Guild Esports. I'm super excited for this matchup, and I'm going to be picking your brains after this break to ask you and quiz you a little bit about which of these teams you think is going to go the distance and walk away with $250,000 to donate to a charity of their choosing. So if you folks want to find out who it is that's going to be walking away with that prize money, stay tuned because we'll be right back.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी, किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हम, हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल टीम में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिलाए। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
It is finally grand finals time, baby. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jasmine, and beside me is the one and only, the infamous Gregan, or you can call him Gregan as well. Gregan, talk to me a little bit about what you're expecting to see from this next matchup. It is, of course, the grand finals, $250,000 on the line here for a charity of the winning team's choosing.
Yeah, I mean, the teams have both shown that they deserve to be here. They deserve to be at the LAN. They have shown their 1v1 capability to be their strongest game modes. They've shown that they can take games in 2s and 3s. That is the formula to crew battle. Win ones, compete in the other 2 game modes. And they've done it to get themselves in this position to be winning either $250,000 for charity or $160,000 for charity. That's a massive jump if you take that first place and they get to choose where they get to donate it.
And of course, for those of you that might just be thinking, are they only donating money to charity? No, no, no. As if that wasn't good enough, they're also heading to the LAN finals taking place in Riyadh between the 14th and 17th of July as well, where they get a shot at competing for $2 million worth of a prize pool. That is absolutely hefty. Pressure is going to be weighing on their shoulders, the heaviest it possibly ever has, most definitely. But coming up, we have Guild taking on Juicers. Juicers, we just witnessed them put on somewhat of a stomp of a performance before our very eyes, Greg. And it is also worth mentioning that Guild now has a 1-map advantage as well. So they only really have to win 3 games. How do you think this is going to work out in their favor? And do you think it will help them heaps, or if it will just be plain sailing for them?
Yeah, well, winning 3 games is obviously easier than winning 4. And what we said about momentum across all of the other games is they've got that artificial momentum by having that 1-game advantage, because then all they've got to do is win 1 game and they're in the same position that we've spoken about being so dangerous, which is winning the first and the second game. So they're in a strong position for that. It also means that across the final we're not going to see a chosen game mode for the 7th game like you would in the other games. We will, if it goes to game 7, we will see all of 3s, 2s and 1s, 3s, 2s and 1s in whatever order the players end up selecting. So there is no advantage to getting ahead early because you can select your game mode. You'll have to play all the game modes, and these teams, as we mentioned before, have been the teams that have shown 1s to be their strength, 2s and 3s to also be possible to win against any of the teams. So I think we're going to see a really good final here.
Now, the real question, Greg, and I haven't asked you it this so far during today's broadcast, but I want your prediction.
Well, it's always a tough one to predict when you go into any tournament match, especially one where the format is so unknown. Yeah. But I think you'd have to go with Guild, just based off of what we've seen so far, especially from CRR. I think he's got a chance to upset Moxie in the 1v1. And in 2s, they've looked unbeatable, Dorito and CRR together. They did drop one against Semper, but it happens every now and again. But they look near unbeatable. And I think on the other side, Juicers just don't have the 3s and 2s capability to overwhelm them there. They are relying heavily on everyone's game to be won. And they got to overcome that game disadvantage. So everything's in favor of Guild. It really just depends on how they turn up in this next game, though.
Well, I'm curious to see whether or not the chat agree with you. So if we could get a poll going in the chat, that would be absolutely amazing. I want to see what everybody in the chat's predictions are going to be, but also our 2 amazing casters' predictions. Take it away, guys.
Predictions are for people who like to be wrong. And Stumpy, I know that you love to be wrong, so give me yours.
Oh, you know me so well, Jorby. It's a pleasure to be back in the basement with you, my basement-dwelling friend.
Great. It's great.
It's very comfortable here. It does stink a bit. I went out for an air break, but you clearly stayed in. I think that this heavily favours Guild, to be completely honest. They have had such an incredible tear through this entire competition so far. The only place they... and I'm going to say lack is in the 1v1s, purely because they're facing off against Moxie. CRR currently is unbeaten in 1s. He has played 4, he has won 4, but his opponent will inevitably be Moxie. That is the only game mode that I see Juicers getting a win in, and Guild have that game advantage. So I think, to me, we're looking at a 4-1 overall in favour of Guild.
I feel like Juicers really want this win, because I don't think anyone coming into this tournament expected them to to have a performance outside of their 1v1 player in Moxie. But all 3 of their 3v3 players have stepped up in 2s and 3s, especially today. And that hunger can take you pretty far. Guild, they're really good. Like you said, 2s and 1s, they've been really solid. I'm really curious about that CRR Moxie matchup, because who knows? Maybe it could be like exotic Moxie was yesterday, but I just think Juicers are a little hungry for this. You want to be able to point back at that Liquipedia bracket later and just go, see, we beat Semper, we beat Guild. Yeah, it was crew battles. We don't care. We still won. Bragging rights.
Yeah, for sure. And the 3v3, I think, is where we had a little discussion in the green room between series. And we were thinking it would favour Guild, but I know that you were saying that threes is where you think that Juicers may well be able to upset them.
I do think so. I think that Guild are not a perfect 3v3 team, and if Juicers can beat Semper in 3v3, they can absolutely beat Guild in a 3v3. Even yesterday, their 3v3s that they played were really close. They weren't getting blown out in any of those games. There doesn't look to be like a clear weak link on this team. I think all three of them gel really well together. You know, credit to Marky. No one ever gives a shout out to the coaches, but credit to Marky Duda for coaching up this team, because it definitely shows. These guys have looked really good this week, and let's see what happens as we get started in the 3v3. Again, game advantage. We start with 3v3. Loser gets to pick 2v2 or 1v1, and then we have to play all three modes before we go on the merry-go-round again. So just keep your eyes on that. At best of 7, we're underway.
Love a merry-go-round. A Rocket League merry-go-round, that's the best thing in the world. And then it has gone.
Imagine like riding the little Fennec and like all the different cars. You could have like the Nomad. That'd be great.
That'd be good. I'd choose the Dominus, obviously, the best car in the game.
I feel like Dominus really suits your height needs. You would be like they'd make a topper after you did that.
A full-length car topper, like Rose laying on the door in Titanic. That's what I want of me laying on top of a Dominus. That's what we need.
One time wearing a topper is a strategic advantage because it's like 9 feet tall.
It adds the extra height to it. Yeah, you can doink it, and my little topper punches the ball along. Well, with a minute and a half gone, we're seeing a lot of midfield battles happen so far in these crew battles, with Faurice going far with that ball, as Juicy managing to get a demo on Dorito, and that back line was open just for a second. But strong defense managed to keep that ball away. Good ideas for more bumps on that net. Becomes scarier and scarier with every second that goes by, because we are in that grand finals, and sure, there's no prize money on offer here for the players, but they are still trying to get $250,000 for a charity of their choice. It is an incredible competition.
And I see some of your confusion in chat, guys. It is game 2. This is game 2. Guild technically won game 1 because it starts out with a game advantage. So just to clarify that for everybody, it says game 2 on the overlay because it is game 2. But because it's the first played game in the series, we start with 3v3 and no choices happen until after this game is over. So far, Juicers about the midway point, trying to get their first goal against Guild. Guild holding the shot advantage, Stumpy, 4-2, but really not a big gap when you consider how long both teams have spent on each half, which, oh my gosh, the own goals today!
The own goals are also not terrible. The own goals are beautiful. Just absolutely slammed backflip. Parker saying great pass in chat. Devo replying with, nice one, mate, you did well there. And what a play coming from Parker. Guild with that lead. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to watch.
That was, I gotta say, it's crazy to me that every own goal is just slot gang, top corner. Like, how is this happening? The most quality own goals, I mean, these are all CS pros, after all. And Juicers, Faurice. What's he got? Nothing. And it's pushed out by Devo. And I find CRR, who was looking like a madman earlier today. He pops that ball in front again. Park all by himself, but you saw the rest of Guild weren't ready for it.
Just under 2 minutes and more pressure starting to build for Guild. The double touch round that left-hand wall. Faurice can pick up the 100 and get ball possession. No, Devo able to sneak his way instead. Good clear from the back ball, but the double touch not being able to come out. Juicy takes to the skies, but it falls back behind him. He does cleverly leave that ball alone, though. Would have known that he was burning boost and would have done no good for his team. The touchdown from CRR, the Mr. Save. Back and forth in that back third for Juicers.
Parker trying to kill that ball, and that wasn't a bad idea to try to shuffle that off of CRR. And you saw Juicy try to get in on that play. Now Juicy deleting Dorito off the play. And Juicer's getting a little tied up with each other, but Parker's got some space. CRR cuts the gap quickly. Player gets Goomba stomped. I believe that was Dorito, but he finds his way to a pass. Juicy's got the save. Faris needs a solid clear here, but CRR waits in the midfield. He's got another touch off the ceiling. Here he comes, back over to Devo. Parka's got the first clear, but Dorito rebound, taken away by Juicy. Devo pops this one up. What's he got? He's got no boost. CRR follows this up. He doesn't get the touch. Faris also has no boost. Dorito trying to push that ball out, and now Juicers trying to press, but there's CRR again.
That was a really nice chance for that counter-attack to emerge, and it did so, but Gildar straight back at it down at the other end. 30 seconds on that clock, ticking down. The pinch attempt from Parker and Juicy does not come out. Instead, Dorito on that right wall can clear it away, but with no boost, he has to head back into his own half. CRR going midfield, but as we said, Dorito had nothing. He couldn't clear that ball away. Goes high above the net, and more boost steals, more opportunities, more shots ripped on target.
Juicy last chance. He's got the ceiling. 10 boost. A pass to Parka, and he missed the shot. He hit it right into CRR. He had the rest of the net to look at, and instead hit it right into the orange car, and Guild get away with a 1-0 victory.
Yeah, wonderfully managed in that late game by Guild as well. There are a couple of chances for them to shoot when they didn't need to, take those big opportunities. They did so anyway. They kept that pressure on the Juicers net and penned them back. We're just waiting to see what Juicers pick as their second matchup. And as all of us predicted, because we are giga-brained, it is going to be a 1v1. We can only assume between Moxie and CRR, two of the best 2v2 players we have in this competition so far. CRR unbeaten. Moxie, one of the greatest players in Europe in the ones scene. Only been taken down a single time against a peaking exotic. This is going to be the highest ranked gameplay we have seen so far in any of the ones crew battles.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Devo and Dorito have left the match. It absolutely is CRR. Of course, he hasn't lost yet, so why would you go away from that? But this is a chance for Juicers to try to stabilize a little bit. The game advantage hurts you, but the loss in the 3v3, well, it also hurts you. But you gotta win here to be able to reset the stack. I think they have a chance in 2v2.
Yeah.
Like you said before, Guild have only lost once in 2v2. So that's gonna be pretty tough, but we've seen Juicers and they
have also lost once.
Yeah, you're right. They did lose once, so they're even there. These guys match up pretty well, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Juicers have just played more matches ultimately because they went to the lowers. There's a bit more data there. But in twos, they have both lost once. In ones, only Moxie has lost once to Exotic, and CRR has to face off against an angry Moxie who earlier he had to play against a sure set that, quite frankly, he just did not deem worthy of his time.
Yeah, it was no problem. Another day at the office for Moxie. He does get the first goal there. Nice little wind up on his last shot. Get back on the kickoff. CRR's going to get the boosts. Moxie's going to let him have it and win that 50 real clean. That should be another goal. He double-checked his rear view just to make sure CRR wasn't on him, and that's 2-0.
The way that CRR has to approach this 1v1, it's got to be different to how he's approached everybody else, where you may have people who have taken forays into ones, where, they might even be ones mains potentially brought on, but they will not be at the caliber that Moxie is. He does leave that net entirely open, though, because Moxie wants to go for that fake kickoff. He heads into his own corner, thinking CRR won't be able to read it, but he just does very easily, very quickly, and also sends it to the opposite corner. So Moxie trying to outplay him mentally. CRR just had the tinfoil hat on.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to catch CRR out on those fake kickoffs too often. Moxie definitely giving him the testing. He's like, all right, you got that kickoff, you nailed the corner, but how about this one? Just a little wide. Chance for Moxie. Now CRR could have the break. Moxie gets back. Actually racing to get that corner boost. He's missed all of it. Now CRR scores again. Moxie missed 2 canisters on his way back.
Yeah, Moxie trailing on that right-hand side, missed that first boost, then has to cut in as close as he can. But his dodge wasn't perfect. He then tried to veer into it, wasn't able to. CRR knew that if he flicked it far away from Moxie, the speed was not there. And we said he had to play differently. This intelligence is exactly what CRR has to offer.
Well, we might have a chance here. Stays down and wasn't going to catch Moxie out on that ball, but Moxie just getting back, or CRR, excuse me, just getting back. No boost for CRR now. Moxie's collected a lot of it. CRR needs some pads. Moxie's got the dribble. That flick's nasty, and that was not a nasty flick, but it was good enough to get the goal.
From CRR's perspective in net, he is on 0. He has to just do something. He pick up that single pad in the middle, but from where he's positioned, he's not able to fake challenge at all. Moxie knows that, and as soon as CRR starts to go, he can send it into that back corner. It was pretty choreographed, and Moxie, this time, that fake kickoff is perfect.
Oh my goodness, CR just stopped driving after that. It's like, no point. Perfect touch from Moxie. What a shot.
That's it, what, the first time round?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's how the fake kickoff works.
My bad, says Moxie, rolling his eyes. I guess I'll do it better next time then. Going for a flip, a dash kickoff, wave dash kickoff. Is able to, essentially, you do not concede on them in any given moment. You should not ever concede when you do a wave dash kickoff, and he doesn't with CRR now. Relatively low on boost, has to return, but Moxie has 50. The mid boost now taken by CRR. The very, very obvious challenge coming in, and Moxie slows it down just to burn some seconds.
Burning a couple seconds, adding another goal, and it's like you said, that's a classic 50. Drop the ball down in front of your car as the defender commits, and then just jump in front of it. You neutralize the ball, and you land very nicely behind it to score. Nice work from Moxie. Thought CRR might have had a chance coming back down 2-0, excuse me, and he still got it. There's another flick. Wins that kickoff, gets a nice goal, and puts him right back in position.
Just these nice little touches, going via the boost pads, picking up as much as he can, sees Moxie starts to move away from that back corner, and so CRR puts on his glasses, targets that perfectly, and can send it above and behind Moxie into a very awkward position, considering he's also low on boost. Moxie, again with that wave dash kickoff, continues to not succeed. Most of my knowledge from 1v1s comes from either Johnny Boy show matches or from those apparently Jack videos that he's been putting out, which are fantastic. So thanks, Jack, for giving me all the knowledge that I have.
I think like 99% of mine is literally just Johnny YouTube 1v1 videos. It's all I know. Is everything that Johnny's uttered about ones is where all of my knowledge comes from.
Yeah, we are blessed to have him.
Oh, absolutely. Moxie, that's a big 50 win. That should be a 6th goal. Oh wait, CR's gotten back. Too high for Moxie. CR's got to recover. He's got it. Here's another 50. That's got to be a shot. And here comes CRR. Okay. Came down 0-2. Now coming back down from 5-3.
Brilliant aggression from CRR. Sees the Moxie, stops and goes for the backflip. And so if he can get over it and get that angle, it will hit the ceiling and come down for that shot nice and quickly before Moxie is able to recover. Now only 1 goal separating these two 1v1 titans. Moxie again for the wave dash kickoff and can go for that left-hand side boost. CRR needs to try and counter that however he can. It's a very hard kickoff to counter, however. It's definitely a defensive kickoff, and Moxie goes for more offensive plays. You did not have to go for a needlessly good finish there, Moxie.
Oh, no, style absolutely counts. What a great pop from Moxie.
As well.
You gotta have the style, stuff. Gotta have the style. I'm all about it. Hashtag style in the chat. Make it happen.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Well, that's something that CRR is not going to like, but another slow kickoff. Moxie going in for the challenge with the boost advantage because he does manage to get that back corner. Going for the fake, but different styles of fake kickoffs. Keeps it unpredictable. Faking out a couple of times. 3 times.
What is
that? Is...
I've never seen anything like that in any of my competitive Rocket League casting. Look, I have casted community tournaments back in the day where plats were playing against each other, and I still haven't seen anything like that.
Johnny Boy did not prep me for that situation. I've never seen that occur. I don't think Moxie will want us to repeat that. I'm so happy that's going to be immortalized. It's CRR drawing it closer by 1. And do you think, firstly, that was even slightly intentional for it to go low? I'm going to say no, right? Surely he wants that to go high. Instead, it just drops to the ground like a lead balloon.
Yeah, that was kind of weird too, because like you're right. Usually, you just get the hit on the nose with the reset there, but his card just fell off of it.
Moxie's just living in the code right now. He's manipulating this game to be whatever he decides reality to be, and I'm here to just live in that Moxieverse.
He's got another one. Swings to the side, swings to the right, but couldn't put it on target. CRR, he's still very much in the game. one slip up here from Moxie, as much fun as he must be having right now, trying to trip CRR up, it's very winnable. CRR is going to jump from the ceiling, get the 50, but that's the danger. Going for a 50 like that, you commit pretty hard. He does recover in time. Moxie lands on the ground quickly, but couldn't put it around the post. He's going to give himself a little bit of space. Hard shot. CRR's there for the save. No boost spawns yet. There it is, right on time for Moxie. And CRR, does he get the last lap? No, Moxie's going to protect the ball and not hit it into CRR. Oh, what a move to get on top of it. Just when he thought he had him beat, Moxie able to get around it.
Moxie manipulating that half pipe in front of his net. Isn't able to get the goal from it, but it's showing his movement around the pitch is very much second to none. CRR with low boost. Moxie is fully aware, and so with the boost still very much going his way, this should be the 8th goal. Up for 1 to the second touch, but takes it a little bit too wide. Isn't able to get it. 45 seconds. Still in that 2-goal deficit. And Moxie burning 1,000 boosts in the last 4 seconds.
All 1,000 seconds almost, it feels like. Ooh, big win against CRR there. Is he going to get there? Oh, off the post. Might have the break. Oh, what a bump.
That's brilliant. I love that. That post bounce is so good. If he goes for the sidewall, Moxie reads it. To get it off the post means that the angle is much less likely to lead into a goal. But it is all for nothing as Moxie does. 3 goals separating them. Only 16 seconds left. This is the game mode where CRR may well be able to get 3 back, however.
Now 16 seconds for 3 goals.
He's not doing it in 2s. He's not doing it in 3s. He might do it in 1s.
He's got to win this kickoff. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Forgot the wave landing is clean. Okay.
Maybe.
CR puts this one in.
Maybe.
Okay. This is doable.
Jorby, the one game mode where it's possible is 1v1.
Hold up. Keep your hat on. Keep your hat on. It's not
hold.
Time yet.
Chat, hold. Hold your hype. Hold your hype. This kickoff is incredibly important. CRR has to win it. I imagine he goes for maybe a wave dash kickoff as well. No, he actually dives into it. Moxie puts himself into a very, very good defensible position. Does it wonderfully, knows what he has to do. We said that it's so hard to concede when you go for a wave dash kickoff. Oh, Moxie, grow up. Come on. Just score it, mate, you coward.
He's having too much fun.
Gets that final goal, carries it from end to end, still want to separate them. Really well played by Moxie right at the death of the game. And we move into 2v2 again, where these teams are incredibly even, both going 4 wins and 1 loss in this tournament so far.
And I do think that 2s is going to be a little closer than this one was, although, I mean, don't be fooled. I guess you can't be fooled when you see the scoreline was 8-7. Definitely felt like that near the end. CRR had a couple of nice tries, took advantage of a couple Moxie mistakes. But now into the 2v2, you're going to see CRR and Dorito. But which Juicers duo are we going to see? Who will they put to task against a very powerful duo in CRR and Dorito?
I'm intrigued about that because when you look back at how they play these 2s, Juicers, they rarely use that same duo combination. They've been changing it up. They've played any combination of the 3 mainstay players. I don't actually know who they've had the most success with. I think they've gone pretty even. I think Faris and... who else was it? It was Faris and Parker. That was it. Yeah,
in there.
Yeah, they're the ones that have done well so far. But instead, they're going for Juicy and Parker. So, continuing that change up, wanting to just keep it very dynamic.
Yeah, let's see if it works out. Guild, they got to still win 2 more. And after this one, whoever the loser of this game, they get to pick any of the 3 modes. So we've gone through all 3 modes as CRR puts in the first goal right on the kickoff. But now that we've gone through all 3, after this game, the loser gets to choose any of the 3 modes. So keep that in mind as we get started.
Yeah, interesting what happens after this game because Guild, theoretically, if they lose, they will then be on that 2-all scoreline, and it's going to be they're not going to go for 1s. Do they go for 3s again? They can only do 1 or 2 of them before then having to cycle back round. This format is just incredibly interesting, and with Guild playing so well in 2s, they are going to be hard to take down.
Yeah, they get another goal here. Just popped it right over the defender, and I think that if you're Juicers, you obviously just go back right to the 1v1 if you can't pull out this 2v2 win. Give yourselves the 2-game win. and then you force Guild to pick either 2v2 or 3v3. Honestly, for Guild, I think 2v2 is their best mode. I think 3v3 is way too close. Literally, an own goal decided the 3v3 in the first game of the series. Oh, Dorito! Put that in the bag, Stumpy.
Dorito, my God! Getting that angle as Juicy is up anyway, and it just slices that right post. Touches in for the triple, all ready for Guild. Twos is just their game mode.
That was nasty stuff from Dorito. A early 3-0 scoreline. Parka picking up a demo. Juicy's going to have to make some magic happen. He gets bumped out of it. CRR is going to take that one away. It did look a little scary, especially because CRR didn't have boost and Juicy was barreling towards him.
I love just seeing the players go to the ceiling, recover from a play, and you think, is this about to go in a highlight reel? Will my words be immortalized? And I'm there just going, as Juicy goes for something weird. I always hope it does. I always do.
No one makes better noises, that's for sure. Parka sets this up, but that's a really hard committal there by Juicy. It's going to be a free goal.
Yeah, open once again. 4 going in for Guild. 2v2 is such a different game mode than 3s and from 1s respectively, despite it sitting dead in the middle. You have to play it, you have to play the rotations like 3s, but you have to play the mechanics like 1s. And getting that balance is incredibly hard. You see a lot of the pros, they typically grind 2s. It's normally one of their favorite game modes to play because you got one teammate to go with, you know, you can get a lot more say on the play. Juicy bumped into that save this time. Still, Gil taking full decision over how this game ends up going. Pinches just touch high, and Juicy, waiting for the challenge, is able to get the first goal here for Juicers.
The ball got stuffed there between Parka and CRR, and I don't think it mattered who touched that ball between the two of them. It was always going right back out to Juicy. But, I mean, you're absolutely right about 2v2. I think that the difference is you say position like 3s, and then the challenges are interesting because you can't just dive at the ball like you can as second man, right? You have to play the follow-up of whatever the player on the other team is about to do, but you also have to be ready for it. You can't pull too far off. Otherwise, you're just giving the other team possession. You're giving them more boost, pulling off, and hoping you can just react to whatever they do. So it's a delicate balance of being in the right position for the follow-up, but also not overcommitting on the play. And mistouch from CRR gives Parka a nice little redirect.
Yeah, Parker moving up with that play. Saw that CRR was not in a fortuitous position and so can continue down the pitch and takes full advantage of an absolute misplay. Now only 2 goals separating Guild when they looked so incredibly strong to start out this 2s game.
And the pass out. Juicy, no boost for him. Parker said that's mine. Parker drills through one. Maybe he's got another, but he's going to take the boost and leave. Juicy's got the next 50. Doritos sees CRR downfield. They connect. Parker's up in the air, and he stuffs the ball. Nice job on the backboard by Juicers. Now they got to move downfield. Juicy around Dorito. Dorito recovers, but can't get by Juicy. Finally gets the last touch onto the ball. CRR can slow it right back down in the neutral zone. Juicers stuffed a little bit here. You see Juicy trying to protect his own boost, and he gets bumped for his efforts. Now Juicy, the ball dropped down right in front of him. Hard shot taken away by CRR. Parker kicks it in reverse immediately to get back to it.
That's such a confident save as well from CRR. Doesn't even, wait to get that 1v1 situation. Can dive into the ball immediately. Knows that that hook shot is only going in one place. If he chucks his Octane in the way of it, that is not going to form into a goal. I have loved Juicy's movement throughout this entire game so far. When he plays confidently and when it starts to turn on in the last 2 minutes or so for Juicers, he just looks so much better. He plays like a different player. Oh, what? CRR! Taking the opportunity of a lifetime.
He downloads the pinball mod and ding, ding, ding. Bing, 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 bing. High score! Juicers. Unfortunate. Oof. Goals down.
Damn! Just, if you felt like that was starting to be a comeback for Juicers, where they felt they were getting, a lot more say in the game, and then CRR just falls on the ball and gets a goal where I think Dorito wasn't able to get the shot off because of how he just landed. then that is a harsh place to be in for any Juicers fans, and especially for the players. There's 90 seconds remaining, 3 goals to separate them, but Guild are on fire.
Still some chances here for Juicers. They gotta get the start. I really think they gotta get the clock started with at least a minute left. Buys you enough time with 2 goals to go, but Doritos got control, wasting a lot of that time right now. Juicy and Parka both gonna sit back. Juicy caught on the wall. He doesn't got it. The CRR doesn't have it either. Held on to his flip at the last second. Big bump, and not over a minute left, but just under. Still gonna get it done. Parka puts them within 2.
That's a spectacular bump as well. Just getting knocked out of the way opens it entirely for Parker. Minute remaining, Jorby. We said they need to finish it in, around a minute left or so. There are still 2 goals. They've scored 3 in the 4 minutes preceding this moment. It's still a mountain to climb, but they got a couple of rapid goals earlier on.
Oh no! Parker gave it up! It's a failed fake kickoff into a failed center into the middle of his net. You see that touch from Dorito. Parker was on the opposite side. They drew it up, and CRR lit it on fire.
That is quite literally the opposite of what he wanted to happen. That just getting that touch is something that I see happen in ranked so many times at like C3 level, and I'm like, it's so avoidable. Just slow it down, wait for the teammate to get back, figure out where you want to go. Don't just dive into it. But Parker has fallen prey to his own defense. Juicy trying to shoot again, but it starts to become a lot harder from that goal going in. 30 seconds, 3 goals needed. Juicy not opting to take their shot on that one. And the backflip finding Dorito from CRR this time. Final 20. You have to be looking at now a 3-1 scoreline in favor of Guild. But it does mean that Juicers are able to pick what happens in this next match.
Up high, Juicers obviously gonna go with 1v1. I'm calling it.
Sure.
Best mode. Big brain is 1v1. Don't pick 3v3 or 2v2. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Then you just give Guild the option to pick 2v2, and we know how that went last time.
Yeah. Also,
let's see what they give us.
Mid-game in that 2v2, Moxie joined the match. So I think they basically already prepped it. They were like, 4-1 down, and they were like, Moxie, sorry, can you play Rocket League for us, please? You're already good at Rocket League, actually. Yeah, can you give us a win, please, mate? Yeah, thank you.
We had a problem. We're still...
We got a problem here, guys. They've got so many goals.
Oh, Moxie, remember those flicks, man? You got those? You got any more flicks?
Got those in your pocket, Moxie? Yeah, you can use 1,000 of them. Cool. Can you take us to
Moxie?
Please, bro. Seriously, bro. I need some flicks. It's gonna be Moxie just, I think, going through the motions. But the CRR, he has got... Oh, we look at what happened with Moxie, and I'm going to say that CRR has got more to offer, despite the fact it was 8 goals to 7 goals. But it was Moxie taking it easy. I don't think Moxie really felt that threatened in that game. I think CRR is obviously incredible at ones, blah, blah, blah. But Moxie is that next level above. A couple of goals are in between the two of them. It becomes very scary to try and bring that back against a player such as Moxie, especially when he stops going for some of the silly shots that he was attempting. And instead of CRR... Oh, wait, no, hang on.
Dorito?
Yeah, Dorito. Okay, Dorito joined, then left, then got back in.
He's like, am I?
Wait, CRR got kicked. CRR now is back in, and he will be playing versus Moxie. I thought CRR fancied it, and I was so excited.
We got baited. Honestly, put Devo in. I want to see Devo. Let's see the Devo one.
Put Marky in. Let's see a slaughter.
Yeah, Mark, you've been keeping up with ones, right? Come on, you got this.
Surely, bro.
No, it's gonna be CRR versus Moxie again. The score line last time was 8-7. Effectively, it was 8-6, though, when the clock hit 0. The CRRs might get the first laugh, but it's popped up. I think the main thing for CRR is you can't be too aggressive, but you also got to respect Moxie's control, which is immaculate. And we'll see what happens. Whoever strikes first. Moxie, light touch. Didn't get any power on that touch. He's only got 13 here. He's going to have to fall back.
The 100 boost pickup as well from CR. He can delay it. He's able to get a shot off, but Moxie to save. And Moxie with a 100 boost pickup, that is massive for him. Another chance for the attack. And the way earlier that we saw Moxie with an open net miss, The way earlier that we saw CRR get a couple of goals against him was by being too aggressive, and it was by diving in. This time, look at that, playing cleverly, playing with intelligence, taking the ball close to his chest and then dribbling it from a position that Moxie wasn't able to recover from. I think Moxie will start off going for these, some big shots, going for the challenges that he wouldn't normally go for if it was like a big money show match. CRR, he can get himself a couple of goals buffer from that if he challenges effectively as well.
Oh, he missed the wave landing. Oh, that was going to be an easy goal for Moxie, but he missed that wave landing on the kickoff, completely spun out. But look at this. Oh, that was nasty. Power slide into the backflip flick. That's a nice little goal.
Lovely touch as well, just going sideways, cutting it in, and then flicking so gently over the top of CRR, chipping him just as he comes off his goal line.
Wasn't even a backflip flick. He backflipped, but it was just the pop that was good enough to get it over CRR. Moxie getting bullied off the ball. Is that going to be another goal for CRR? It is. Moxie trying to just take the challenge to CRR in front. And it doesn't work out. You see him try to jump in front of it, but CRR met him there. That's the big key there. Because if CRR doesn't jump, Moxie wins that 50. It's over his hood, right? But CRR jumps as Moxie does, keeps his car a little bit centered behind the ball rather than being to the side of it. And that puts the 50 in his favor. But Moxie gets the 50 on the kickoff and ties it right back up.
Look at the wave dash landing from Moxie here. This is what separates him. He goes to the challenge with a single jump and then wave dashes as he lands. It gives him that little speed boost where he can then accelerate towards the ball quicker than CRR was ever going to be able to. That's where just one's brain really comes in. He knew the challenge was going to be a slow, flat one. If he gets the wave dash, CRR will not score and instead go in the way of Juices in it. And now with low boost, he can go for a flick against a boost-filled CRR. You still see Moxie have the advantage.
Yeah, he's got the catch, CRR. Perfect half flip to land, and it was just too much. Moxie didn't even need a lot of boost to do it. He used every small pad on his way. I don't even think he needed all of them, but he executed the flick perfectly. You gotta find a way to challenge him. You can't let Moxie cover that much ground because you're not defending that flick. You're just not. It's too powerful, that close to the net. He's got it on lock, and now he's just stolen it away from CRR. Does he get the goal? CRR dives for it, and he's got it.
It was a good idea, though, from Moxie, just to take one slow shot and then go for the quick shot. See if he can sink that Scorpion's tail into the chest of CRR. Moxie now going for the hook. Look at that top right corner exposed, but CRR diving in the way and getting the save. Moxie tried to slow it down to get that corner boost, wasn't able to. Sorry, the mid boost, then gets the corner boost. Moxie with the flip reset now. CRR has to be careful. Goes to the fake challenge, then backs off, and then comes back in. Trying to go for the much more mind games this time. That intelligence from CRR has worked out previously. Moxie, can he get the shot? Yes, he can.
Excellent work here from Moxie. CRR, his approach, he's got no boost, needs to get the corner. Now he's got to read Moxie here. He's thinking that shot's going to come a little more straight on the line as he approaches it. He goes a little higher, thinking he can get on top of the challenge, but Moxie doesn't get under the ball again and instead lets it drop to his nose, and then a perfect shot. Timed his dodge well. CRR's caught out. A nice 2-goal lead for Moxie.
Just go for the long shot after he does pick up that mid boost. And that boost control going the way of Moxie time and time again, where his one's brain is really getting turned on when he sees the boost timers, and he can look into the matrix with how he looks at this game. Same with a lot of these ones players. CRR, though, taking full advantage of the Moxie miss.
Moxie, another mistake here. He jumped with 0 boost, and that just has me scratching my head a little bit, Stumpy, for reasons. CRR gonna punish him immediately and keep the goal line within 1.
Yeah, Moxie really, I think in that first series, he was not messing around, but he was very much knowing, look, I can play this a little bit more like free play. I can win this one 99 times out of 100. This time, CRR is really stretching him.
Oh, here's CRR again off the ceiling, and he got away from him. And that's going to be a goal. Moxie knows it, puts it in. 5-3, but CRR really left one out here.
I think CRR wanted to go for a musty, but the ball got too far away from him. Then he tried to land it, or he tried to get a pogo. But regardless, it just falls to Moxie. He can get the clear away, gets it to the ceiling, then an instant counter. CRR, I don't think out-mechanicking Moxie is going to do it. You have to go for the intelligent challenges instead.
Even there, you're going to have struggles, though, because then you'll get the ground pogos from Moxie, where he just won't take the challenge. And he'll force you to come up and beat him. Even if it means he concedes a goal there, he's confident that he knows he can get the second one. And we've just been consistently going 2 goals down, 1 goal down. 2 goals down, 1 goal down. CRR really trying to buy that game-tying goal. Can he get it this time?
Yeah, Moxie's just being that insurance merchant. He tries to go for something cool. Okay, fine, I got the 2-goal lead. Okay, it didn't work. Now it's a 1-goal lead. Okay, right, 2-goal lead. Will CRR, though, like you say, be able to get that draw, be able to get that tying goal? Moxie finds himself in a very awkward position, has to challenge against CRR, he then goes to the corner, actually wraps around nicely, will opt to go for that corner boost. Moxie missing that mid, and so the ball rolls fully back into his corner. CRR with a challenge, has to stay airborne, otherwise Moxie gets full advantage by the mid boost spawning. CRR no longer on a low amount. Opts to not go for that challenge, instead CRR central, waiting, going for the wave dash, not able to get it over the top of one.
Oh,
and now he can though, and that's the drawing goal.
Excellent for CRR. Doesn't flip on that, lets Moxie take it away, and gets the cheeky bump into the half flip, putting him right in position. And now with a minute left, Stumpy, Moxie's looked good, but there's been some holes in the armor. Moxie hasn't had a perfect game, and CRR has kind of shoved a knife into those holes. He's just got to wedge them open. But Moxie, he went to the armor shop. He's cleaned up some of those holes and now patching it up.
Fresh from the blacksmith, and Moxie manages to tap it central and then absolutely schlim-schlam it home. 54 seconds, another goal. Schlim-schlam. It's really fun to say.
Where does that come from?
I don't know. I just kind of said it.
You just started saying it? That's amazing.
I just said it then, I think for the first time, but it felt great.
I think that should just go in your repertoire, honestly.
Maybe I'm just going to shout that in London.
Oh, off the bar, it's out. And Moxie got caught driving a little too far forward, but he's got the half flip and pushes it out to the side. CRR 12 boost, and oh no, his wheel skidded across the side wall. Say it ain't so, a 2-goal lead again for Moxie.
Just writing history books over and over again with 1 goal, 2 goal, 1 goal, 2 goal. And we find ourselves in a 2-goal era. 30 seconds for CRR to bring it back. He has done it once, but if he doesn't, this will bring Juicers onto game number 6, and Guild are not able to take it. That then, Jorby, correct me if I'm wrong, will leave us with the 2v2?
It will likely be a 2v2 if Juicers, if CR doesn't somehow come back here. I like the idea on the delayed kickoff, but it didn't work. Oh wait, big win, big boost, big shot, big goal, 15 seconds. Stumpy.
Jorby.
Stumpy.
Jorby.
It's happening.
It's happening. CRR needs the tying goal and then an overtime. I feel like we know that Moxie theoretically should win this, and so we very much want CRR to do so. Get it for the Guild charity. Is Moxie able to clear this one away, though, with yet another goal? He definitely fakes it out, just slowing time, staying close, picking up 12. CRR with a miss, and Moxie to his own corner wants to let time run out in an environment he is comfortable with. Will be pinching it far away. CRR cannot catch up with it. But what a performance CRR has put up against. Like, he has done such a genuinely phenomenal job to keep it within, firstly, 1 goal, and secondly, 2 in the second series.
Look, this happened in North America, Stumpy, where, so all mid with Chronic. Chronic won a bunch of 1v1s to put all mid in position to win series. And then you know what they did? They started putting him in 2v2 and even 3v3. Look, I know Moxie doesn't play like a lot of threes, but it's going to be 2v2. And 2v2 is enough. It's enough like once. It's enough like once. You get some space, and I think Moxie's skills certainly lend him to be successful in 2v2.
Are you thinking put Moxie in?
I think you got to put Moxie in. You got to play the hot hand. Like, even if he isn't comfortable in the mode, it doesn't matter. If he's playing well, he's playing well. And I think Moxie's playing pretty good right now. I don't know if Juicers have the ice in the 2v2. They got destroyed last time.
I agree.
You gotta put Moxie in.
I think otherwise, like you say, I'm looking at this and thinking it's an 8 times out of 10, Juicers lose this. Like, the 2v2 is so strong from Guild. Why not take that risk? This may well be the final game of the series anyway. Try something new. But instead, they return to Old Faithful. It's Parker and Faris.
We should have told Juicers that Raze Bull beat Daniel in a 1v1 last week. like we should have reminded them of that. A guy who is literally unranked in 1v1 beat one of the best 1v1 players in North America. But Moxie's not going to join. That's fine. Parker and Faris are great players, and they pick up the first goal. And they're going to make us look silly as they pick up the first.
Oh, I'm going to force myself to be happy for them, even though I want the Moxie meta to be real. That is a really good start for them, though. They essentially earn themselves a handicap. They get that 1-goal lead 2 seconds in.
Now, CRR off the kickoff. Ooh, Dorito getting the bump, but he's just giving up the goal. And there's 2.
There's 2.
7 seconds in. 2.
There's 2. It's not going how we planned. It's not going how Guild would have planned. This is CRR and Dorito. This is
against the narrative.
This is the ultimate Spanish bim bam. And yet, ... they are losing. It's a great position for Juicers to be in. 2 goals in 10 seconds. Who wouldn't want that?
If they go to the 3v3, which is where we will go for Game 7 if we get there, it's anyone's match. Juicers, again, it was a 1-goal game, and their Guild's 1 goal was an own goal. That's another goal. This is the exact reverse of what happened last time. Throw all your notes out the window. None of them matter anymore. Not even 30 seconds in.
What a bump! What a genuinely just brilliant bump. Good play in the corner from Faris. Sees that Dorito's about to get the touch. Instead, gets him gone. And that's 3 in 30. Okay. We see what you can do here, Juicers. Let's continue it. Let's carry it on, because CRR and Dorito clearly were not anticipating this level of play. Can't quite get that double touch. You have to think, harken back to a couple of series ago. Dorito scores that 10 times out of 10.
Oh, I like Faris's idea there. He just couldn't get the bump on the CRR. Now he's got a pass from Dorito. Drops it. Pass maybe. Dorito had grabbed the boost and got a little too close there. CRR didn't really have an angle. Instead protected the ball instead of getting the free clear. But here comes Parka trying to center it up. He's got it back to Faris, who had to pull off as Dorito was right behind the ball. What a pinch, forcing CRR back. Parka gonna not do anything, and CRR's got a 1v1. Flips it over and saved by Faris.
Lovely turn from CRR as well to get the opportunity, faking out one direction and then faking the second. The boost going in favor of Faris there. Goes to the ceiling. Can he get another touch? Decides not to, and actually waits for CRR to go for one instead. Goes very well for Dorito, but shoots so lightly that Faris just has to flop in the way of that ball to save it.
Well, that one's by CRR, and Dorito's the whole way back. He's got to respect Parka on this play. The follow-ups haven't been as cleanly from Guild. They've tried to pass it to each other, and instead they're just getting deleted. Another one taken out. I think, see, that second demo happened, and then Moxie joined the lobby. He said, oh, wait, we're winning. Let me get in there.
I saw that. I love the idea. Also, you might be thinking, wait, so guys, sorry, we're going to be playing ones again, are we? They're like, no, we can't play ones until we play threes. Learn the format, Moxie. You're not in until Game 7. If this goes to Game 7 1v1, oh, I'm excited.
Well, it can't. It has to be 3v3 because we played the 1v1.
Oh, because they did the one
the
already.
first choice. Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
It's over. There's no more 1v1. That's all Moxie can do.
Wait, but Moxie maybe preparing for the threes, question mark?
That'd be crazy. Or maybe he's here to witness the Juicers comeback.
Maybe.
Remember, Guild started with a game advantage.
Yeah.
So this has been really tight for Juicers, and they've been keeping Guild out on the 2v2 right now. What a response after the way that first 2v2 went.
Yeah, huge, absolutely massive. So I love that they've been able to come back from that, seeing as it was such a big scoreline going against them. I think it was 6-3 in the end. Oh, Dorito. Okay, that's one of potentially many.
I like that one. Faris forced into a really tough spot. You saw him trying to read CRR. He thought initially CRR was going to drill the ball or drive the ball forward. So he was positioning his car to push it back to the corner. But CRR slows down. He stops touching the ball, and that forced Faris into a bad touch. And that was a good move there by CRR. And a little bit of scoring for Guild. And it was 6-3 last time, Stumpy. You are correct.
Nice. Thank you, Breen. That's the double boost miss is what I was from Parker. He could have gone for a good attack. Instead, it falls to nothing. Dorito shooting on target. Parker to clear it into that right-hand corner. Minute 30. Guild, they need to bring back 2. But if there are 2 players that I think can bring back 2, it's going to be these lads.
Let's see if they can do it. CRR's got the demo, and Faris, what a recovery! He got bumped out of the way by CRR. Dorito takes him out of the play now. He's a little frustrated. Parka's already respawned. Dorito, no chance! Parka gets revenge for the demo, and now he's got the turnaround. Here he comes underneath. He got the wave landing catch, but Dorito was on top of it. Shot, wide goal! Juicers keep on going.
Holy moly, that shot going to the opposite side left Jorby thesaurusless. 3 goals now separating them yet again. And that is Juicers continuing to push in the late game.
That doesn't happen often, does it?
It really doesn't.
Dorito. CRR, only 37. He pops it across, and Juicers might force game 7. Dorito, he's got nothing here. Wait, CRR, he might have something. Faris on the wall. Parka up for the challenge. No flip there for CRR. It was a good idea, but again, Faris blows through Dorito and now has an open net and a crossbar that he had a date with, and unfortunately, I don't think it went too well. There's a free goal. Oh, it's on the post! Dorito? Okay. It's still within reach. It's still within reach, Stumpy.
Like 2 seconds they wasted by missing that initially. CRR can get the close cut in though, and Dorito reading it really nicely off that skim. Jubilee Dragon flying from the net. 2 goals separating them yet again with 37 seconds before the game ends. And we go to a game 7, 3v3. Locked in no matter what. Can Juicers hold on?
Faris just gotta waste time. CRR is gonna grab this, and he gets deleted again. Dorito having to come in quickly. Got the 50 against Parka, but they're running out of time. CRR just couldn't get a wave landing. He couldn't buy one. Parka, oh no.
Oh no.
Microtransactions, he wouldn't have been able to buy that. It's over. It's over, Stumpy. Game 7. We're gonna be going to the 3v3. Can you believe Juicers come back like this? And force the game 7. What?
It shows how important, though, for Guild going through the uppers was. We're only in game 7 because they bought that first game win by being in the uppers. Like, otherwise, this is a 3-2 to Juicers for the games that they have won so far in the grand finals, and yet they sit level. Juicers have got such an axe to grind, and it falls to the game mode, the team mode of 3v3, one where you look at their win records, and Juicers, they've played so many more 3v3s in this competition, much more than anybody else, because they went to the lowers and they've gone the furthest out of anybody in the lowers. I think they've got a better win percentage as well against rather than Guild, so technically favoring Juicers here.
I think they might do it.
The rational part of my ape brain is leaning towards Guild. Am I wrong?
I don't know, man. Parker's looking pretty good. Faris looking pretty good.
It was only a 1-0 in game 1 as well. Or game 2.
It was an own goal from Juicers. And you want to give Guild credit?
Oh, I don't think I do. Jorby. I think we're looking at Juicers that are potentially able to run it through the lowers.
Juicers. The 1v1 specialist again. The difference maker in this best of 7. We saw it in North America with All Mid and Chronic. And now we're seeing it again with Moxie and Juicers. And look at this! Look at this, Stumpy! They want it. They want it bad.
What a start! Kicking it off with a pass from Parker, finding the force of Faris, the opposite corner, unable to be saved away by CRR. Early lead for Juicers.
An exciting comeback for Juicers. They went down, again, the game advantage for Guild. They went down 3-1 in the series and then marched their way back to force this game 7. Dorito kicks the ball over one. You know, Devo's been, he's been cold for a while. When's the last time we saw Devo on the pitch? I hope he's been keeping his hands warm because
it was game 2 last time we saw him because otherwise it's been a 1v1. Oh, the top corner though, found by CRR. Ignoring the fact that, you know, we've not seen Devo because it is all about the Dorito CRR show. But yeah, otherwise it's been 1v1. Oh my gosh, it's been a 3v3 in game 1. Then it was a 1v1, a 2v2, a 1v1, then a 2v2. And so now we're back to the 3v3. Devo's nipped off and had his tea. He had some beans on toast. He's loving life. And now he's back to play some more Rocket League.
Belly full and mechanics. Well, at least the 50's looking good. CRR shot and Parka, no chance he was going to get to it. He gets his second goal.
It was a good pass again from Devo coming out where he puts it into an awkward position for Parker to save it and forces him to that goal line, potentially able to bump him away from that too. I don't know if Parker had that save regardless, but Devo cleared the threat anyway, shoved him with a cattle prod and got the lead for Guild.
Juicy going to take control. They did not have that lead for very long. Faris trying to generate another one, but a second to third man pass is always going to be a little risky. Parker pushes it up against the ramp. Juicer's not going to spend a lot of time on defense. Pushing by, 50s aren't really going their way right now. CRR off the ceiling. Does he do it again? He does. He didn't even need an extra touch, Stumpy.
How does one's brain do something so utterly bonkers? Catching it from speed with a pinch from the left-hand wall, he takes it low with that awkward touch and can then dunk it underneath the keeper. CRR is cracked.
It's just a little different for CRR. Flips it up back to Devo. One touch, but he gets pushed off the play. CRR still got the touch. Juicer's got to stop the bleeding here. You don't want to go down 4-1. Got to find a way to respond to Guild's offense, really to CRR's offense, as he got a quick hat trick. Look at the score line for Guild. Look at the scoreboard. CRR has 550 points. Dorito just got over 100. He was just sitting at like 88. Devo's at 72. It's literally the CRR show right now.
I mean, CRR has been in every single match so far in this grand finals, and Devo's been one. Like, he is clearly warm.
Parka. That goes back to what I was saying earlier, is you got to put your players in who you want to play. That's a nice shot from Juicy. He puts the ball in the back, puts Juicers within one.
Someone who I continue to be impressed with is Faris, where he can find these passes out of nowhere. Like, he lands on the floor and then jumps to then send it over towards the midfield, and Juicy receiving it with such precision. It goes to the same shot that Faris has already smashed through at the start of this game. Can he go for that one as well? He can from the ceiling. Juicy, goal number 2.
Juicy right off the ramp. Nice catch. Used the ceiling to pinch that ball down, and it was a perfect arc towards the net. You dream of pinching it off the ceiling that perfectly. No defender able to get a touch on that ball, and just like that, we're tied up, and they just took the lead. Oh my goodness, Juicers, 3 straight goals in what, 40 seconds?
They need to stop the bleed. Guild falling apart in the last 20-30 seconds. They've conceded 3 goals when they were clearly riding off the coattails of CRR. Instead, it is that 3-man effort on the side of Juicers that have got them this lead. It is that teamwork, that cohesion, and 3 minutes remaining, potentially able to take down Guild despite that game advantage.
A shootout already. Faris flips that one over CRR. He wants the dunk. Not going to get that one. Juicy also diving for it. And no 50s working out for Juicer right now. Dorito, nice pass to Devo. Flips it over one. Dorito's there. And Dorito, goal! Tie game.
Oh, I really felt like Juicy had a chance to save it when initially there was nothing there for him. Seeing as he also got stopped by Devo, that was the only thing, actually, that stopped the save coming in. The Devo bump right in that corner. Dorito bringing it level. We go to half-time. No oranges here for them to snack on. Instead, a blue and orange battle.
Oh, Parka underneath. I think Juicers are feeling like it's harvesting season. But Juicy Trying to push that ball out, and it just gets cleared away by Devo. Still, Guild are going to have to chase this ball down. There's Dorito with the neutral zone control, but that one popped away. He couldn't find the target. Devo also trying to keep it close. He just got a sneaky double in between the entire team. Call him the Threadmaster.
Devo, literally, who even are you? You don't play for like 5 games, then you come in and cut the goal in half. Applying splash to the whetstone. Just 5 goals.
He just went through all 3 of them. Like, nobody touched that ball. He put it in the perfect spot. It's like, oh yeah, Parker's on the ground. Okay, put it on the wall. Oh wait, Juicy's there too. Okay, let me keep it close. Oh, double tap. Okay, sorry, Faris, you don't get a chance at the ball. Like, what? Come on, man.
I love polite Devo. Polite Jorby Devo. That's great. He's Scouse. He's much more aggressive than that.
Devo getting that ball out to CRR before he gets deleted. Parka in some trouble. He needs some help. You see Faris wanted to, but had to park it. Another touch for Devo. Does he get another double? No, it's taken away. CRR gave a good bounce to Dorito. And Juicers are kind of locked right now. And Devo with no boost. They have to respect him in the neutral zone. That's actually going to kill things for Guild. Dorito gets the bump on the Parka. Devo dives out of the way. CRR helps him out. And now that's another goal, another tie. Oh, who's going to run out of bullets?
It was the double commit from CRR and Devo. And also a really, I think, underrated pass there from Faris, where he jumps off the wall in the corner, which is actually weirdly hard to do, and then gets it perfectly, parallel with the goal, and Parker can sink it. 10 goals in this behemoth game so far, and there's still a minute remaining.
So many goals scored in the first 2 minutes of the game. Just hasn't stopped. Faris didn't really have anywhere to put that ball, but CRR was right in that area. Juicy flipping that one back up. Parker going to get the big clear. It does force Guild back for now into the corner. Parker deletes CRR. Dorito flings it up high, but Juicy wins the touch. Faris is in the area. He forces the 50 out. Nobody from Juicy can go. Wait, Parker threading through, trying to get back to the corner. He's got control. The shot taken away by Dorito. Faris coming around the ramp now. He misses the ball completely, but gets the demo. CRR picking up pads, living that small pad life, and moving down the field. Got it over Juicy. Devo backflips out of the way, knowing he's not going to get control, and when you thought CRR was going to break out for Guild, the ball gets put right back into the orange half.
It's the final 20 seconds until a Game 7 overtime. CRR takes it high up for the double, but Juicy able to clear that one away. A boost steal from Parker on his own half will leave them low on the retaliation. Flying high, intercepted by Juicy. The double into the center. Parker to receive. Parker to make dreams happen, but kept high by Faris.
They still have it. It's still in the air. Parker's got no boost. It's just got to be Juicy. Lets it drop.
Jorby.
Stumpy.
Jorby.
Stumpy.
It's Game 7 overtime.
Oh, Juicers might do it. Guild trying to stop them. CRR picks this up off the side wall. Here he comes off the ceiling, drops it down, and Dorito was hoping that he would just plant that onto his nose. Instead, Juicers get the clear downfield. Now CRR, he's jumped for it. He wins it. Devo comes back down. Goal! CRR activates the crystal ball, giving Guild the victory.
From the ceiling, death will reign, and it is dealt to the hand of Devo. 23 seconds into that overtime, and Guild take it with the 11th goal of that mammoth decider. I'm out of breath, I'm bamboozled, I'm mind blown, I am synonymed out of my eyeballs with what we have just witnessed.
You're thesaurus-less, Stumpy?
I'm thesaurus-less.
You're thesaurus-less. Wow, Guild, way to stop the 3-1 comeback. They didn't blow a 3-1 lead. And that was insane. The highlights, we're going to see those. And Stumpy, you and I, we've said a lot about these games, but really, the only opinion I truly care about are Gregan and Veracity back on the desk to close it out.
Well, we went the full distance all the way, and as if that wasn't enough, we also then took it to overtime as well, Gregan. An unexpected result, some might say, but the only thing I have to say about that matchup right there is that if there's any org owners watching right now, you have to sign the Juicers, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they really put their heart into this tournament, because they are in that stage where they're looking to find their way at the top. And these are up-and-coming French players. You know, the French scene is so strong in Rocket League, and these guys have shown that there's still more to get. Juicy is a name I've heard great things about. Parker and Faris have had a little bit of a splash in the pan at the top level of Rocket League, but together they seem like a really solid threes team. And with a bit more experience, a bit more time, I'm sure we'll be seeing them on the main stage. But it was Guild who came out on top in the end, taking it in Game 7 with that game advantage. So technically that was 3-3 in the series, but they earned that game advantage through the upper bracket and finally took it overtime 6-5 in Game 7. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
I don't think any of us were expecting it to be as close as it was. I was keeping my eye on the chat and I heard everything from people claiming that we saw fraud ski, I believe at one point was being thrown around a lot because someone was bouncing up and down, back and forth. But talk to me about the amount of goals that we had during that match. CRR absolutely popping off.
Yeah, I mean, it started off with CRR being the one player carrying his team, getting 3 goals without his team really contributing much. And then Dorito came in, and then Devo scored an amazing goal, and then they started working together. But the team of Juicers were the whole way through contributing equally, and that was the exciting thing with them with the twos, was they mixed up their 2v2 pair over and over again, and consequently they did so well as a unit, because every one of them could play with every one of the other teammates. And we can see here, look at the charities these guys have chosen and all that money going to all the different charities. You can see UNICEF being the selection for four of the teams, but Guild coming out on top, $250,000 to charity.
Yes, amazing stuff. Congratulations goes out to Guild Esports, $250,000 being donated on their behalf to UNICEF. What a wonderful cause indeed. And Juicers with $160,000 as well. I love the fact that this is such an incredible initiative. It really is all about spreading awareness and encouraging people to donate, but ultimately come together to enjoy some good old Rocket League. I know it's definitely put us through our paces. I was literally sat on the edge of my seat. I'm pretty sure, Greg, and I blew your eardrums at one point with me screaming because it was so close at various points. But talk to me about how you think the bracket unfolded throughout the duration of this entire tournament. Were there any surprises that were kind of thrown your way?
Well, with Crew Battle, I think the formula really is win ones and have a shot of winning 2s and 3s. And both the teams in the final there proved that they could do that, with Moxie and CRR pretty much taking every single game of 1s that they were presented with. And then when it came to 2s and 3s, they had a good chance of taking them, and they were solid in both those game modes. So fair play, they made it all the way. Semper also were like that as a team, but just fell a little bit in the lower bracket when they came up against Juicers, where they didn't really seem to be feeling it too much. But Guild, I think they got a little bit shook up there by Juicers stepping up once they were up with the 1v1 game, right? Because when you win a game in this game mode, it gives you a lot of momentum. And the fact that they were almost guaranteed the 1v1 win with how good Moxie is, it gave them a lot of momentum coming into the 2s and 3s.
And I gotta ask you, Gregan, from Guild's perspective at least, how do you think they bounce back when it comes to playing in the LAN finals at Riyadh? Do you feel like they didn't necessarily give it their 110% just to, you know, not give away all of their tricks of the trade, as it were? Or do you think that they're going to have to revisit the drawing board and bounce back even stronger?
Well, there's a few things to unpack here. So, firstly, there's going to be loads of teams at the LAN that these guys have to learn to play against that could even be stronger than the opponents they faced in this qualifier. Secondly, these guys have just got a new jersey, so they're going to be able to rep that fantastic new Guild jersey in person. And we know Devo's got a lot of experience on LAN. You know, being with an org is always useful when you go to a LAN because you get that extra support around you. But ultimately, these guys are all probably just happy to be making the LAN and going to experience a tournament in person, which is something we've missed, you know, over the last few years. It's been a bit absent, and we're finally seeing them come back, especially with the majors for RLCS. That absence is taken away, and we're getting to see LANs back on the table, and Guild are going to be there.
And hey, what better way to do it than with a $2 million prize pool for all of these teams to compete for? Honestly, Gregan, I feel like that's definitely going to be weighing in on the shoulders of all of these players and all of these teams incredibly heavily. But you know what? I'm so proud of Juicers. I've got to give a huge shout out to them because they put a lot of these teams through their paces. They bounced back incredibly stronger, and I couldn't really ask more of them, to be quite honest with you. Do you feel like they might kind of struggle a little bit when it comes to the LAN finals?
Potentially, I'm not sure on the way it will work with having the 4-player team when it goes to the LAN finals. And it's also a big question mark around how they perform under pressure in a LAN environment, because you haven't seen those guys on LAN, as is the case for a lot of the players we'll be seeing at the LAN. At the end of the day, you don't know what people are going to be like at their first experience at LAN, so we'll have to wait and see when they make it.
Yes, I'm certainly excited to watch all of these teams perform. I feel like it's going to be an incredible experience, one that you do not want to miss. Once again, that's going to be taking place between the 14th and the 17th of July, and the LAN finals will be held in Riyadh. Gregan, what was one of your highlights of this entire tournament or of today?
I think, and this is something people at home wouldn't have got to see. We recently got to see the owner of Moist watching their team play and seeing people who have that childish glee over a game that they don't understand fully yet, but they're starting to understand. I got to experience that with you backstage, Jasmine, as you were enjoying that final and hearing people who are just getting to know Rocket League and loving Rocket League and getting excited over amazing goals. That was probably my favourite moment. It's the moment that made me smile the most. And hopefully it was the same for you guys in chat watching the Rocket League this event. Seeing those goals, seeing those highlight moments, especially in game modes we haven't seen much of, like 2s and 1s, was such an amazing experience for us. So thank you very much for this tournament to be able to give us those joyful moments in 2s and 1s, and at the end there in 3s.
Yes, absolutely. Gregan, closing thoughts from yourself before we round things out. I'm actually pretty sad that it's ending. I'm actually really, really sad because crew battle format, who would have thought it, absolutely incredible and definitely kept us on the edge of our seats. But Gregan, final thoughts.
Crew Battle is one of my favourite formats and is something we hopefully will see more of, especially with the upcoming off-season. So thank you, Gamers Without Borders, for allowing us to witness that.
Yes, absolutely. From myself, I have to give a huge shout out to yourself, Gregan, to Stumpy, to Jorby, to all of our production crew who have put on one heck of a performance. I mean, look at our surroundings right now. They look absolutely amazing. Overlays are on point. But I also need... Gregan just looking left, right and centre. But I also need to give a big shout out to all of the teams that have joined us throughout this journey, and most importantly, all of the folks in the chat as well. One thing that I have been reiterating to Gregan over and over again is how good the vibes are when I'm chatting away with everybody in the chat. You guys are amazing and everybody is really, really fun. I love the memes, I love the banter and all of the support that you guys have been showing as well. And let's not forget a big shout out to all of our sponsors for making this entire thing possible. Without their support, none of this would be happening right now. But once again, folks, 14th to the 17th of July, you do not want to miss it. Guild, Semper, Juicers and Luminosity will all be competing at the LAN finals in Riyadh. From myself, I guess I have one final thing to say, and that is watch, game, learn and donate. Good night for now.